Hello, folks. Well, it's pretty fucking late.
This with the InstaFuel was amazing.
Something.
The InstaFuel comes in sweetened and unsweetened. I like unsweetened lately. If you want to make a cafe mocha, this is hot chocolate with functional mushrooms in here.
What the fuck am I watching? Well, Jesus Christ, guys. I got a result. My doctors got a result from my liver, and now they're like concerned. So I looked up livers and try to figure it out what it could be. We got liver problems, for example, just to show you what's going on. So I've learned that I may have this here, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease or problems or whatever. And it's pretty serious. Pretty serious stuff. Just want to find a video that kind of displays it properly. This one. It's no fucking kidding. This one.
Learning medicine is hard work. Osmohepatitis.
My name is Kathy Flynn, and
Here, steatosis disease results from fat deposition in the liver.
Right, so steatosis, steatohepatitis, fibrosis, and then cirrhosis. So these are increasing developments of the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is just a way to say the liver keeps saving up some fat in it and is functioning less and less and less and less well, starting with steatosis into steatohepatitis, fibrosis, and cirrhosis. If you have cirrhosis, you may need a liver transplant. Then your kidneys can start failing too, so you might need a kidney transplant.
Which is
It's
unrelated
pretty
to
serious.
alcohol or
So
viral
fat
causes.
deposition in the liver,
Typically, it affects individuals with metabolic syndrome. Droplets to form within
and we're
hepatocytes.
just gonna skip ahead because
some
I'm
of which
informed.
become large enough to cause the hepatocytes to swell up with
So this is the fat that stays in the
fat
liver.
and push the nuclei to the edge of the cell.
And
You can
these
even
can be
see this on a
seen.
histopathology slide of the liver.
So this stuff can be seen not like this, but by doing a little, not an X-ray, but ultrasound, which I had. It was sent to the doctor. This here is done by doing a, what is it? What do you call it?
You can even see this on a histopathology slide of the liver.
Histopathology slide.
All these
Anyway, they have to fucking slide a needle in and into your liver and fucking take a sample, and be able to see the cells here. You see these these are all cells with nuclei in the middle. These are the nuclei. You've seen this in Biology 9. And these are fat cells, or cells full of fat. Okay, and this is problematic.
white circles are large deposits of fat, active oxygen species, fatty acids.
Anyway, they can't really process too
This goes
well.
on until one radical
They shouldn't
species
put eyes
reacts with
here. These
another
look like
radical for
nuclei.
chondritis, or NASH. In addition
That's,
to bloating and dying hepatocytes,
of course, a
tangles to
dying
chronic
cell.
steatohepatitis.
Blah blah blah.
As the process of fibrosis continues, the overall architecture of the liver changes to the point where the disease is classified as cirrhosis.
So cirrhosis is the last stage, and it's
When there are
You're
no
not
pattern
functioning.
enzymes, this, like ultra, not the case once fibrosis and cirrhosis is set in. Lead to fibrosis
terrible,
and ultimately
terrible
to cirrhosis.
fucking drawings. Trying to find you some clearer. What is this? Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease with real images.
So with that,
but they're saying that a lot of people are gonna have this. Did they say 1 out of 8 people, or like some fucking insane number?
In the liver, they're not on the inside; they're really on the outside.
Because people eat fat, they don't eat well. You know. So I mean that's true. That's true for me too. Right. I don't take any precaution or anything. So I think I'm probably in here, or maybe here by now. And the thing is, the liver can heal itself, but it's important that the cells that make those deposits that you can see don't start attaching to each other. The deposits don't start attaching to each other, because as the deposits bridge between each other, that makes it even more difficult for the normal cells to deal with the patches. So, all in all, not too worried, just putting a little more attention on it than before. I don't want to end up having to have a transplant of a liver. Pretty serious organ. You know, like big vessels go through, and it's attached, you know, to your stomach and shit. It's just a fucking bad time, I think, if you have to transplant this shit.
That are being looked at for treatment of fatty liver. So some of this is the formation,
so that led me to
deposition of fat within the liver.
Some reason.
As well as inflammation and liver cell death.
Good diet
liver
for liver.
As well.
Good diet for your liver. So how to take care of your liver? Coffee protects the liver from disease, even battling liver problem. Surprisingly enough, every time I research this fucking shit, they're like, yeah, you can totally eat fat. Yeah, you can totally eat coffee. Yeah, you like eggs? Fuck yeah, man. I'm like, what the fuck? I have a diet that can help me for things I already eat. So I'm like, okay, thanks. Beetroots, I don't like beetroots. Maybe not cooked, I don't know. Find me something else. Whole grain. Lowering of sugar, of course. So we want to lower sugars, I think. Some bad fats. We want to take some almonds. We like veggies and salads. I kid you not. Yesterday, I went for the grocery, and my fridge is full of greens, dude. That led me to keto. I don't know if keto is per se good for the liver itself. I know it's good for the what's the other one I said? Not the bladder, just before that. No? Keto fatty liver. How does keto heal a fatty liver? Everything you should know. Let's go. And I just ended up on this fucking dude here. Can the ketogenic cause a fatty liver without enough vegetables? That's interesting. Improve fatty liver disease. Does a ketogenic diet?
How does a ketogenic diet or a low-carb diet affect a non-alcoholic?
I hope, man, because that's what I decided to do. I'm deciding to go on to a keto diet. Somewhat of a keto diet. Some healthy keto diet. At least, you know. Some form of a translation into a keto diet.
Alcoholic fatty liver. Spoiler alert, it doesn't affect it how you think it would. Hey, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe so that you can get new videos every single Tuesday, every Friday, and every Sunday at 7 a.m. Pacific time. And also turn on that little bell so you can get notifications whenever I post a live broadcast. And make sure you check out highleap.com so you can check out the apparel that
Anyway, this morning I've
All
got
right, let's
something.
get down to the science. So first off, we have to understand what a fatty liver is. You see, at first glance, people are generally afraid of the ketogenic diet because it's high fat, and they think that that's going to contribute to a fatty liver. But in reality, they're a little bit unsure of what actually causes a fatty liver. So let me clear that up for you. You see, fatty liver is also known as steatosis. And basically all it is when the liver starts to get so inflamed with extra triglycerides and extra fat that it literally develops fatty tissue. It becomes literally a fatty liver. So all it is in essence is when you have more fat than your liver can process. More fat than your liver can actually metabolize. So it stores in the liver and it causes, well, exactly a fatty liver. Now, the interesting thing is, it's usually something known as de novo lipogenesis that triggers this. What triggers de novo lipogenesis is too much carbohydrate consumption. When we consume way too many carbohydrates or even a little bit too many carbohydrates, it goes through a process known as de novo lipogenesis, where it gets turned into fat. Now, specifically something like high fructose corn syrup or fructose in general, if we have too much of it, it is generally processed in the liver to begin with. So if we have too much that the liver can't handle, the first place that it's going to store it is right there in the liver, therefore contributing to a non-alcoholic fatty liver. Now the thing is, with a fatty liver, there's not a whole lot of symptoms. We don't really know when it's coming. You can feel a little bit fatigued, you can feel run down, you can have some abdominal pain, you can have some swelling in your abdomen where your liver would be, but by and large, unless you get a biopsy or unless you have a doctor look at you and give you a diagnosis, it's pretty hard to determine if you truly have a fatty liver. That's why it can be so dangerous. So let's talk about some ways that the ketogenic diet actually improves and helps a non-alcoholic fatty liver. So we obviously know that reducing sugar consumption can play a big role when it comes down to modulating how much fat is actually stored in the liver. But what about the actual effect of improving or reversing a fatty liver through the ketogenic diet? Well, it does it
Jeez, dude, I can eat whatever the fuck I like.
And one of the pathways I'm going to reference with a study. But first, let's talk about the basic one. Fatty livers are usually decreased in size with general weight loss, whether it's fat weight loss or even water weight loss. You see, there's two different components to a fatty liver. There's the fibrous component of a fatty liver, and there's the inflammatory component of a fatty liver. You see, because we have extra fat around the liver, when we have extra inflammation, those fat cells are inflamed. They're bigger, therefore contributing to a bigger, larger fatty liver. So when we're looking at the ketogenic diet or when we're looking at a low-carb diet, we're losing weight one way or another, whether we're losing it from inflammation or we're losing true legitimate fat, in which case we are improving a fatty liver. So by and large, that's the biggest way that you're going to improve a fatty liver. If you go on a low-carb diet and you lose weight, voila, your fatty liver is going to decrease in size. But that's not that exciting, and that's not really crazy emerging science. So let's get a little bit more nitpicky on this. Well, next up is the fact that the keto diet, or low-carb diets in general, decrease what are known as intrahepatic triglycerides. So triglycerides are sort of the building blocks of free fatty acids, right? We have triglycerides first, and then we have free fatty acids, which we ultimately use for fuel. So if we have triglycerides, they're sort of in the staging.
So triglyceride is the tree strain of the fatty acid that's linked together. And is that good?
Area, so to speak, to ultimately become fat that is going to circulate through the bloodstream and used for fuel. But if we have too much in the way of triglycerides and we end up not using all of them, they end up getting converted into free fatty acids that get stored in the liver. So if we can decrease the amount of intrahepatic inside the liver triglycerides, we decrease the amount that's sitting in the staging area ready to become free-form fat. So this by itself is sort of a precursor to a fatty liver, or in this case, a precursor to not a fatty liver. So that's a very powerful one. But now let's talk about the research.
I want to see people with big fucking bellies, man. Big fucking people with, you know, fatty livers. You know, these fucking dudes don't have fatty livers.
So that's a very powerful one. But now let's talk about the research. There was a study that was published in the journal.
Because it gets bad after a while. Like you start bloating. This is weird.
Disease
you change color, dude.
In science. And it took
yeah. You don't want to go into that shit.
Subjects that had a fatty liver, and it was confirmed with a liver biopsy. And what they did is they had them go on the keto diet for 6 months. And they wanted to measure what actually happened by way of liver biopsy. What happened when they looked at their liver before and after. Well, the crazy thing is, after 6 months on a low-carb ketogenic diet, in this particular case, they went pretty extreme, less than 20 grams, they found that 4 out of 5 participants ended up having what are called histologic improvements in their fatty liver, meaning over time, they saw improvement with the fatty liver. So simply put, month over month, there was an improvement. This is exactly what we are looking for.
That's great.
Now, when we look at the research, why exactly was it hypothesized that this happened? Mainly, it's hypothesized because of the reduction in fasting glucose and fasting insulin levels. So what that means...
So glucose is your sugar, but it's not just the sugar intake, it's also the sugar you make. And insulin, my understanding is it's triggered when you eat. Every time you eat, your insulin level rises. And ketosis, makes it so that your insulin level does not stay and actually lowers very much. My understanding, yeah. Especially with intermittent fasting, which is also what I'm looking into. Which means you eat less often.
Is when you go on a low-carb or ketogenic diet, your insulin levels drop. And what this means is that your insulin sensitivity increases. But additionally, your glucose levels lower. And that means less glucose to contribute to a fatty liver and less potential for a fatty liver in the first place. But when we improve insulin sensitivity, what ends up happening is when we do consume carbohydrates, our body has the ability to use them a lot better. So what this means is they're less likely to stay stagnant in the bloodstream and ultimately contribute to a fatty liver. For example, if you have someone that's diabetic that doesn't have good insulin function, what's going to happen when they consume sugar is that sugar is going to float around through their bloodstream and never truly get used. That can contribute to de novo lipogenesis much easier, specifically in the liver. So when we reduce our fasting insulin and our fasting glucose, we put ourselves in a situation where we can control a fatty liver and even reverse it significantly better than if we did not have that high level of insulin sensitivity. So that's the main focus, and that's the main reason why this study was at least hypothesized to be such a success. I guess the short answer is eating fat doesn't necessarily make you fat, and eating fat doesn't necessarily make your liver fat either. We need to look at the big picture. I'm not saying that carbs make you fat, I'm not demonizing carbs, but in this particular case, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is usually caused by de novo lipogenesis, which is a direct result of excess fructose consumption going through the specific pathway that channels it through the liver. So as always, if you want the truth, if you want the science, if you want the research and an unbiased approach, make sure you keep it locked in here on my channel.
That's so interesting what he said.
Liver.
It correlates with the diet that I have too. I don't eat many fruits, only berries, some berries.
Alcoholic fatty liver disease is usually caused by de novo lipogenesis, which is a direct result of excess fructose consumption going through the specific pathway that channels it through the liver.
So intriguing. It's such a small parentheses, but it's so important. But still, like potassium is really good for your liver. They say no apples. I don't know why. Maybe too much fructose. I don't know. I can still eat strawberries, blueberries. No, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, I think. So we'll find out what
This is really exciting. There was a really cool
other
paper
doctors say.
the other day, maybe it was a few weeks ago, that came out in Cell Metabolism. And
it's a small
the thing
conversation,
that I really
Chad.
like
You have
about
to do
Cell
some
Metabolism
research
is
at some
that
point.
They try to do the
Then we'll go back to what I was actually watching, which was grocery stuff. I went to the grocery, motherfucker, after watching like 4 videos that were really intriguing. And then I'm back and I'm like watching more, and I have to go back to actually look at egg and milk again and find better stuff. Not just the usual stuff.
translational
And like everybody would benefit from doing the same, and we'll be doing that today.
research between looking at mechanisms and also doing something very practical in humans. So they took a group of people with fatty liver and they put them on a ketogenic diet. And they found some really interesting things over time.
This is not that
So
old.
They only did this for 2 weeks, so very different in scale.
You know? 4 years ago, this video was not here. Like 4 years ago, we didn't necessarily know what we what we knew, you know, or most of us didn't access this
scale in
knowledge.
terms of what we're doing with our trial. But they brought the people in, they did all of their baseline measurements on them, and in just one day, they saw a significant reduction in fat content in the liver. And I think it was reduced by almost half after 14 days at the end.
What the fuck?
And then just to make sure that the ketogenic diet was the driver behind that change in their liver fat content, after the people ended the study and they went back to consuming their typical diet, they brought 10 of their subjects back in 1 to 3 months later and measured their liver fat content again and saw it return almost back up to baseline in just that 1 to 3 months after they had completed the intervention. So I think this is
So they did keto and then they said, fuck you.
really interesting, and it's showing a lot of
And their livers were back to
promise
where they
in
were.
terms of different ways that we can use nutrition to
But I mean,
treat
keto
fatty
is
liver.
like fucking rough,
And,
dude.
You know, if we're
It's just like, fuck your breakfast, you're having salad.
not, if we can cut
Here's
down
some
some
lettuce.
of the fat content and explore some of these mechanisms, I think it's going to be a really
They can put
interesting
stuff in it,
research area.
eggs and
This is a real paradox because, again, I said before, there is this common myth that you are
Almond.
what you eat. And people assume, well, if you eat a high-fat diet, then all that fat's going to go through your digestive system and end up in your liver. But that's not what happens.
Sure.
The liver becomes very efficient at clearing the fat. Some of it is made into ketones. Maybe as much as 100 grams of fat is made into ketones by the liver each day when somebody's on a well-formulated ketogenic diet. So the liver is not a place where the fat goes to hide or reside when you're keto adapted. And there's more research being done on that. My co-author and scientist.
she looks a little bit like, what's her name again?
Collaborator and very good friend, Dr. Jeff Volek at Ohio State University, is doing some very
I
precise
have her on now.
studies on people on a ketogenic diet over
Insta.
a 3-month period of time. And that research should hopefully be published later this year. And we're looking at more sophisticated biomarkers in our Lafayette research study, and hopefully we'll be publishing that data shortly as well.
Yeah, this study did a really nice look at some of the underlying mechanisms to show that de novo lipogenesis was actually slowed. They showed the increased rate of ketone production, so they were showing that beta oxidation rates were going up. So they did a really nice, I think, elegant job of showing some of those very early changes even before adaptation occurred, potentially, because they were seeing those changes in 3, 5, 7 days.
And stepping back a bit, just up until 4 or 5 years ago, there were very few people doing research. Well done research on ketogenic diets. In fact, life was kind of lonely back then.
Yeah.
And we're seeing more and more really top-notch
That porn star, you know what I mean?
getting engaged in this area, and I think we'll.
Chat's like,
it's
what the fuck?
good to have more
Bruh.
good minds looking at this, and
Come on, what's your name? My favorite.
Again, our job is not to prove we're right, but to find out where we're wrong. And
Let
correct
me
those
make a
things.
quick
And it's really
research,
great
look.
to see other people coming in who
For the benefits of this
aren't
video.
considered advocates in this area, doing high quality research, such as this recent paper in Cell Metabolism.
Porn stars who are fucking streaming.
So today we're going to
That's so
discuss and
stupid.
answer the question, can a ketogenic
So
diet
fucking stupid right
cause
now.
a fatty liver if you're not consuming enough vegetables, okay? I've done a video on this in the past, but I didn't really explain where I got this data from. So I'm going to show you right now. It's this thing called Guyton's physiology, okay? It says effect of insulin lack on causing a fatty liver. So they're talking about when you have insulin lack or not enough insulin or low insulin in relationship to it causing a fatty liver, okay? Now that's weird because here I am reading this and seeing people improve their fatty livers with the ketogenic diet, but then I see Guyton talking about it can cause a fatty liver. This is weird. So I could just ignore it or just try to understand what he's talking about. He has a lot of great data in this book and some of his other books, And so I just didn't want to dismiss it. I wanted to kind of dig further to see if there's actually any connection because it's conflicting, okay? So it says this, strange as it may seem,
Yo, I'm supposed to have elevated fucking brain
causes
functions.
dissolution
What the fuck?
of the fat stores, which he's talking about dissolving of the fat stores.
What's the name of
in
my
adipose
favorite porn
tissue.
star? Are you fucking
It
kidding me?
causes a great increase in the amount of stored triglycerides in the liver, leading to a very
fucking kidding
fatty
me, right?
liver. The reason is the following. The excess of free fatty acids in the blood causes rapid diffusion of fatty acids into the liver cells. So when you do research, you not only need to type in ketosis or the ketogenic diet with fatty liver, but ketogenic diet with this term liver steatosis, which basically means fatty liver. And you're going to find some interesting studies that pull up. You're going to see a combination of animal studies and studies on children with epilepsy.
If you rate
okay?
porn star
When you actually read the
streamers,
animal studies,
you
you're
get
gonna see a
full-blown
link
porn.
between
The
the
fuck is
ketogenic
going
diet
on?
and developing a fatty liver. But again,
That's not
with
what I
animal
asked for this
studies,
morning,
you have to
man.
question what diet they put them on.
Oh, that's pretty
I've
nice.
done other videos on a high-fat diet, which really
And I'm not finding what
was
I'm
the
looking
animal,
for.
child that they fed them. A high-fat diet is really a high-fat plus a high-sugar diet. But they also have a ketogenic diet for mice, okay? And I want to show you what
I'm outta
they
here.
are giving these mice. Ingredients: lard, butter, corn oil, make mental note of that, casein, cellulose, mineral mix, vitamin mix, and dextrose, which is synthetic sugar. And the vitamins are synthetic, by the way. So I'm going to put a link down below of some interesting data on genetically modified oils, specifically corn oil and soy oil.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what they found. Soy oil and corn oil can induce a fatty liver even more than fructose. Okay?
Wow.
So I really think
Whoa.
it's the corn oil in this mice chow that's
See,
creating
that's the kind of
fatty
stuff
liver.
that people don't fucking see. And it's written right here in the back of the packages. And anyway,
Not
he's the best.
ketogenic diet. Is ketogenic? Wait a second. How can that be? So many people get benefit. And this study, it mentions it can cause animal studies about ACE and ALT. That's the very specific, most frequent hepatic side effects of a ketogenic diet. Now, wait a second. How can that be?
No, this fucking
So many
corn
people get
bullshit.
benefit. And this study, it mentions it can cause a fatty liver in 5.7% of the children doing it. And then here's another study, the influence on the ketogenic diet on liver function in children and adolescents with epilepsy, okay? And this one did significant effects on serum levels of ALT. That's that liver enzyme I talked about. All right, so let's dig further on what these children were put on, okay, as far as a diet. Is it the same diet that you're on? Absolutely not. So the foods that they put these kids on, which is called the traditional ketogenic diet, include, prepackaged canned foods like keto kale, which is refined soy oils. We talked about that over here. Corn syrup solids,
What the fuck?
corn starch. Here's one called RCF, which is Ross carbohydrate formula. Soy formula with iron. Genetically modified oils like corn and soy can induce a fatty liver even more than fructose.
Wow.
Now, the other foods that these kids were consuming were things like chicken, and it's probably not organic, with mayonnaise. Again,
Yeah,
more
just
soy
probably not
oil,
organic.
usually.
Just everything here, and you're like, oh yeah, sure, I can eat that. Chicken can be fed fucking grain instead of grass and bugs. And so the chicken that you eat or the egg that you eat is different. Is different. And doesn't have necessarily all the good things that your body needs. And mayo, everybody loves mayo. But the most popular stuff, like, most popular mayo doesn't have, it's transformed too much. It's just too transformed. You think you're eating mayo, but you're eating flavor. And just look behind it. If it says natural flavor, and most of it does, that's the goal, is to make you think you're eating what really tastes like mayo. Or whatever. Fucking natural flavor, dude.
So they're kind of doing what's called a version of keto, which is dirty keto, which I don't recommend. Okay,
What the
and
fuck
would
is
be
that?
like doing Cheese Whiz, for example, or diet soda, or fast food without the bun. They're still lowering insulin, so you're seeing the benefits of that, but they're not using quality ingredients. So if you allow certain things to slip in the diet, like these genetically modified soy oils or dextrose or maltodextrin, that could potentially be the reason why Guyton talks about it creating a fatty liver. Now, the next topic I want to talk about is vegetables. Why would you want to increase your vegetables on a ketogenic diet? First of all, I think it enhances the nutrient profile. Now, can you get all of your nutrients from a carnivore diet? Absolutely, if it's done healthily. If you're doing organ meats, if you're doing cod liver oil, high quality fish and seafood. But if you're doing an unhealthy version of the carnivore diet or even the ketogenic diet, you're going to set yourself up for a lot of problems. So how do vegetables protect you against the fatty liver? Number one, they have the highest concentration of nitrates. Now, when you think of nitrates, you think of like nitrates in bacon, right? Like sodium nitrate or potassium nitrate. No, we're not talking about that nitrate. That's a chemical. We're talking about the natural form of nitrates in vegetables that are beneficial to your heart, and they also have the potential to protect against a fatty liver. They've been known to actually help you decrease blood pressure, support cardiovascular function, especially the inside of the artery. I'll put some links down below. That's just one thing. Plus, the fiber in the
So again, he's telling me to eat bacon, dude. I fucking love it.
vegetables can provide the microbes the food it needs to then give you butyric acid, which can lower.
Like he said or someone else said, it lowers. It's not like the mid 80s and 90s. Well, people want to have as least fat as possible. That's not what's going on anymore. Right? Skim milk. Avoid bacon. Lean meat or whatever the fuck. Okay? That's not it anymore. That's not it anymore. You want good fat. You want fat, some amount of fat, some good fat, not bad fat. These are good.
Lower insulin because it improves insulin resistance.
They're even telling me to go buy a better form of butter. Butter that doesn't have all the bullshit that my fucking butter has. You know.
It helps your blood sugars. That's one thing right there. Also,
And that's so weird.
The microbes help you.
So weird how the food that we all grew up on is now full of fucking shit. And we literally have to look into organic food that makes more sense. Because my goal is not just to eat better things, like more greens and stuff like that, but also to eat better product of what I eat. So if I drink milk, I want to have a better milk. If I get eggs, I want to get a better egg. So you get more nutrient.
90% of the bile salts that are made by the liver are recycled through the gut microbes. So if you don't have all the microbes, potentially you can have a lower amount of bile in the body, and potentially you can have a backup of cholesterol and fat in the liver, because bile helps to extract the excess of cholesterol and fat in the liver. Bile also helps prevent gallstones, by the way. And then you have phytonutrients. Okay, phytonutrients are the things in vegetables that actually help protect the tissues from damage. They're antioxidants. They can help detoxify chemicals. They can help reduce inflammatory conditions in the liver. Then you have other nutrients as well. You have vitamin C, vitamin E, and then you have the minerals, which is magnesium and potassium in the vegetables, which can help improve the high insulin state, which actually is the primary driver for fatty liver. So the question,
so eating too much, eating too often.
Fatty liver, if you're not consuming enough vegetables, potentially I think it can if you're doing an unhealthy version of keto. Guys, thanks for watching.
I think that's what it is, and you should be transitioning to the healthy version of keto, and with intermittent fasting, as he is a professional in discussing.
Is there a difference?
And this is about salt, so we were also looking at salt, what kind of salt there is. But overall, I just fell on this guy here, Flav City with Bobby Parish. And he reviews products. Now, let me just start by saying this. Why am I doing so much? Some people are saying, why, what the fuck are you doing? Look, okay, look, hold on. So, if you write symptoms of liver, symptoms of liver, fatty liver, symptoms, guys.
So today we're going to talk about 3 weird symptoms on a value glucose. Ammonia, harmless, degrade qualification where your drugs.
You said ammonia, so ammonia stays in the body.
Lose
That's fucking horrible.
When you on that better.
Very bad for the brain.
Estrogen would be spider veins as well. All right, number 3, night blindness. Now, night blindness is a vitamin A deficiency. How will you become deficient in vitamin A?
Night blindness.
Well, you're actually not making enough bile because the liver makes the. What happens? It might want to be one line of your spine. Itching. Okay, so
we need the help of Google.
The palms of the hand. You can get.
Because I'm not finding what I'm looking for, which is what I want to show you. Okay. Hopefully, there's not a dick somewhere in here. All right, let's start with the feet. Okay, so I had this condition. My feet were swollen like this, or comparatively like this. Like, what if I look at it now? They're pretty lean. If you look at your feet now, Chad, do you see the bone that goes from your big toe to your heel, say on top of your foot? You see that bone if you move your toe maybe a little bit? It's a big bone that just protrudes on like top of just under your skin, right? Now imagine that your feet are swollen a little more like that. Okay, this person does not see that bone anymore. It's hidden. It's under layers of water and not fat. I would call it water because I think this is water retention. Okay. So that happened to me at some point where I was not able to see the bones anymore, and I was like, okay, my feet are a little swollen. What's going on? They're nicer now, but that happened. Now, the other thing that happened was that I just bloated, not just in the belly, which is where some of the bloat might be. The liver itself can bloat a little bit, but my whole body bloated. And the way I figured out is because I feel like my belly's bigger, like I have a harder time seeing down. I'm also not able to scratch myself in the back like I used to. So it's like I'm all a little bit more bloated. That happened a few months ago too. So, and it just happened like boom, you can't scratch your back anymore. Like you can scratch it everywhere, and now, oh, it's hard. I thought I was just sore, but it never came back. So I said, okay, I feel like I'm bloated. If I feel like, and it's just like an unnatural bloat. And I thought it was just me eating too much because I'm bored and stuff. So I just end up eating more. But, so, you know, concerning stuff. I haven't turned orange, which is another thing that can happen when you're in fibrosis or cirrhosis, possibly. Your skin turns orange, and then you can tell that this is a serious issue with your liver now. Jaundice, it's called. Weakness. So I did have some weakness. Tired after I'm eating also. Tired at work the last hour. Losing appetite, not really. Nausea. Not exactly, but sometimes. Upper abdominal pain. No, not as much. More like lower than upper. So this is scarring of the liver through alcohol, it seems. Fatigue. So this is saying that inside the hand, there's like a marker with blood, so the color of your hand, and when you press on it and stuff. Nausea, swollen legs, spider blood vessels. So I haven't seen many spider blood vessels, right? So I don't think I'm there. No jaundice, no yellow of the eye. Not that kind of itching of the legs either, but I already have eczema, so I don't know. And that's the biopsy where they put a needle in. Huge ass needle, but just a little bit. Liver biopsy. So that's why I'm so much into into that. Plus, I think I've seen keto before. Seen keto before, and I think it stays. Like the things you're gonna see that kind of strike a chord with you, they kind of stay in a little drawer in your mind. Where if you need it at some point, it like comes back a little bit. Like, oh yeah, I think I remember that. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. That's good, right? So things like that. So keto does that for me. I was like, oh yeah. So let's keep watching.
It does have a little more
these
sugar,
products.
but once again, it's coconut sugar with.
So we're looking at jelly and
mushroom,
jam,
no
and which one to buy. Because if you look at your jam right now, it's probably the most popular jam, which 90% of people buy. That's the meaning of the popular jam. It's jam that people buy often, but it's full of shit. So here, for example, I don't see anything that we don't like. Organic extra virgin coconut oil, that's fine.
How I feel about those. They're amazing superfoods. This is great on its own, or put a scoop of this in the InstaFuel.
You can have chocolate, it's just the right ingredients. So for some reason, in my opinion, my opinion is you want to eat better, sure, but you want to eat stuff that have better ingredients to get yourself better nutrients in your body. Because if you're going to eat it anyway, then you want to eat the one that is going to be helpful, right? To you. And I'm coming up with the opinion that most people think they're eating fine, and they're not. And if they would make those switches, those changes, to make sure the ingredients are fine, are good for you, okay, everybody would just be healthier. I think that's a self thing,
Or if you
but
want
whatever.
OG basic unsweetened creamer, what's it made of? Look at that. Coconut milk powder.
So look at this small ingredient list again: coconut milk powder, aquamin. I'd like to know what that is. Calcium and marine algae. So algae, I still have an unknown about. He thinks it's fine. Some other doctor thinks it gives trouble to your guts. Algae products.
Aquamin is calcium from seaweed and organic extra virgin coconut oil. It's one of the cleanest coffee creamers and coffees on the market. Try this out. They extended the free shipping on their website till the end of May. I have a link down in the description box. I think you're gonna like this. I have it on the weekend. They're amazing, and thank you guys for sponsoring the video.
He's impressive.
I have to try Art.
He loves cooking.
The goober. I have a feeling, I'm very sensitive to sugar and sweetness.
Okay. So you never had goober? I've never had goober either. What is that? It's peanut butter and jelly together.
It's gonna be so close.
So he's not gonna say like, no, throw that in the trash, but he's not gonna have this again. And this is probably it's from Smuckers. So it's probably full of stuff that we don't like. But he wants to try it. What a taster, dude.
You gotta try it with bread.
No, I'm gonna try it on its own. I want to get that natural.
I'm a
essence of
taster
the
too,
Newberg
dude.
art.
All this
Look at
stuff I
that, but
bought
it's so
yesterday, I
raw.
tasted most
So
of it.
3 tablespoons of this art has 19 grams of added sugar, which is over, oh my gosh. It's almost
Every tablespoon, okay, has 18 grams. It's written behind the thing, 18 fucking grams per tablespoon. 18 grams is like, I think it's 4 grams per tablespoon or some shit like that. So it's like 4 tablespoons of sugar every tablespoon of this, which is insane. It's like having this plus putting 4 fucking tablespoons of sugar. This is fucking insane. And it's fucking insane because it's bad for you. You know, sugar ends up being bad. You want to find other source of energy.
almost 5. It's almost 5 teaspoons of sugar.
You're gonna eat that whole thing?
I'm gonna taste it.
I want to try it, but I'm not gonna take a bite like that.
It is so sweet. Oh,
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. This guy is much more into keto stuff. He probably finds it very sweet. This thing's fucking great, but at what cost, dude? Jesus fuck.
my God.
We're going to let it go.
Wow. That's a sugar bomb. And it's 3 tablespoons of this. Sorry, that was disgusting. I know. 3 tablespoons of this is a serving with 4 teaspoons of sugar. I'm sorry. This is where I firmly believe when you eat something like this with bread, you're combining, wow, the sugar's crunching between my teeth. This is crazy. You're combining starch or wheat or carbs with sugar. That, my friends, is how you become insulin resistant, spike your blood sugar, and become diabetic. That is crazy sweet. Wow. Okay, so Art was nice enough to go to Trader Joe's because every Trader Joe's in the city has the longest lines in the world. Art lived by one that didn't have too long of a line. This is what we're talking about. Look at these two. Why is it important to look for organic? Because all these fruits are made from berries. Berries are always on the dirty dozen. You really want to get organic.
Right, where is
Walmart
jam,
didn't
Chad?
have, but they have it. This section right here, Art, is from Walmart, right? So
Do you use one of these? Which one do you use? I use this one. And my family, I should say, also use this one. And I use this one. Okay. Now, if you use it too, which is probably the case because these are very popular, then you have to see this.
So there really wasn't a great one at Walmart. Go straight to the ingredients here, right? So Concord grapes, I have no problem with that. You really wanted organic, but we'll talk about that later. Here's where I have major issues, right? Corn syrup, ouch. High fructose corn syrup, ouch. So 2 kinds of really nasty sugars, both are GMO because they're from corn, and a preservative really not necessary. But besides ingredients, please always look specifically at the nutritional info, added sugars. It's 1 tablespoon is a serving size across all jams.
Wow. 1 tablespoon, 9 grams of sugar, just like you did with the other thing.
And jellies
It's fucking insane.
with 9 grams of added sugar. Okay, how much is 9 grams of added sugar? Well, I believe we have some B-roll. Art will put it right here. 9 grams of added sugar is just over 2 teaspoons of corn syrup, the worst of the worst. That is bad, bad news. So this is something you want to stay away from. The theme of this video is try to find something that has no refined sugar added, or in the best case scenario, have no sugar added, no fruit juice concentrate, maybe just a little bit of stevia. I'll save that for a little bit later. So this is not good. I don't want you buying that. Then we go to the other ones right here. This is where they start to look kind of good, right? It's like, oh wow, looks like
Exactly.
something I might get at the
It does look fucking farm-like. This is the farm headers, or whatever the fuck you put over a farm. Smucker's Farm. We can see the strawberries in the wild. Taken by... It's like an older drawing. It feels very 50s. You know, possibly 40s. And just in terms of the drawing, like imagine someone drawing a house for a family home in the 50s or 60s. Think about the color that they're using. It's very pale, it's very matte. This just comes up like the same. It's not vibrant. This is not vibrant coloring. The top also. This is it braided? It's like a shirt, like a farmer shirt. Like the shit you put on top of. Farmers have put fucking, I'm trying not to say shirts, but linen materials with their lids before. You've seen this before.
A farmhouse, that's got to be good for you.
This is what's coming up.
Well, this is Smucker's strawberry jam. We look at the ingredients here, okay?
And again, why is there fucking sugar in a concentrate of fruits, motherfucker?
Berries, and they have the same.
Because it tastes better, of course. But ingredients: strawberries, high fructose corn syrup. Again, just first off, fructose is a problem for high fatty liver. So you don't want that. You don't want to fucking eat that. Oh my god, corn syrup again. So just more fucking corn syrup, corn oil. Transformed bullshit that you would never put in a fucking jam before, but we do now because it's cheap, tastes great, things like that, but it's super bad for you.
Same kind of cruddy ingredients afterwards. High fructose corn syrup, and no, let's go for the trifecta of diabetes, sugar too, right? Fruit pectin is normal. That's what congeals the jam or the jelly. Citric acid is a preservative that I don't really mind. We have 9 grams, the same kind of added sugar per 1 tablespoon, but
this is horrible. This is literally sitting in my fucking fridge, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Why am I eating this? It's just for the taste. You put it with your fucking toast, and you're like, wow, I'm having a great breakfast today. Fuck you, you're not.
And throwing in a little bit of regular cane sugar on top of the fructose. So it looks like it's fancier with the glass. It's actually, I'd say, worse than this, right? So we
horrible.
Go right next to it. You're at Walmart, you see this. You're like, wait a second.
You're
Bobby
free.
said,
Oh my God.
I want to get one without sugar. I'm going to get this. Whoa,
Blenda.
whoa. Bobby.
What the fuck?
He did say that, but Bobby said to
This is
read
a
the ingredients, and they actually tip you off right here. When you see Splenda, you put
it back, he says.
Because we look at the ingredients, and they actually tip you off right here. When you see Splenda, you put that back, right? You run, Forrest, run. Why? Because we look at the ingredients, and whoa, that's a lot of ingredients, family, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got water, we got red raspberries, but then it gets scary, right? We have polydextrose, another word for sugar. We have maltodextrin, a food preservative made from corn, in this case, GMO corn. Then we have the pectin. We got some emulsifiers there, which you normally don't see in jams or jellies. Potassium sorbate it's a preservative. Normally I find that in lunch meat. You really don't want to see it, but look at this. Sweetened with sucralose. Oh my gosh.
Sucralose is the...
You guys, you kidding me? Natural flavors, and just to top it off, a little red number 40
red and
blue number 1. Woo, dear.
Man, this is full of fucking chemicals.
This is one of those prime cases where I'd say...
But I'm not the kind to say, oh my God, it's chemical products. You can't trust these scientists, food scientists. The truth is, I think they're fine. They're fine people. They are part of a big company who wants to continue to make money and have shelf time and have shelf life for their products. And so this is what we're seeing here, the result of all of those pressures that, commercial pressures that makes it so the products ends up being like this over time.
Say this is worse.
But if people just start buying more bio stuff, then the shelf life, it doesn't need to be that long. And why the fuck would it need to be fucking 5 months of shelf life?
Yes. In a scenario where you don't have any options, I would have this.
Let me check the fucking...
I'd rather have the 9 grams of corn syrup and sugar than sucralose. Why? Because sucralose is one of the cheapest inferior man-made sugar,
Anyway, you can go
non-sweetener sugar. Why?
I'll be right
Because you think of normal sugar-free sweeteners like stevia, non-GMO erythritol, monk fruit, those are best in class. Sucralose is purely chemically made. It's bad for your gut, but sucralose, what it does, it tricks your brain into craving more sweetness. Horrible, devastating stuff. They're throwing in food colorings and other stuff. Bad, bad news. So that's horrible, right? And then at least they have this.
I have nothing else to do. My work computer is here. Got my place. I don't have anything else going on for myself. And all I can do better is read behind the labels a little more to make sure I'm eating well. Because I have time to do this. Right? I have time at the grocery store. You know what I mean? It's been years and years and decades of taking my time. This is the result. I'm able to just take my time, go to the grocery store, look at the milk, look at the egg, look at the jam, look at the peanut butter, look at all this stuff, and just find better. Okay? Because it's there. But I have time to do it. So I don't put it back.
I'm talking at Walmart. They have the natural one. What does that mean? Well, don't be fooled by words like natural and free range and stuff like that. Natural just means made with naturally sourced ingredients. So they can't put corn syrup, right? They can only put sugar that is natural. So this is actually cleaner, and we're talking about even a little more sugar there, but at least they're not using corn syrup. So this is probably one of your better options at Walmart. And then once again, don't be fooled by this, farm stand looking kind of jar here with the nice checkered top here. This is Bani Mamen. I think it's a product of France. Oh, so you're gonna be like, oh, France, that's great, right? Let's see what's going on here, right? We got cane sugar. So at least they're just using cane sugar here. And how much? 13 grams. They're not telling you how many added. I'm guessing 11 or 12 of those is added. So to be honest, this or this is going to be your best bet at Walmart. The thing is, I'll get to in a minute, you really want to go to organic, and there's way better sweeteners to use besides cane syrup, high fructose corn syrup, all that garbage. The better ones, they'll use actual real fruit juice concentrate, which I'll show you in a minute, and then I got to try this in a second. I was shocked. I thought this was Art approved, and he's had this. Art, tell me what you just said about jam and peanut butter.
I've never had goober. I've always just was peanut butter sandwich. I didn't do peanut butter and jelly.
He don't like the jelly.
I didn't say that. I said that I didn't eat that as a kid. I just ate peanut butter.
I thought Art would be the classic Americana peanut butter and jelly kind of guy, and he just likes the PB. That's crazy to me. I want to try that in a second, but we're speaking about jams and jellies, typically used for breakfast. While the sponsor of this video is one of the most epic companies ever, it's Laird Superfood. Now, you guys bought so much of the InstaFuel and the creamers after our live stream the other week. They wanted to sponsor a video, so thank you for supporting the channel. Laird Superfood makes great InstaFuel coffees, and they also make great creamers. The ingredients are crazy, but I had this for the first time last week. It's chocolate mint. How do they get chocolate mint creamer, and how do they make it? With fake natural flavors and bad sugar? No, they use real peppermint oil. And what kind of flavorings? Cacao, raw cacao, paleo coconut sugar, extra virgin coconut oil. We're talking about under 1 gram of sugar per serving, and because it has the coconut milk powder, it has all 4 MCTs. This with the InstaFuel was amazing. The InstaFuel comes in sweetened and unsweetened. I like unsweetened lately. If you want to make a cafe mocha, this is hot chocolate with functional mushrooms in here. It does have a little more sugar, but once again, it's coconut sugar with functional mushrooms. You guys know how I feel about those. They're amazing superfoods. This is great on its own, or put a scoop of this in the InstaFuel. Or if you want OG, basic, unsweetened creamer, what's it made of? Look at that. Coconut milk powder. Aquamin is calcium from seaweed, and organic extra virgin coconut oil. It's one of the cleanest coffee creamers and coffees on the market. Try this out. They extended the free shipping on their website till the end of May. I have a link down in the description box. I think you're gonna like this. I have it on the weekend. They're amazing, and thank you guys for sponsoring the video. I have to try, Art. The goober. I have a feeling, I'm very sensitive to sugar and sweetness. This is gonna be so cloyingly sweet.
You gotta try it with bread.
No, I'm gonna try it on its own. I wanna get that natural essence of the goober, Art. Oh, look at that, that is so wrong. So 3 tablespoons of this, Art, has 19 grams of added sugar, which is over, oh my gosh, it's almost 5. It's almost 5 teaspoons of sugar.
You're gonna eat that whole thing?
I'm gonna taste it.
I wanna try it, but I'm not gonna take a bite like that.
It is so sweet. Oh my God. Wow. That's a sugar bomb. And it's 3 tablespoons of this. Sorry, that was disgusting, I know. 3 tablespoons of this is a serving with 4 teaspoons of sugar. I'm sorry, this is where I firmly believe when you eat something like this with bread, you're combining, wow, the sugar's crunching between my teeth, this is crazy. You're combining starch or wheat or carbs with sugar. That, my friends, is how you become insulin resistant, spike your blood sugar, and become diabetic. That is crazy sweet. Wow. Okay, so Art was nice enough to go to Trader Joe's because every Trader Joe's in the city has the longest lines in the world. Art lived by one that didn't have too long of a line. This is what we're talking about. Look at these two. Why is it important to look for organic? Because all these fruits are made from berries. Berries are always on the dirty dozen. You really want to get organic, something Walmart didn't have, but they have it. So Trader Joe's, this is the regular organic Concord grape jelly. Art was FaceTiming with me. I asked him to get one of these. And we look at the ingredients here, right? So we have a very short list. I like that. But once again, they're using cane sugar. How much cane sugar? 11 grams of added. That's a little high, you guys. That's above the other ones. That's almost 3 teaspoons of sugar per tablespoon. That's crazy. So that goes out. But say hello to the first Bobby approved jam or jelly in this video. This is organic, reduced sugar, raspberry preserve. Organic, very, very important because it's a dirty dozen member. So look at this. Organic raspberries, organic sugar, and then pectin and citric acid. Fine, but this is what I'm talking about. Only 6 grams of added sugar per 1 tablespoon. So that, my friends, is a teaspoon and a half. Still, right, a little high maybe, right? But this is one of the best you can do for store-bought. So if you're a Trader Joe's fan, you're waiting those big old lines, right? This is the one you want to get. Very, very impressive. So Art, thank you for going to Trader Joe's. I appreciate that. After I went to Walmart yesterday, I went to Whole Foods and I got all of these jams and jellies. And just because you're spending a lot of money on some of these actually I got from Amazon, it doesn't mean they're all good. I'm gonna show you the best. I don't want you to wait till the end. I wanna show you. This is probably one of the best you can get at the store.
Right here.
Crofter's is such a great brand. Just fruit spread, organic, super.
So this is all American stuff.
Fruit. So I'm seeing a lot
but
of things I like here.
The labels would matter.
No added cane sugar, right? Organic is a must. And by the way, yeah, I talk about this a lot, but yes, USDA organic really is worth its weight in gold. When you have that certification, no one's cheating. You can't put
Dude, organic everything. With this guy at least.
non-organic ingredients. You will be beat with a stick if you do that.
So organic is a label that they have in the US where you cannot have this label or label yourself as organic like that in the title unless your ingredients are not transformed stuff
By the government. You don't want to face the wrath of the government for that. So look at these ingredients.
There's quite a lot of ingredients here. Hopefully a lot of fruits.
This is very exciting. So all these great fruit juices here, right?
Organic fruit. So here they don't just say fruit, they say organic fruit, meaning that the fruit itself is cultivated in an organic fashion, which is non-GMO related, non-transformation related, as in terms of the products that you feed your plants.
Right? Now they are...
So organic red grape, organic morello cherry, organic acai, organic pomegranate, organic white grape juice concentrate, apple pectin, ascorbic acid, vitamin C, in other words, I think, and then citric acid.
Concentrates, and they want to sweeten this up. So instead of adding sugar, they use white grape juice concentrate, and then pectin, and then vitamin C, ascorbic acid is the preservative. Totally fine with that. So on
No added sugar.
its own, I guess it's not sweet enough, but they add a
So huge. I mean, we're not seeing all the other stuff that's in the ingredients, which I forgot, no? and not the added sugar, and we're gonna see that here.
little bit of juice concentrate, but here's where I get giddy, right? 4 grams of added sugar
Here, that's quite a lot.
for 1 tablespoon. That's 1 teaspoon for
It's 1 teaspoon of sugar added per teaspoon of this, which he will not recommend. He'll recommend against, I'm pretty sure. You don't want, again, more sugar for nothing.
1 tablespoon. Now, I will say, not only fantastic ingredients, but I had it last night. We were watching Sebastian Maniscalco, What's Wrong with People special on Netflix for the second time because it's so funny. I had this. I had it on a slice. I don't eat this bread often, but when I'm craving like a snack, this is the best gluten-free bread on the market. I had Canyon Bakehouse toasted bread because it's made with whole gluten-free grains, not simple carbs. And I had a smear of this. This company sent me this in the mail. It's argan oil infused almond butter with fleur de sel. Very, very cool stuff.
So almond butter replacing peanut butter. Peanut butter itself is good. It's fine. It's full of proteins, just like almond butter is. But almond butter will most likely be organic. Just the type of market they're in.
So I had that. Woo, that was so good. So Crofters is the best for that. But we look at the other Crofters. Be careful which one you pick up, right? Because this is the Crofters organic. But to be honest, we look what's going on here. Even though it has the cane sugar in here, you guys, it's still 7 grams. Not as high as the other one. So if you can only find this one, I'm not going to Bobby approve it, but it's not terrible because they're not jacking up the sugar content, right? But does someone make preserves and stuff at home? And can you let me know, is it possible to make a jam or jelly without any added sweetener at all and just rely on the natural sweetness of the fruit? Because obviously, by the way, in case you didn't know, the difference between jam and jelly is jam has fruit pieces and jelly doesn't. But maybe you can tell me. I've never made.
I fucking don't like jelly. I want jam. And relish. He did a review on relish also. And relish is very similar like that, where to have absolutely natural relish, he found like one product ever that was like that. You know?
Made it. I'm not a canning or preserving kind of guy, but maybe the natural sweetness of the fruit is not enough, but I'd like to try it because at least for me, I don't know about you, I don't need too much sweetness, just a little bit, right? So Crofters is the best. Another great one here is from Italy.
So maybe we have no choice but to have some amount of sugar in the jam. That's what it sounds like.
Right? Bio Nature, organic strawberry, which I don't know if you can see the color. It's like a muted kind of red, which I like because it tells me that it's made with.
But again, if you want to lower your sugar intake, then I guess you have to skip jam. Okay, just that simple.
Strawberries that aren't like pumped with any color or anything like that. But look at this. Once again, what's it sweetened with? Well, apple juice
It's the Bobby approved
concentrate. I don't mind that. How many sugars? 6. So a little more than the no sugar added Crofters, but another Bobby approved one right here. But let's just go to one of the best ones.
It didn't say
Crofters, but another Bobby sugars.
It didn't say how much per teaspoon. Oh yeah. Serving per 1 teaspoon. So 6 grams, which is more than the 4 gram, but it's less than the 9 or 10 grams.
6, so a little more than the no sugar added Crofters, but another Bobby approved one right here.
That's interesting.
But let's just go.
You can almost not avoid it when it comes to the jams.
Sort of one of the best ones around. So this is interesting. Check this out, Art.
That's intriguing.
This is an online-only brand called Good Good, and it's sweetened with stevia. They have raspberry, they have apricot.
It says keto friendly, by the way. That's so intriguing. In terms of like, that's the name of a diet, dude. It must be such a popular diet. But again, liver problems are such a popular problem.
Look at the ingredients. It's not ideal. Why in a second. So this is raspberries. It's
Keto is just so popular.
sweetened with stevia and erythritol. I have to check if the erythritol is non-GMO, because if it's not, it comes from GMO corn. I mean, not ideal, but not terrible. I don't love to see, where is it? The potassium sorbate, right? We talked about that in the Walmart one. Not ideal, but what is so ideal is, look at that, 0 grams of added sugar. The sugar alcohols are 4, and there's 1 gram of natural sweetness in there. So they're just pumping it up with 4 grams of sugar alcohol. The same is true for the apricot here, right? Same ingredients. Unfortunately, they have.
Okay, so maybe, okay. So they're trading the preservative. Sugar is there for preservation, I understand. I mean, it's all about shelf life. You want your product to stay on the shelf so people don't have to throw it away because it's, you know, perishable and it's perished after a month or whatever. So that grocery stores are able to buy in large quantities and save money. That's the goal of these stores. And so, of any store really, to just be able to buy and have a product stay on the shelf until it's fucking bought. So preservative here is going to be potassium sorbate, which he doesn't like as much, but it's less sugar. But again, when you're trading something for something else, you've got to really look into it and find out if this is worse than sugar or not. And most of the time it is. Okay? Because if it wasn't, then most products would take away the sugar and put this shit in. Okay? They know that a lot of people don't want to see that many sugar. But maybe sugar is cheaper than this. So again, there's reasons, right?
Have the sorbate in there, but it's 3 grams of sugar alcohol. Now, what would make this better? Can we all say it on 3? 1, 2, 3. Organic. It's missing the organic label here, right? Which, like I said, is perfect for and needed for fruit because they're dirty dozen. So in my exhaustive research, right, I wouldn't say there's one like clear winner, because even though they're sweetening this, the Bobby approved one, with fruit juice concentrate, well, fruit juice concentrate still is a natural sweetener, but it is high in fructose. So I'd actually rather have this, but instead of adding fruit juice concentrate, I'd rather they use stevia or monk fruit. But hey, that doesn't exist. There is one a fan just sent me before I started called, I think, Nature's Hollow. But if you read the ingredients like we always talk about doing, it has xylitol in there, which is a really bad sweetener because it's devastating for your gut and your intestines. So that's no good. So I'll put the Amazon link down below.
Very interesting.
So yeah, it's not ideal, but pick your poison, right? I'd rather have the conventional fruit instead of high sugar. So this is still pretty good. And then there's another couple brands here I got. I think I spent a lot of money on jam.
So all we're doing now with 20 minutes per video or so is really educating ourselves on the ingredients that are used in our most common products, right? And so when you're at the store ready to pick up your jam, Boni Mamin, for example, you actually will be looking at the others and see if there's actually a better product to consume. It'll cost a little more, but then again, you want to put in your body, imagine putting in your body something that's hollow, in terms of nutrients versus something that's full of nutrients, for the difference of cost, right? If you do cost per nutrients, of course, these become the first choices compared to the regular stuff that we buy. And so think about all the fucking products that we buy. I mean, it's fucking insane. Cheese, milk, eggs, jams, peanut butter, bread. What else? I mean, anything else, but personally, these are things I buy all the time. That's already like 7 things that you can actually say, okay, well, is there something better that I can buy? Because I consume those all the time.
Grams and jellies, but it's okay.
Right?
Here's another French one. It's strawberry 100% fruit. So once again, when you see that, this is not.
I think I've seen this one before. All natural ingredients, strawberries, sweetened only with fruit juice concentrate. Is this the fucking ingredient? Yeah.
Nice, because look at the fruit juice concentrate. It has dates and pineapple. That's classy. But once again, the fruit juice concentrate has 11 grams of added sugar. That's a touch high. And these guys make a great nut butter, right? These guys make Santa Cruz organic nut butter.
This is the highest we've seen.
Don't just rely on that, because even though it's a few simple ingredients, we see the sugar there. And how much sugar do we see? We see
10 grams per 1 tablespoon, bruh. That's 2.5 tablespoons of sugar per tablespoon. That's so insane. Just imagine having a jam where you've made it yourself with fruit somehow, and then you decide to put 2 additional tablespoons of sugar because it's gotta taste sweeter. That's fucking nuts.
9 grams. Ideally, avoid the ones made with corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup, and sugar. Try to go organic because it really matters with berries, and try to get the least amount of sugar added. The sugar should be in the form of fruit juice concentrate.
I mean, jams are quite a simple product, right? They come from berries. You want the berries to be raised or fed or whatever the fuck organically. And then you don't want to have too much sugar put into it as a preservative, amongst others.
Or in this case, stevia. So if I had to pick the winners from all this, I'd say the Crofters one, and the superfood blend is delicious.
4 grams of
fruit
sugar.
juice concentrate, and the good sweet jam. And it's actually very tasty. And if you look, Art, there's big chunks of fruit in here. Chunks here.
Better?
But to me, that's awesome because it's not too over sweet. And then we have a whole video about nut butters. I just wanted to touch on this, but you should watch it afterwards. So I was at Walmart. One of the best ones at
I've seen it yesterday.
Walmart's. I love this name. Crazy Richard's. It's $2.94. Look at the ingredients. What are the ingredients out there? What does it say?
Peanuts.
Peanuts with a dot, you know?
Just
They should make, I think they should make this even bigger. And in red.
peanuts. The only 2 ingredients allowed in nut butters are peanuts and salt. That's it. What do I mean? Well, here's a premium brand.
And you'll notice also
That's it. The only 2. What are the ingredients?
the separation of oil and peanuts.
Sorry, there. What does it say?
Peanuts.
Just peanuts.
I'm not gonna fucking recap all of those fucking videos though.
The only 2 ingredients allowed in nut butters are peanuts and salt. That's it.
Now and that makes it so that they separate. If you don't have preservatives, they separate like this. If you have preservative, they don't separate. That's an easy way to tell, but you have to go look deeper anyways.
What do I mean? Well, here's a premium brand. I spent like $4 for this at Walmart. You're like organic peanut butter. Boom, I'm gonna get it. Only 2 ingredients. So I'm thinking
Some amount of separation.
peanuts and salt. No, peanuts and palm oil. You guys.
Organic palm oil. That's what makes it so it doesn't separate. It's just a little easier to scoop. Well, it's much easier to scoop. It's a bitch to fucking mix this shit when it doesn't have this. It is a fucking bitch. Like yesterday, I had my my almond peanut butter. I have to check the ingredients, by the way. I don't think I've checked those fucking. Oh, hold on, Chad. All right, let me show you, Chad. We've got This one here, which is the Compliment Naturally Simple Almond Butter, crunchy almond butter. So, and that was in the section of like natural products and stuff, you know. I haven't noticed it's made by Compliment. So Compliment is a house brand of the supermarket itself. Here in Canada, in Sobeys, we have Compliments, which is a brand of products that they own, I believe, or, you know, something like that. All right, what's in here? Ingredients: dry roasted almonds. That's it, chat. There's nothing else in terms of ingredients in this product. I'm not showing you again. You've seen it. It's got 2 grams of sugar. No, 2 grams of fiber. 1 gram of sugar per tablespoon. But it wasn't added. And honestly, after you mixed it, put it in the fridge, because you have to put it in the fridge, it doesn't seem to unmix. But I kid you not, like yesterday, I had my knife, my butter knife, and just as I hit through the oil into the material, it was as hard as a rock. Okay, it was really something. So you have to go through all of it, and it's just like it takes like 10 minutes of just stirring and breaking the material inside so that it mixes with the oil. And your wrist is tired. Every time I buy these, that's the one complaint I have. My wrist is just tired, you know. And I think it's easier if you have a small jar like this rather than a big jar of fucking peanut butter that you have to mix. That must be excruciating. And I haven't found any other ways to do it. I don't think shaking it is going to do it. Unless you have an automatic machine, maybe. That does it. Okay, so happy to see.
Palm oil, run, Forrest, run. Whenever you see palm oil, they put it in there so the oil doesn't separate.
So unless you've been living under a rock, palm oil was in Nutella. It's in Nutella. Let me check my Nutella here. I don't need to check it. I know it's inside. And like a lot of countries started banning Nutella like some time ago. Ban Nutella. Nutella quietly changed its recipe in Europe, Canada, fans react. 2017. A recipe of the chocolatey baba has been changed after a German consumer group noticed the change on labels in Nutella jar. So, I don't know what this says. Nutella was just fucking banned. And then people were like, why the fuck did you ban my Nutella, motherfucker? And then we started looking for this, palm oil. Maybe it was something else. I was under the impression it was because of palm oil. Transformed palm oil, which is just bad for you, FYI. Not like, oh, maybe it's bad. Maybe. No, it's not fucking maybe. It's just bad. It's not the type of stuff your body needs. It makes the products fine. It's not considered per se toxic, but it does like no good to your body. It stays in your body. It should be considered toxic. And at some point, I think it will be. Yes, I'm happy. Funny. Warning from Pharaoh boss. Spreads panic. National fair indulgence. So again, is it palm oil? No, it's not. What if I write ingredients? I'm not reading all of this. So fuck you. Anyway, my story stands. Let's go check the wiki. Wiki. Okay, so it was nutritious. That was wrong. People are feeding their kids and suing Nutella. Welcome to America. Storage states Nutella does not need to be refrigerated. Large quantities of sugar. Monosaturated oil. Monounsaturated oil. Room temperature allows the product to have smooth. Hazelnut is liquid in its state. In addition to palm oil used Nutella does not require refrigeration because it contains a high amount of saturated fat and resists becoming rancid. It doesn't say much here. $44 billion palm oil industry under pressure in Europe for authorities that the edible oil is a cancer risk. Has found a vocal ally in food, maker of Nutella. Yeah, well, of course. Of course you're gonna say it's a good thing for the fucking product. It's better for the product, it's better for the company. It's not better for the person who buys it and eats it. But it's just shelf life again and easy to use and things like that. Anyway.
From the nut butter, so it's more like a spread. But palm oil, guys, is so devastating for the environment and so devastating for you. It's basically the same as canola oil. It's so processed and bad for you, you want to stay away. My favorite peanut butter is actually the Costco. The organic Kirkland one is the best deal ever. Ideally, you want to get organic because peanuts are legumes.
Fucking Kirkland, dude.
And this just has nuts and salt in there. This one, here we go. Nutso. And the best deal ever is at Costco. This is amazing because it's a blend of nuts and
interesting.
Seeds. Look at this one, Art. Woohoo, look at those.
All right. Cashews, almonds, Brazil nuts, flaxseed, chia seeds, hazelnuts, pumpkin seeds, Celtic sea salt. So again, just a quick mention on the salt here. You want it to be not ionized salt, but sea salt is better.
What is the cream on top of the cake for me is the last ingredient. What kind of salt is it, Art?
Celtic.
Celtic sea salt. Celtic sea salt, you guys, is what I cook with. It's an unrefined salt from Brittany, France. And even though all these other ones, including the Costco one, has salt, it's your typical bleached, iodized table salt. Garbage, in my opinion. These guys are using Celtic sea salt, one of the best unrefined salts ever, along with all these chia seeds and pumpkin seeds. They even make a chocolate one. I wish Costco had the chocolate one. That is fantastic too.
Interesting.
So that's it, but we talk way more about the nut butters over in the nut butter video, so check that out. So there's my deep dive into jams and jellies. Art's gonna try the goobers now. Make sure to check out the Laird Superfood Creamer. That link is down below. And later.
The truth. I did not typically, but I did every now and then.
Bread, best peanut butter and nut butter. I've seen this.
Some bread that tastes good. I never eat
bread. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna check it out. So we have again
2 grams.
A large selection of bread at the store, and so we want to figure it out. Now, why is it halved? Have I been here before?
and fiber. Otherwise, it's going to spike your blood sugar and make you hungry in 30 minutes. 85% of them are. Hey, what is up, Flavor family? It is Bobby and Art back at the grocery store to review bread.
No, that's fucking boring, isn't it? Fucking bread, are you kidding? Let me just kind of go back a little bit and show you different things here. Eggs.
What is up, Flavor City family?
Maybe eggs will give you an idea of like what he's talking
Bobby
about.
Coming at you from the grocery store in front of the egg case, because this video is all about eggs. There are these. These are caged eggs. Okay, these are.
Does it say caged anywhere?
90% of the eggs.
It doesn't say caged anywhere, because that's not really a great marketing term. You actually want to avoid caged eggs. So, like, they won't write, because they have no duty to write, caged motherfucking chickens. And it means what it means.
Sold in the country come from caged hens. They never go outside. They have less than 1 square foot to actually move around, and they eat a feed of GMO soy and corn.
Right, so you've just seen it right there. These are the 3 things that a chicken farm thinks about. Right? If they need to move, if they have space to move. In other words, if they see the sun, so that means if they go outside and eat other things like bugs and stuff, and what they eat. So they eat. He said, what did he say they eat?
Feed of GMO soy and corn.
Soy and corn. So they are supposed to eat grass. So we're gonna find out. So if you instead have an egg where they do the opposite of all that, you'll get a better egg. And I just told you 7 minutes of a video.
I would always stay away from these because the taste, the texture, and the nutrition is just not good.
I buy this shit.
The next step on top of that,
I buy this shit.
would be these cage-free eggs. And
wow, cage-free egg. Wow.
this, my friends, is where we start getting a little tricky with marketing, because things like cage-free and free-range actually mean nothing. They're just kind of like warm and fuzzy marketing terms. Cage-free hens only have less than 1 square foot to roam around, so very, very simple.
So what he means by that, unless you know what he's referring to, is these big farms of N, where all these chickens are inside a big farm, and there's like, is it millions? I don't know, 100,000 chicken, dude. They have no room, dude. It's insane. They have no fucking room. And all you hear is quick, 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 quick. That's all you fucking hear. It's a fucking insanity. And that's what he means by they don't have an inch to move.
Similar to the caged ones. They never ever go outside, and they eat a diet of GMO soy and corn. I don't know if you guys know this, but hens or chickens aren't supposed to eat grain. They're supposed to eat bugs, worms, and grass and be outside. But commercial farms want to pump and churn those eggs out, so they feed them GMO soy and corn. Why is that bad? Well, I'm going to make a video all about that. But GMO soy and corn is grown with the pesticide in the actual plant, that if a bug eats it, they die. But it's supposed to be safe for us. I don't buy that, and we're going to talk more about that in the video. But that's what these hens are eating. Now, next up would be another fuzzy term, free range. And they put cute little pictures of these guys on there and all that stuff. That doesn't mean anything too, because once again,
so free range.
And these hens never go outside. They do have access to outside a little door there in the barn, but they actually never go there because the chickens like to be in groups because they like body heat, and the farmers never encourage them to go outside. And when you start looking at stuff here like, look at this, organic eggs with a vegetarian feed. Of course the chickens are eating vegetarian feed. What are they eating? Steak and pork chops? I mean, it doesn't work that way. The only thing that really matters to me, and this is the most important type of egg, is pasture raised. These are chickens that have 108 square feet of room to themselves compared to
108 square foot. So if you do the square root of 108, you get what, 10 foot? per 10 foot about, or 10.5 foot per 10.5 foot. That's not very large, but it's quite a large space for a chicken.
One with the cage free. Better than that, they're not even inside. From early morning to late night, they're outside foraging, running around, eating bugs, worms, and grass, and getting lots of vitamin E and sun. And actually, if you crack one of these pasture-raised eggs into a bowl...
So that's something that's more... A product like this can be made in America, where most of the time it's nice weather. Well, you know, here I'm in Canada. We have to bring those chickens inside in the winter. There's no choice. Unless I don't know anything about chicken, and they can be outside in the winter, but just see the difference. See the difference.
Egg, the yolk is completely
Look
different.
at this. Look at this. So at first you're like, of course my egg looks like this. I don't think my eggs look like that. But if you cover it with your hand, cover this one with your hand. Does this one look weird to you? No. Like, not at all. Okay. And then if you cover this one with your hand, do it, motherfucker. Okay. Cover it with your hand. Does this one look weird to you? And actually it does. It's like way more orangey. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. I don't think I'm having this egg here. And you're right.
It's orange and vibrant and beautiful. The regular egg is yellow and
this
pale.
Looks white now.
And look at the actual egg itself. The shell is sturdy and rigid compared to the regular egg shell.
Like that, yeah.
It's soft and brittle. Now, that being said, it's not a purely 100% foraged feed.
When you go to McDonald's, what do you think you're having? Right. Of course it's this fucking stuff. You know, you think you're having real cheese? Give me a break. Right. And I'm not saying McDonald's is worse than you in your house. You're probably having this shit. You think you're having real cheese? Give me a break.
They do have some supplemental feed of corn and polyphase farm.
Yeah, this guy is really interesting.
Before that, I'm going to bring my friend Paul in here to break it down.
So nutritional information is very important when looking at eggs. There was an interesting study done by Mother Earth News on organic farmer Joel Salatin's polyphase farms with regard to various nutritional factors with his eggs versus the factory farmed eggs. Omega-3s, there were 21 times the amount of omega-3s in Joel Salatin's eggs versus the factory farmed eggs, and 7 times the amount of vitamin E. So while the total cost is actually more for pastured eggs, the cost per omega...
Again, this is my previous calculation over costs per nutrients is a no-brainer because you're having so much more nutrients compared to paying for no nutrients, which is stupid. Now, he just said something else. Hold on.
Farmed eggs, and 7 times the amount of vitamin E. So while the total...
Right, so all of this nutrients you don't have in your normal eggs unless you buy better eggs, which is normal because better eggs are made from chicken that eat better and eat healthy. And so, of course, they make the necessary nutrients that goes into the egg, okay, in order to have stronger eggs, you know, better eggs. That's what a chicken does best, right?
The cost is actually organic egg scorecard, the because it rates.
Idle farms are high quality, certified humane, pasture
So again,
raised
very
eggs.
interesting stuff.
The yolk is vibrant, the flavor is great, and nutritionally speaking, it's better than
peanut butter.
farmed egg.
So just to kind of cover over peanut butter.
It is Bobby back at the grocery store.
I mean, when you have all of this, dude, what do you even fucking do? Look, it's a whole 4 foot. Or is that 8 foot? That's 8 foot. So one of these is 4 foot. That's, well, my understanding is that an aisle unit length is 4 foot, 4 feet. So you got 8 feet worth of fucking peanut butter. Okay. That's a lot of choice. You literally have to bum peanut butter for like a good 5-10 minutes to figure shit out, you know, which I do. I totally do that.
Store because you guys
If you find me in the grocery store, I'm probably wasting my time. For you, but not for me, right?
You guys have been requesting a nut
But I am
butter
wasting
video,
time, for sure.
And wow, I did a deep dive into about no stir peanut butters. We go to the back of the ingredients of Skippy in a time. All right, let's start with the biggest of peanut butters and nut butters. Why is palm oil and everything? The highest protein, the lowest carb, even jams hanging out. And it has peanuts, but then sugar, hydrogenated vegetable oil.
Peanuts, sugar. So, is it just me, or are the ingredients classified or written in order of their quantities in the product? Is it just me, or is that how it should work? Because this is how I find it to be true. The first ingredient is always the main ingredient, which is roasted peanuts. And then the second seems to be the second most used ingredient in the recipe, which is sugar. You know, makes a lot of sense. And then the oil, which is hydrogenated vegetable oil. That's horrible. That's horrible. Any transformed vegetable oil is so cheap. This is the cheapest stuff. And there's a video on oil, and he said, fuck that. Fuck that. It's stuff you can use to cook, but he's not even using it to cook. It's just...
Containing cotton and soybean and rapeseed oil.
All right. What? So... talking about the type of oil: cottonseed, soybean, and rapeseed oil. So my understanding is this is not the best. Cottonseed, soybean is not good. I haven't heard about this one here, the R word.
Soybean and rapeseed oil. Cottonseed oil is one of the cheapest, most agricultural oils you can get. It's terrible for you. It's highly processed with high amount of chemicals. Then we go to the Jif, and the Jif has peanuts and sugar, fully hydrogenated vegetable oils once again, and molasses, and a bunch of added sugar here. So really low quality oils. And why do they put these oils in here, including in the Peter Pan? Because they make it more shelf stable. It'll last longer on the shelf, and it makes it creamier. It essentially makes it no stir. And I know we all want no stir. Someone on Instagram said, hey, please tell me a good, healthy no stir. Well, I got news for you. If you ever see the words no stir on a label, put it back immediately, because what are peanuts, butters, and nut butters made from? Nuts that have fat. So it's 100% natural to see the separation of fat and the nuts, because that's what happens when you grind nuts. When you put palm oil and hydrogenated oils in here, that makes it stir-free. You don't want that. So that's a telltale sign that you want to put it back.
So that's, you know, and you have to ask yourself at some point, you have to fucking ask yourself, what do you want to put on your toast? Like, do you want to put crushed nuts, crushed peanuts, made into a butter because it's so crushed? Like, have you ever tried snacking on peanuts, for example, until it becomes a butter? And you can feel like it's almost peanut butter at some point. You're like, you know, you keep crushing the peanuts, okay, till it becomes a peanut butter, and it tastes fine, motherfucking tastes fine. Like or do you want to put on your fucking toast some mix of another type of oil, sugar, added preservatives, fucking I don't know what else. Is that really what you want to put on your toast, or do you want to put a fucking crushed peanut? You know what I mean? So you're not buying what you think you're buying.
Now, I would much rather you guys buy organic peanut and organic almond butter, because I've talked about this in the past. Peanuts are legumes. They grow in the ground. They're heavily sprayed with pesticides and chemicals. And almond trees, even though they're trees, they spray the ground around the almond a lot because when they shake the almond trees, they don't want any grass and shrubs there to impede the picking up process, which leaches into the almonds. So I prefer you buy organic. That being said, it's very tricky with nut butters because if they add anything else to the butter, I'd rather you not buy organic. So this one here from Maranatha is organic, but if you look at the label, it's made with palm oil. We're going to talk about palm oil.
So this one is an almond butter. So almond, again, is a peanut. You can keep crushing an almond with your mouth, just like you did with a peanut. It turns into a butter, right? And it's almond butter. And it tastes like peanut butter. It has a little more of a coarse taste to it, if I can say that. Now, organic evaporated cane sugar. So that's more sugar, and it clearly shows here. I think that's an 8 gram I'm seeing. Include 1 gram added sugar. So that's not a lot. That's not much. But then it has palm oil. Sea salt, again, that's a marketing term here. Or it could have to do with the taste itself. But don't expect to see sea salt in almond butter that much. Unless it's very common. But like sea salt we know is going to be better than regular salt. But again, that palm oil is just get the fuck out. You know?
Oil in a few minutes.
Just get the fuck out.
But I would stay away from that because it's a really bad oil. I would rather you go to the conventional because I don't want you having anything besides the nuts and the salt. So I would put this one back. And instead, there's a couple options here at Walmart. This is a really cool brand, Crazy Richards. So check it out. If I show you the ingredients.
Okay, so Crazy Richards, again, we saw that a second ago.
There's one ingredient, peanuts. That's
Peanut Butter Company. Oh. Again, just peanuts. Just fucking peanuts. No palm oil, no added sugar, no nothing else. No different kinds of fucking oils that you don't want. Just peanuts. And the truth is, you might see you will see a difference in the taste, of course. But when you like peanut butter, you might just like this one too. And the truth is, when you start mixing, like often the time you have a toast with like some butter, peanut butter, jam, you put some bananas on it or a fucking, some kind of chocolate spread or whatever the fuck. You start mixing those tastes, together, making some kind of a recipe. Truth is, you use this in your recipe and all your other products are like thought about. Truth is, your recipe is going to taste as good or better or very close to what it used to taste anyway. But now you're going to have much less bullshit.
That's it. So
in
that's
your
why
meals.
I prefer this, right? There's no hydrogenated oils, there's no sugar, there's no palm oil. I'd much rather trade down to conventional versus organic if they don't add those ingredients. That being said, there's a couple really accessible options here at Walmart. First of all, Smucker's, right? Smucker's makes a natural peanut butter that only has peanuts and a little bit of salt.
So what he just said there is intriguing.
It's really cool. I would rather you go to the conventional because I don't want you having anything besides the nuts and the salt. So I would put this one back. And instead, there's a couple options here at Walmart. No hydrogen. That being said, organic, if they don't add those, they trade down to conventional versus organic if they don't.
So you would trade down to conventional rather than organic if we don't have those options. But this is not the kind we just looked at. What we looked at is Crazy Richards. This is Trader Joe's organic. It's different. Okay, I think 99% of people will not see what he just said there, which we kind of have to unwrap. It's not clear for me either. What he just said, this is organic. This is not organic. It's conventional. What that means, what does it mean, Chad? We've talked about it earlier. What does organic mean? To my understanding, it means that it's grown organically. No pesticides, no transformation, no GMOs, none of that stuff. Just regular, natural, not regular, but natural stuff. And he's saying he would rather go conventional than organic. Right? But you always want to go organic, especially for him. So what the fuck is he saying? He's saying you would go conventional if the organic stuff adds stuff to it compared to ingredients being peanuts. Okay, so this is conventional, not organic. Peanuts, meaning it's been treated. The peanuts have been treated, and the plants have been treated, and there's some amount of pesticides and stuff like that. I mean, think about it. It's their fucking only ingredient. You can't fuck up your peanuts, man. You know, because you don't have a company anymore. You don't have a product. That's a problem. They're a peanut butter company. So for crazy richers at least, my understanding is that, there's no mention that it's not grown organically. And he says it will still be better if the conventional has only peanuts ingredients rather than the organic, which would have possibly more ingredients that you're not interested in, like sugar or other preservatives. Do you understand what he just said? Am I clear now?
Peanuts, that's it. So that's why I prefer this, right? There's no hydrogenated oils, there's no sugar, there's no palm oil. I'd much rather trade down to conventional versus organic if they don't add those ingredients.
Interesting. Right. So organic all the time, but he actually prefers the conventional if the ingredients are much lower for peanut butter. Intriguing. Interesting. Because he's literally saying he's willing to put pesticide, GMOs, all kinds of that stuff, rather than the palm oil, the added sugar, and all that stuff. Which is intriguing. It makes it so that it's less of a bigger deal than some people would make it out to be. If they're not, concerned about sugar and palm oil, but they're concerned about pesticides and GMOs, I think we have an issue. A considerable issue.
That being said, there's a couple really accessible
I'm moving
options
on because
here at Walmart. First of all, Smucker's. Smucker's makes a natural peanut butter that only has,
again, you can see the separation.
Peanuts and a little bit of salt.
Peanuts, a little bit of salt.
Very, very good. And Smucker's has the organic.
By the way, it didn't say sea salt. It's probably iodized
here,
salt.
which is just peanuts and salt. Two
ingredients. Salt.
great options that I would totally have. And then you can also and salt.
Certify NSF non-GMO True North by NSF International. So I don't know what that means, but it seems to have some kind of thought about GMOs. But again, this could be marketing, just like my fucking butter says it doesn't have palm oil, and it does. There's a fucking unit for it in the ingredients. So my butter is so stupid. My Becel butter says no trans fat. Okay, somewhere. Then you look at the fucking label. It says 0%. No, it says 0 grams. But then it says next to it 5%. What the fuck are you saying?
Great options that I would totally have. And then you can also get the organic Walmart brand too. All it has is peanuts and salt.
All right, so here we have peanuts, may contain almonds. There you go. Organic dry roasted peanuts and sea salt. Perfect.
Now, looking at the ingredients.
Sea salt, by the way, even with keto diet says eat more sea salt. Eat more good salt. That's intriguing. So this is a fantastic product. I wish I could see the sugar or whatever the fuck. This looks fucking great.
ingredient list, the critic inside me says, what kind of salt do they use? When we're done with this video, watch our salt review video. I would much rather they use like a natural sea salt. When they don't say it like that specifically, they're using a typical bleach, like a natural. We're done with it. Looking at the ingredient list, Mark brand 2, all it has is.
So first off, I wanted to see if it was Bobby approved. It totally is.
Peanuts and salt. Now look.
That's so odd. How he says salt, but it clearly says sea salt. That's odd.
Looking at the ingredient list, the critic inside me says, what kind of salt do they use? When we're done with this video, watch our salt review video. I would much rather they use like a natural sea salt. When they don't say it like that specifically, they're using a typical bleached agricultural.
But he didn't see the same label that we did, chat. It didn't say sea salt for him. It says salt.
Cultural salt, which if you watch the video, it's highly bleached and highly processed, but it's a little bit of a too deep of a dive for this video.
I'm just trying to figure out if it's the same product.
I'm just happy they're not putting other stuff in here.
I'm looking at some markers like the white area here.
Salt. Now,
the
looking
purple
at the
thing.
ingredient list, the critic.
How it does like this. You see boom, 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 boom. The letters, boom, boom, boom. What the fuck? Give me my frame.
Inside me says, what kind of salt do they use? When we're done with this video, watch our salt, the brand 2. All it has is peanuts and salt.
Look, boom, boom, boom. I don't get it. How do you not see sea salt, bruh?
Now, looking at the ingredient list, the critic inside me says, what kind of salt do they use? Salt. Now, looking at the ingredient.
Did you look at the right thing?
Walmart, brand 2. All it has is salt.
What did he look at? I'm trying to see another word for salt somewhere. How can you look at here and not see this?
Now, looking at the ingredient list, the critic inside me says, what kind of salt do they use? When we're done with this video, watch our salt review video. I would much rather they use like a natural sea salt. When they don't say it like that specifically, they're using a typical bleached agricultural salt, which if you watch the video, it's highly bleached and highly processed, but it's a little bit of a too deep of a dive for this video. I'm just happy they're not putting other stuff in here, but I'll show you, for example, like these are Nutso. It's a premium nut butter, and actually they have it at Costco for a much better price. And look at the ingredients on the back here. They're using Celtic sea salt and really clean ingredients here. If your child has a peanut allergy or you have a peanut allergy, you can't have this one, but you can have the Nutso Power Fuel. It's peanut free, but it still does have chemicals in there. That being said, that leads us to the best alternative if you have a tree nut or something that.
The peanut butters are
I
just
would
really
say
simple.
no to this. Stick with the sunflower seed butter brand. It's really cheap, but it has the added sugar, which bothers me. It is lower fat. Dinner every night on stories. Palm oil is because it's relatively inexpensive. That's why brands like
palm oil.
Well, was which nut butter, macadamia nut.
Then there's like more specific peanut butters and different kinds of nuts, like sea nuts, if you're allergic and stuff. It's all right. And there was one for milk too. So again, milk, chicken, so milk, egg, they come from cow, chicken. Do they eat well is always the question. Do they have space? Do they eat well? What do they eat? Right, like cows supposed to eat grass, not fucking seeds and corns and all that stuff. So you'll get a better milk if it's organic milk. So again, I just can't see the video right now. Eggs, oils. Do we have one here? No.
Fun. I'm going to put that link down.
So they're very similar. Very similar for milk. What else is there? Yogurt. I'm sure that's a good idea. And yogurts are good for you and your bacteria. Easy to digest. We'll look at this. Immune booster. That's a good idea.
Then 2 grams.
Let me go back.
575.
Fuck me, man.
Than 2 grams of protein. So
All right, so now we do bread.
And last week at the end of the Costco video, we asked you, what do you want to see next week? And bread was the overwhelming request. So we are going to hook you up.
How many times? So many breads, man.
A lot of people try to give up bread and they just can't do it. So if you're going to eat bread, I want to make sure you guys are eating bread that's nutritious, made with real and good ingredients, and it's not going to spike your blood sugar and make you hungry 30 minutes later. I want it to be really, really satiating bread. So before we break down all these breads, hook me up, you guys. Subscribe to our channel because every single week we are rocking out 3 videos. 2 videos on the weekend, 1 live stream during the week. Better yet, there's a little bell icon right below the video. Click that bell because you don't want to miss these live streams. We're cooking a recipe from start to finish and it's super fun. All right, so first off, I thought we'd start with the worst of the worst. They don't even have it here at Whole Foods. I brought it in.
We're just hoping to get substantial amounts of gems, cheese, beers.
My parents would take us to the Wonder Bread factory just outside of Chicago. We'd get this, we'd make sandwiches and feed the ducks at the local pond.
Fuck, that was good.
Poor me, poor ducks, because this stuff is the worst of the worst. Look at the ingredients. The number 1 ingredient is unbleached enriched wheat flour.
Okay. Unbleached, which seems to be fine, right? Enriched wheat flour.
So that's red flag number 1. Never buy breads made with bleached or unbleached flour because they're basically taking what was a whole grain, stripping it down, and getting rid of all the good stuff. The white bread and the grains like this will spike your blood sugar and make you hungry 30 minutes later and has no nutrition. In fact, they strip them all away, and if you read the ingredients, they put some of them back in, man-made.
Flour, barley, malt, nascent. Okay, so the bracket here is a square bracket. And if you know anything about brackets, a square bracket comes after a bubble bracket. Okay? So all of this is starting here and finishing here. So the enriched wheat flour is flour, barley, malt. I think there's a comma here due to the space between the letters. Niacin, which is vitamin B3. Iron. Thiamine monotitrate, vitamin B1. Riboflavin, which is vitamin B2. Folic acid, which is B9. Then it has water, corn syrup, yeast, wheat gluten, contains 2% or less of the following. So I think that's a marketing term right here. You don't need to say that necessarily. Like, you don't see that very often. Right in the ingredients, a mention of the quantity of something, unless it's by law. Soybean oil. So again, we don't want to see that. Salt. Again, regular salt, iodized salt. Dough. Conditioner. Dough conditioners. Monoglycerides. Sodium stearoyl. Lactylate. Ethoxylated mono. And diglycerides. Absorbic acid. Calcium propionate. Like, Jesus fucking Lord. Just think about it. This is not an ingredient that you find to make bread at a normal home, dude. No, but just think about it. This is not a description of what's inside an ingredient that you have at home, necessarily, to make bread. These are literally, imagine little cups for each of these, labeled as such, at home, to make your bread. So you literally have over 25 little cups of ingredients, and some of those names are sodium stearoyl, lactylate, ethoxylated mono. And when I ask you, why do you use this to make your bread? You say, Fuck, I don't know, man. It just makes bread. This is fucked up. Now, a lot of people making bread right now, bakers, would be like, Charles, please. This is normal stuff too, blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to ask them, these bakers, look, is at least half of this stuff that we don't really need to make bread? Are half of these things that you don't use personally to make bread? And if the answer is yes, then fuck this bread. Sorbic acid, soy flour, yeast nutrients, monocalcium phosphate, calcium carbonate, ammonium sulfate, calcium sulfate, wheat starch, hydrogenated vegetable oil. Again, just stuff you don't want. Soy lecithin.
Which is really, really bad. And the reason why you want to buy whole grains, some of them back in, man-made, which is really, really bad. And the reason why you want to buy whole grains is because it's low nutrition. In fact, they strip them all away, and if you read the ingredients, they put some of them back in, man-made, which is really, really bad. And the reason why you want to buy whole grains is because it's a complete grain. It has the bran, the germ, and the endosperm. When you have the enriched, you get rid of all the good stuff except the endosperm, which is why they add back nutrients here, because they took all the good stuff away. Then you have stuff here like partially hydrogenated vegetable oils, tons of chemicals and bad ingredients. And generally, if a bread is super light and you can squish it into a ball like that, it's typically a bad thing.
You're just gonna fucking put that back, you asshole.
So this is a no-no, but I think you guys don't do that.
Thank you very much.
Then,
no, he's gonna
I
keep
brought
it.
This with me. This is a no-no, but light.
Look
and
at
you can squish it into a ball like that. It's typically a bad thing. So this.
Oh, that's so intriguing. You've never done this with your bread. You would never. But that makes sense. Like, when are you supposed to be doing this? When are you supposed to be able to do this with bread? Just fucking. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is this?
This is a no-no, but I think you guys all knew that. Then.
So, by having the soft quality to bread, for example, I can't see how you cannot add some kind of oil to do that.
I brought this with me too. Any bread from Pepperidge Farm is going to be a no. This is probably one of their like more premier lines, the Farmhouse oatmeal bread, and it feels kind of heavy and dense, and you might think it's good, but this is where you have to read the ingredients on the back. Number one, it's with enriched wheat flour, so not whole grains. That's strike one. It's got soybean oil because it's.
Okay, so there's some clear distinctions here that we're learning to recall. So enriched wheat flour. If you're wondering if it's enriched wheat flour and whole grain at the same time, you're doing it wrong. As soon as you see enriched wheat flour, you're done. It's not whole grain. That's an interesting learned thing that we've just achieved. You know, you can look at a bread and see this and say, that's not whole grain. And we're going to see why whole grain is better. Soybean oil, again, just another type of oil that we don't want.
Say it's non-GMO? No. So they're using highly processed, highly refined soybean oil that has a chemical called hexane to extract all the oil. So that's really bad. But
hexane.
A lot of breads will use something like monoglycerides. It's another word for a dough conditioner. It's a chemical they put into the bread so it bakes quicker.
I mean, bread is not like egg or milk. You know, egg, you have what you have. You can't really change it unless you change their diet. Milk, it's pasteurized and filtered, but that's about it. You know, they may add things to it, but that's about it. Whereas bread is not a natural thing. We construct our bread. We make bread. So this is highly, like, it's very different. You know, and it's so common. Like, everybody needs bread. But it's quite a different product. You have to understand bread. And that's why a lot of people don't really, I mean, 1% of people maybe understand bread. you know, 5. Like, we're gonna see whole wheat and we're gonna be like sold already, you know, but it's not all that matters.
Why do you want to bake bread quicker? Because they're a factory, right? They want to churn and burn these out as quickly as possible. Good bread is worth waiting for. So anything that has a dough conditioner, and I'll put the list of all the names for that, you want to avoid.
These are dough conditioners. Azodicarbonamide, datum, which is probably an acronym, monoglycerides, diglycerides. So monoglycerides and diglycerides. Mono means 1, di means 2, glycerides. Sodium steroyl, and we've seen that word before. Steroyl lactylate.
So this is a no, and anything from Pepperidge Farm is a no. Let's go to something really, really good. Sprouted breads. These are the Bobby approved top choice for breads because the nutrition and ingredients is amazing. This brand is Silver Hills. It's a really good quality bread. Now, why do you want sprouted grains? Because it's a grain soaked in water until a little tail forms. And
Looks good.
it's ground into a paste and made into bread. Sprouted breads are very easy for your body to digest. Plus, when you sprout a grain, there's a ton more nutrients your body derives out of it. So it's a double whammy, which is why you want to buy this one. And then look at the ingredients. This one's my favorite, the Big Red's bread. Organic sprouted wheat, grains, seeds, nuts. You don't see any chemicals. You don't see any dough conditioners. This stuff is really good. If you want a lighter texture,
I think these guys need to walk with business cards. I mean, people are walking by, and if you just lend an ear to the production here, it's just fucking packed with information. And so I would not be surprised if the camera turned to the left side here, and we would see 2 or 3 people just chilling there with their cart, listening to what he's saying, and you don't necessarily want that around because it makes a congestion, right? People don't want to stand behind the shot or in front of the shot. People don't want to stand behind the shot because then it may distract him. People don't want to stand on the side either because it makes a congestion. So by having a business card, and so a person, the third person or the cameraman can just hand out business cards so that they are led to this YouTube channel, their YouTube channel, where they can get the updated version of the video and a full video and see, you know, and appreciate the content. And so it would discongest the aisle, because these guys get kicked out sometimes for producing like that, and they may get permissions by some managers, but they also get refused, right? And they might be, and sometimes I've seen it, they do things without telling that they're filming. So
little Big Bread is a little softer and chewier, great for sandwiches. And then right above it is brownberry, which I want you to avoid because marketing gimmicks, right? Natural wheat and other titles like cracked wheat,
it's not whole wheat.
grain, semi-grain, all natural, doesn't mean anything. All you have to do is turn it over and read the ingredients. The first one is cracked wheat. Cracked wheat is another word for unbleached, enriched white flour. Does not work. There's soybean oil in here. Once again, is it non-GMO? No, it's not. So this is just as bad as white bread, but you would think that is better. So you want to stay away from that.
Probably tastes like shit too.
We also want to talk about hamburger buns because it's the summertime. I just saw this right here. Art, you like Pretzilla, right? The thing is, I love that soft pretzely flavor and texture, but the ingredients are brutal, you guys.
It's so interesting, all these products like I've never had, and I would have never thought to pick up on the shelf personally. I don't know about your house, but you know, my house, it's always been growing up also very popular products. So the white bread, the margarine, you know, compared to butter, the regular milk. So all of these other products, unless I decide to try something because it has like cheese on it or fucking chocolate, you know, I'm not really gonna try. Well, and especially if the price is not like low, you know. So what even the fuck is this? So only because of these videos now do I try different things that I would not have tried before. The next time I go for bread, I'm totally looking at, you know, these weird creations here. Because what if this is good and you can make a breakfast out of it, you know, instead of bread?
We have obviously enriched flour because that's what a pretzel is made of, but canola oil, it's not non-GMO. We have a bunch of chemical.
We got sugar too. Dough conditioner. We see 4 grams of sugar per serving, so per one. 1 tablespoon of sugar, which is not that much, but it's still, you know, how many tablespoons do you want to have in your day, dude?
And stabilizers in here. We'll show you some better hamburger buns. Actually, right here, the Silver Hills makes a sprouted hamburger bun. So once again, the benefit of the sprout is that it's way, way better for you. The ingredients are super clean. And
so these are interesting words, like words that meant nothing at all before. If you see it on the package where it says sprouted, that's fucking huge. You know that's fucking huge. You know?
In case you don't want like that sprouted flavor and texture for a hamburger bun, I'll show you another one later on that has a better texture and it's more like that pillowy, soft, enriched flour that we know. Here's one that's kind of on my maybe list. It's Kiplinger's. Good. The first ingredient is whole grain wheat flour, which is great. And then it specifically says non-GMO soybean oil. Great. Look at the sugar. There's 2 grams of sugar per slice. In general, for bread, we don't want to buy bread that has more than 2 grams of sugar per slice, and we don't want to buy bread that has less than 2 grams of protein and fiber. Otherwise, it's going to spike your blood sugar and make you hungry in 30 minutes. The whole point of eating hearty, sprouted, good quality whole grain bread is that it satiates your hunger, and the only way it's going to do that is if it has 2 grams each of fiber and protein. So let that be on your list too. This one has 1 fiber and 3 protein, so because of that and because of the ingredients, it's a maybe. It's another, not ideal, but semi-maybe-ish. It's Best Grains. And it's heavy, it feels good. We read the ingredients. Whole grain wheat flour, great.
Yep. So we see this, that's good.
Unbleached wheat flour. So a lot of times you'll see whole grain, and then the next one is enriched or unbleached.
That's crazy.
Bleached wheat flour, so they're following it up with the bad one.
Yeah,
and
that's
a bunch
insane.
of good stuff in here, like buckwheat flour.
It's better. Like, don't get me wrong. Well, I mean, that's a lot of fucking ingredients. Hold on. There's like 40 fucking ingredients in here.
Flour, flax seeds. Protein has 4 grams per.
Which is normal if you use different natural ingredients like oat, sunflower, kernels, wheat, gluten, cane sugar, yellow cornmeal. Something's fucking weird. Yellow corn meal? What is that? What does that mean? Resistant corn starch, spelled flour. You had a chance and you fucking destroyed it.
Seeds. Protein has 4 grams.
Get it the fuck out.
Rudy's is a very popular one. Actually, the other day I made burgers at home and I meant to buy Udi's gluten-free buns, and we ate the burgers. They were delicious. I'm like, wow, these buns are so soft and pillowy. I looked at the bag. I bought Rudy's buns by mistake, which was not gluten-free, but I guess I can very easily get mistaken because they look exactly the same and have 1 letter difference. So Rudy's is good stuff, right? We look at the ingredients: whole wheat flour, a bunch of other really good stuff here. It does have a little bit of enriched flour later on, but I want you to stay away from the Rudy's white bread. Or in fact, I want you to stay away from any white bread at all because it's never whole wheat. Always the first ingredient is.
So just to be clear, he doesn't find a problem with a long list of ingredients.
Wheat flour, which is another word for enriched wheat. And the reason why they do that is that soft white bread flavor and texture. but we don't want that. So even though it's made with good quality ingredients, it doesn't have the whole wheat in here. So what else do we have here? Let's grab this natural ovens here. You'd think it'd be really good for you based upon the name and the front of the packaging. So far, so good. It's got whole wheat flour as the second ingredient. And the rest of the ingredients aren't bad until we get to soybean oil, right? Is it GMO free? No. So they're using the GMO, low quality soybean oil. I just wouldn't buy that, right? So every other ingredient is good. Why are they cheaping out? If they just bought like expeller pressed soybean oil or organic, I'd be okay with it. So I would not buy that. Okay, the last bread in this aisle is going to be gluten-free Udis. Now the thing is, when you get to gluten-free breads, they tend to be made of a lot of starches, right? They can't use whole grains because they have gluten. And they typically have a blend of tapioca starch, rice flour, and when you have that, it's going to be higher on the glycemic index because it spikes your blood sugar. So that's one thing to keep a lookout. But let's go to the freezer aisle because that's where the best of the best breads are in the grocery store, and I can't wait for you to check it out.
Where the fuck are we going? Because I'm still fucking confused, dude.
This is my favorite bread of all time, Ezekiel. All right? Now, some people keep it in the freezer aisle. Some people keep it in the shelf. It doesn't matter. Actually, what matters is the price, because here at Whole Foods, it's $6.39. Get it at Trader Joe's. It's about $4.69, so way cheaper there. And why this stuff is so good and why this brand, Food for Life, is so good is the ingredients. I mean, check this out. It's made with sprouted wheat, sprouted barley.
Wow. Wow, organic sprouted wheat, filtered water, organic sprouted barley. I suppose that's good. Organic sprouted millet, malted barley. Well, look at all these ingredients that are all organic, first of all, right? Lentil, organic soybeans. Now, this is not the oil from the soybeans, and it's not necessarily transformed. It's certainly not pesticide and GMO powered and protected. Anyways, sprouted spelt, fish yeast, organic wheat gluten, and sea salt. This looks fucking insane. Insane.
Soy, corn. There's zero sugar in.
And they wouldn't. You can't just write soybeans if it's soybean oil. If it's soybean oil, you have to say that. So maybe in the transformation into a bread, it becomes soybean oil. I'm not sure if that's something that's happening here or what. And that's one way to kind of not say that. We would need some additional research here. But he likes it.
Barley, rye,
doesn't seem to be the problem.
Corn.
At some point, you can eat soybean. You know what I mean?
There's zero sugar in here. So if you're okay, hold on. Soy, corn. There's zero sugar in.
All right, so zero sugar. Is that normal for bread? Maybe more. 3 grams of fiber, like you said, over 2 grams of this, and 2 grams of protein. So fibers and proteins over 2s. That's good. Just so it's nutritional, right? It's per 1 slice. So you get 2 of these, you get 20% of your fibers, 20% of your proteins. That is more substantial when you eat. So that matters. Trans fat 0 and no percentage. I don't know if that's just an American way of writing 0% by having nothing here. But possibly it's 0.1 or 0.4 grams or 0.5. So I don't know if this is just the American way of not showing that, or if it really means 0. Because here we have a 0. Here's how we show 1%. Here's how we show 0. It just looks like it doesn't tell, right? For some reason.
In here, so if you have diabetes or high blood sugar, definitely get this. And what makes this so good is that it's the combination of these sprouted beans and these sprouted grains that form a complete protein. So it's pretty similar to the protein you would find in eggs and milk. and there's 18 amino acids in here, 9 of which are essential. So this is really, really good stuff. Any one of these I would get. Even the cinnamon raisin doesn't have added sugar. It's just the sugar from that. Down here is something called manna bread. It's a little heavy and dense, but it's really, really good quality stuff. And then another top quality bread that makes
heavy and dense.
My list. They don't have here actually. They only have it in
as opposed to squishing it, you know.
Chicago at Costco, which Art stopped at before we started the video.
Dave's bread. I mean, I think we've seen this. I've seen this before.
Gotta get this. Thank you, Art. Dave's Killer Bread.
Organic bread. That's quite a lot of fucking bread, just FYI. Man.
This stuff is great. Something for 2 loaves of bread. Look at the ingredients, you guys. Amazing. Organic whole wheat.
There's a lot. Again, this time number of ingredients don't seem to correlate with a bad bread. That's interesting, but it's also normal, as we understand the bread is created and not just salvaged or taken.
Tons of grains, seeds, nothing artificial, no dough conditioners, nothing bad in here. This is the kind of bread you want to eat. This guy's blowing up, right? It's becoming more and more popular. I'm surprised they don't have it here at Whole Foods, but this is great. Another one that's fantastic is Alvarado Street Bakery.
Guys just fucking bringing breads that are not in the store.
But they have it at Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's has it for, I think, $3.50 a loaf. This is $5 a loaf. Ingredients, just like the Ezekiel, sprouted everything, super clean. So if you're
I'm just thinking of, so the guy, what he does is, so he just said this is not available here. What he does is he brings products in his cart as he's coming into the store in order to do his videos, okay? So that can be a problem for security. You know, if security sees him do videos and stuff and leave with mostly an empty cart full of products that he's never paid for because he never bought it there because they're not available there. Or even if they're available there, that's a problem for production. Again, I'm thinking about production, right? So what do you want to do? I can picture him outside taking a picture of his cart as he puts stuff in outside, clearly indicating that he was outside already with these products and he came into the store with them. And by having the picture of him being outside with the products in his cart is a clear proof that, you know, he didn't have to come into the store with the products, and he didn't find the products in the stores. And if he wanted to steal them already, he would have done that in the past. He didn't need to come into the store and come out. And they look very clean also, both of them, him and the cameraman. Very well spoken, very educated in the food markets, feel very confident in this area. So it's easy for any manager to say, well, okay, I understand what you're doing.
Dave's Killer Bread.
But I just think with a picture, it's so clear. Here's a picture of us with our products outside before we enter the store.
Organic whole wheat condition. This guy's blowing up, but this is great. This guy's blowing up, right? It's becoming more and more popular. I'm surprised they don't have it here at Whole Foods, but this is great. Another one that's fantastic is Alvarado Street Bakery. Fantastic. It's a sprouted bread once again, but they have it at Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's has it for, I think, $3.50 a loaf. This is $5 a loaf.
All right, so already we're so much educated on breads. We look at bread, we see sprouted. I want to pee everywhere. It's crazy. We're so happy to see sprouted, you know, on breads. We're looking behind. It says whole wheat.
Ingredients, just like the
like
Ezekiel.
Boom. Sprouted organic whole wheat berries. Berries, okay. Filtered water, wheat gluten, flax seeds, oat fiber, starch, dates, yeast, raisins, sea salt, lecithin.
Sprouted everything, super clean. So if you're gonna eat carbs, make them complex carbs. That'll satiate your hunger, right? Carbs matter. Eat something like this, it's gonna make you feel a lot better. Let's go back into gluten-free.
I like that point. So again, that's a great point. You know, you're gonna eat bread anyways. You're either gonna eat bread that is gonna make you feel hungry in a few hours, or you're gonna eat bread that will make you feel satiated. Satiated. Google, find satiated. Oh, yeah, motherfucker. Google, help. The fuck. Okay, Google. Satiated. No, not saturated. Fucking A, dude. Okay, Google. Satiated. Oh. Are you dumb? Okay, Google. Satiated. Okay, fuck you. Okay, Google. Satiated. Fuck, man. Chat. I'm not stupid. Satiated. Satiated. Is curiosity satiated? I'm not fucking kidding. To satisfy a need, desire, fully or to excess. All right, fuck off.
Land really quick. So the same brand that makes Ezekiel is Food for Life. All of these.
So I mean, it's not magic. I'm gonna take a break. You get it.
The original seed, the rice, really, really good stuff. I would stay away from this brand. First of all, it's the stupidest name in the history. Glutino. It's like, can you guys be a little more creative? But the ingredients are not the best, and it's a very crumbly bread that is not good at all. Probably one of my favorite gluten-free breads is going to be right here, Canyon Bakehouse. This stuff is fantastic. I think this is best in class when it comes to gluten-free breads. Super clean ingredients. Look at that extra virgin olive oil in here. Only 2 grams of sugar. Super, super high quality. Yeah. All right, they kicked us out. It was bound to happen. I mean, Art and I have been on a hot streak lately, but we pretty much finished the video, right? And you got the gist. Buy breads that are made with whole grains, not enriched flour. Buy ones that are high in protein and fiber so they satiate your hunger and they're made with real grains. And buy ones that don't have any added sugar, chemicals, preservatives, because breads are not supposed to last on your counter for 2 weeks. It's supposed to be fresh, simple ingredients, and that's it, you guys. All right, you guys, Art and I just finished another haul, but we want to know what you want to see next. So we're going to put up a poll right now, vote and let us know. We got 2 more of our hauls going below us right now, but Art and I will see you very soon. Until then, hashtag keep on cooking, mad love, and peace. What is up, Flavor family? It is Art and Bobby back at the grocery store to do a huge tortilla review video because that has been a very popular request. Man, this video is going to be so big, we have to go to 2 grocery stores. We're going to start here at Walmart, and then we're going to go to Whole Foods. You guys, we are covering tortillas from A to Z. We're doing tortilla chips. We're doing corn tortillas for tacos. Flour tortillas, wraps, low-carb wraps. We're even doing grain-free chips and grain-free wraps. We got you covered completely. Before we go into the grocery store, why don't you cover me completely and go ahead and click that red subscribe button. Better yet, there's a bell icon right below this video. Enable all notifications because every single week we are going with 3 videos on our channel, and very soon 4 videos, woo woo, and you do not want to miss them, you guys. We do a live stream cooking demo during the week. We hang out, my daughter comes into the video. It is super fun and you do not want to miss out. So I think tortilla chips are actually pretty easy, right? As soon as you learn to read the label, you can pick the good ones from the bad ones. And after that, it's totally subjective. It's up to your taste. So if I pick a bag of these Sentitas de Topos de Maíz, I'm going to point out a couple things here that you have to look for on the ingredients. Number 1, what kind of oil is it fried in? Vegetable oil consisting of corn, canola, and sunflower oil. That's our first red flag. a lot of the tortilla chips are fried in bad quality oil. What do I mean by that? Well, veggie oil, corn oil, safflower oil are highly processed and highly refined. When this video is done, check out my cooking oil reviews video. The thing about that is that these oils are processed at super high heat. You actually alter the fatty acid into a hydrogenated state, and oftentimes it comes from GMO. So this is made from corn and canola. Those are made from GMO corn, GMO soybean. So look for good quality oils they cook the totopos or the chips in. I'll show you that in a second. Also, corn is 90% of the time GMO. So if the bag doesn't say organic or non-GMO, I would put it down. I'm going to go into more reasons later on why you want to buy GMO-free corn chips. But so I'm going to put this one down. And then we have a couple really good options here at Walmart, and wait until we go to Whole Foods later on. There's a bunch more really cool options. So this is interesting, right? This is the organic Walmart blue corn tortilla chips. It says USDA organic, so it's a non-GMO corn. The problem is, read the ingredients here. It's fried in organic sunflower oil. That's not good enough, right? Just because it's organic doesn't mean it's not highly processed. You have to look for the words expeller pressed. So it would have to say organic expeller pressed canola oil or safflower oil or sunflower oil. So I would put those down. But this is a great one. Probably the best in class here at Walmart. It's on the border organic blue corn tortilla chips. Just so you know, blue corn tastes the same as regular yellow corn and has the same nutritional profile, but it's blue. It's fun, right? We look at the ingredients. Number one, it's organic, so it's non-GMO. Number two, it's cooked with expeller pressed sunflower oil. That's what you want to see, and it's sea salt. So look what kind of oil it is. If it's not expeller pressed, get rid of it. I mean, if it was like avocado oil, that'd be great. That's not a highly refined, that is expeller pressed always. Or if it's canola oil, safflower oil, soybean oil, sun oil, anything like that, it's gotta be expeller pressed. Also back here, on the border cantina style chips, then I would say actually, no, this is not gonna be a Bobby approved product because it's cooked once again in vegetable oil, including cottonseed oil. Cottonseed oil is the worst of the worst, you guys. It is a highly processed and highly refined with insane amount of chemical oils. Very rarely will you find it used in the grocery store. Because this has that, and because none of the other oils are expeller pressed, and because it is not non-GMO organic, this is a major no. Same thing with Tostitos. I mean, once you learn to read the ingredients, super easy. I see corn and vegetable oil. Is it non-GMO? No. Is it expeller pressed? No. So at Whole Foods, at Walmart, I would get those organic on the border blue corn, but there's way better ones coming up at Whole Foods. Now let's go and check their tortilla selection here at Walmart. Wait until we get to Whole Foods next. They have what I call the best in class, most nutritious corn tortilla I've ever seen. But if you pick up a basic yellow corn tortilla, this is Mission. Keep in mind, all of corn tortillas are gluten-free. If you're celiac, it has to say gluten-free because there could be flour in the air. But I'm not a big fan of this because once again, just like the totopos, the tortilla chips, we read the ingredients. It should be 3 ingredients, you guys. Corn, water, and lime. That's it. They're putting a bunch of filler in here, cellulose, guar gum, a couple preservatives here. So I'm gonna put these back. I'm super happy to have this here. Plenty more low-carb tortillas coming at the next spot. Hint, I brought a ton with me. They don't have too many at the grocery store, but Mission is a very popular one. And once again, read the ingredients. You can actually tell by the list length, the laundry list I call it, that these are not good, even though they're roughly 6 net carbs per tortilla. Look at these ingredients, you guys. Water, modified wheat starch, enriched bleach flour. So they're stripping the whole wheat down to the enriched grain, no nutrition. But look at this. They're using vegetable shortening, containing soybean oil and natural flavors and sucralose. And for the whole wheat one, they're using caramel coloring, which is a food coloring. It's also a known carcinogen. And even though it's whole wheat, the first ingredient is modified wheat starch, followed by whole wheat. So this is a prime case of taking the carbs out and putting a ton of ingredients that are really bad in there. I would just rather have the carbs. These are not what you want to eat if you're going low carb wraps, but stick until the later in the video at Whole Foods. I have some killer ones I brought from online. Let's take a quick break from the video and thank today's sponsor, Four Sigmatic. You guys may remember a while back I did a video with Four Sigmatic, and it's a product I really use every day, and it's something I believe in, especially now that the winter season is coming. Magical mushrooms are very good at boosting your immune system. No, these are not the magical mushrooms from the 70s. These are superfood mushrooms that they really believe in and put in a whole line of products. They use reishi, lion's mane, cordyceps, and these are very, very good at, number one, boosting your immune system, and they have other benefits like memory, focus, productivity. I'm a huge believer in that. If you follow me on the Flav City Instagram, you see that every day I make a smoothie and I put mushrooms in there. This is one of the ones I use. It's a mushroom blend mix from Four Sigmatic, but they have a bunch of other mushroom infused products that are top notch. So go over to foursigmatic.com. It's super easy to navigate. You can start in the coffee section. They have ground coffee, they have coffee mixes, and if I reach into my bag right here, this is one of the coffee mixes I use. It's an instant coffee latte mix, and the reason why I love it is look at the ingredients. Everything's organic, including the coffee. They have a bunch of different mushrooms and organic coconut milk powder, and no, none of the
Not
products
that
taste like
interested in all
mushrooms.
of
It's
this
coffee
stuff,
infused with mushrooms
we'll
that
listen.
you can't even taste. Now, if you're not into coffee, make sure to check out the mushroom golden latte mix with shiitake and turmeric. This is my go-to. It has coconut milk powder, turmeric, and black pepper. I love this one.
Interesting.
Bring them when you travel on the airplane. Don't drink that crappy coffee. Drink this instead. It is good and good for you. And my friends over at Four Sigmatic hooked us up with a promo code. Down in the description box is a link to get 15% off your first order.
There's some things you can buy online like that, like coffee. You can totally buy that online. You know, unlike perishables like this, unless you're in a big city that has like some kind of service. You know, I live too far away from that stuff, I think. So, coffee, interesting thing to buy online.
I swear by this stuff. I use it every day, and it's one of the superfoods.
I'm sure you can find like a service that does food delivery online that has most, if not all, the products that you're looking for to buy online. So you can make one big list, you know, and have it delivered in one package. You save on shipping, you save on costs also, because that's their specialty.
Foods I really, really believe in, and I think you're gonna love it too. So thank you guys for sponsoring the video. Now, if we start talking about flavored wraps here, wow, we're getting a good break from the Waldos today. Be very careful. Just because it's a spinach wrap does not mean it's gonna be healthy, you guys. Once again, what's the first ingredient here? Enriched bleached flour. You talk about this in the bread video. You never want to buy simple carbohydrates. You want to buy the whole grains. The whole grain is where the nutrition is. The
How
whole
old
grain
are these
prevents
videos?
your,
2019.
Waldo? The whole grain.
So 2 years ago, this was not available as much or as, I mean, done so well, I think. This guy's really good at this.
Prevents your blood sugars from spiking, and that's where the most nutrition is, you guys. We don't want that stripped and enriched wheat. That's bad news. But listen, they're using the hydrogenated fats again. They're using sunflower oil. And look at this. Most of the color here isn't from the spinach here.
Yeah,
It's from, this is absurd, you guys. Yellow number 5, blue number 4.
Yeah, so yellow, blue, green. You see that in relish too.
Also has natural flavor. So I would skip these. If you're gonna get wraps that are whole grain, the main ingredient has to be whole wheat.
Which is fine, but it's like, what's the appeal? Like, this is, the appeal of the green is for the vegetable, not for the coloring. So imagine instead you have something like this that says it has color in it. Is it as appealing to you if you're buying the green stuff? Not really. So there's no point. There's absolutely 0 point.
They have those at Trader Joe's. I think they have them at Whole Foods too. But once again, now you learn how to.
It's just a marketing thing. I mean, you put colors in things so it pops to the eye. You know, there's no fucking point.
Read the ingredients. They have to say whole grains with none of the preservatives and nasty oils. Once you see that, you can be good to go. Olé. Olé Extreme Wellness. Anytime there's names like Extreme Wellness,
Extreme Wellness.
Fit and Active, Red Flag City goes up in my mind, right? So I look here.
Yeah, because it's not the right marketing. We've seen the type of marketing that works, like Sprouted. You want that. Not Extreme Wellness. What the fuck is that? It's nothing. Let's find out.
And there's a lot of fiber here, so there's only 5 net carbs, but what are they using for the ingredients? Can you see how long that list is? No. Homie, don't play that game, right? We got whole wheat flour, which is nice.
Oh, interesting. He doesn't like the long list here. Even though it's a it's a bread, you know, that's intriguing.
But then we have, so this is really interesting, extra virgin olive oil.
This one. So extra virgin olive oil, is that the one you cook with or the one you spread?
Ground flaxseed starts off fantastic, right? Then it's
Starts off fantastic, so he likes it. We like extra virgin olive oil overall compared to other oils.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yellow number 5, blue number 1. Dough conditioners and mono and diglycerides.
Where's dough conditioner? Here. And mono and diglycerides. So we've seen this one also. Monoglycerides, diglycerides. So we saw that in the previous section where it says avoid these.
Conditioners we talked about in the bread video, they help the tortillas or the bread bake faster. We don't like that. And mono and diglycerides are the same word for trans fat. So they're putting extra virgin olive oil in here, which is best.
Trans fat, really? So we want unsaturated fat, which is liquid at room temperature. Saturated fat is solid at room temperature, but they're still okay compared to trans fat. Trans fats are bad. We don't digest those very much. They stay in your system. They stay in your heart, your arteries, your bullshit. We don't want that.
Best in class, along with trans fat. Major no-no for the low-carb tortillas here.
Extreme wellness. I mean, fuck my ass.
And I know that's Heartbreak City because a lot of you guys like them. I would not recommend buying them. And then keep in mind, if you're going to buy regular flour tortillas, just buy ones that have good quality oils. It's not going to have whole wheat.
I mean, this could be the difference between digesting it well and not digesting it too well and having cramps and stuff.
Which is fine, at least you know that. But the ones here, once again, have shortening.
And the difference between having some energy and no energy.
And bad quality oils and GMO soybean. And then I love a good tostada, but I can't find one that is fried in good quality oil. This is corn masa that is not non-GMO, and it's fried in cottonseed and corn. And
some people will say, well, it's fried. You're never going to get something fried that's good. That's not true. So the type of oil they use to fry it is just dependent on the type of oil they use to fry it. I'm moving on. You can get good oil to fry things. Or less bad oil.
And sunflower oil. So bad news, if you know of a tostada that is fried in good oil, let me know. And I know what all my amigos are saying right now. Make your homemade one, right? Yes, it's corn, a little bit of water. You can buy the masa harina at the store. I need an abuela like you have to do it for me. Otherwise, I just can't get the press right and get that wrist action. But yes, obviously homemade are best. Come on. I have recently fell back in love with hard shell tortillas. I hadn't had them literally since I was a teenager. I started using these for Taco Tuesday recently. Love, love, love that crunch. It is fantastic.
That's a good idea. So, little bit of meat, a lot of salads, a lot of vegetables, good for keto diet. Finding a tortilla or taco that's able to hold all of that. A little bit of a sauce too. It tastes great. It's a little more fun than salad. It holds better than salad.
Unfortunately, they don't have any hard corn tortillas here that I can recommend. The only one they have here is El Paso. We applied the same metrics that we talk about tortilla chips to these. We look, is it non-GMO corn? It is not. Then we look at the ingredients. It's fried in palm oil, you guys. Palm oil is one of the worst oils you can fry in. Number one, it's very bad for the environment unless it's responsibly raised or responsibly sourced palm oil. Even then, it's just not good for you. And I always tell you guys to ask yourself this question. Can you walk over to the oil section and buy palm oil to cook with?
He's a little quiet in the store.
No. So why do they use it for products here? Money. Hey, must be the money. We don't want that, right? Profits for them, bad news for us. I'll show you a really good one, including grain-free, over at Whole Foods next. I'm so happy to have this, and this.
Again, we're avoiding palm oil like the fucking plague, dude. Okay. Research it if you're not sure. But it's just trash. It's just fucking trash. We've talked about it.
This is the only grain-free option at Walmart for wraps, tortillas, or chips.
It's the cheapest and it's trash.
I wish they had more, especially from this brand. It's Siete. Man, if you are paleo or grain-free, this is your best friend, minus the price, right? It's basically a pack of 8 for $8, but you've never seen ingredients like this ever for tortillas, wraps, or chips. It's made with almond flour. Tapioca flour is kind of like the binder. Water, sea salt, and xanthan gum is the emulsifier. Just because, you guys, it's almond flour, do not think it's low carb. It's not. Once again, when we get to Whole Foods, I'm going to show you the best low carb tortillas on the internet. But it has 16 net carbs per tortilla, but it's clean as.
Look at this. Healthy entrees. Just call it entrees. You know? Or maybe more healthy entrees. Don't let this fool you into thinking that all of these products are healthy and you can't get better, because you can, right?
As can be. I wish
like one of those are better than most of them. Probably.
they had the chips here, and they don't, and I'll show you at Whole Foods too. But this
And no one is going to tell you. Either because they don't know, most likely. But it's a consumer's job to figure out what's good for them, what they want to eat.
This is fantastic. Pricey, but fantastic. So that is it for tortilla options here at Walmart. Let's hop in the car, go over to Whole Foods, and check out what they have.
Dude, I don't shop at Walmart much. And I don't like the idea of having to go through different places to find what I like. These guys like it, but I don't. I want to stick to one store, find everything, get out. You know.
At Whole Foods, let's first start by...
So I might have to fucking start looking. But he's at Walmart a lot. And he's finding some good products at Walmart. Trader Joe's, Costco, and the grocery store.
Talking about grain-free tortilla chips, which are very good for people who don't want to eat corn or who are paleo. Best in class, by far, bar none, are Siete chips. These guys are taking over. They're getting so popular.
Again, Siete.
There's a huge bag of this at
Same brand that he just reviewed for the tortilla.
Costco for an amazing deal. And what's so great about this is that the ingredients are best in
We
class,
got
right? They don't sacrifice
Puro
anything.
Luvu.
They
What's
use
happening,
cassava
mana?
flour, avocado oil, the heart healthiest oil I've seen all day in any one of these tortilla chips. Coconut flour, ground chia seeds, and sea salt. This is phenomenal. And what really impresses me about Siete chips is that when you go to the flavored varieties, especially the nacho cheese, which is dairy-free, they don't use natural flavors. If you look at any other cheese one here, especially the vegan cheese one, they always use natural flavors. So what are they using instead? Nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is vegan Parmesan, along with jalapeno powder, garlic powder, serranos, cassava, avocado. These guys, I know they're expensive. It's like one of the more expensive chips here at $1 per ounce, but man, these are fantastic. And then I see like a grain-free new brand here called cauliflower tortilla chips. The thing is, all of the varieties here have natural flavor. And even though they're called cauliflower chips, the first ingredient is always cassava, which to me is a little misleading, right? I want cauliflower, the premium low-carb ingredient, to be first, and they do cassava followed by cauliflower, and they're using sunflower oil that's not expeller pressed. And surprisingly enough, almost all of these tortilla chips, including Late July, which people love, are fried in organic safflower oil, not...
It's cool that the ingredients tell us what it's fried in. So whole organic. So first off, organic is great. Organic whole ground corn, which is the stuff that this is made of. So it's not corn oil. It's actual corn, because these are tortillas. Organic sunflower oil. So that's intriguing. So sunflower oil is going to be possibly better than these other types of oils, and or organic safflower oil. Some sea salt, that's fine. Organic lime oil. So a lot of type of oil. Tell me more about these oils. What do you think?
Not expeller pressed, which is very, very shocking to me. The only one that's expeller pressed is the Whole Foods 365. Shocking to me, an organic safflower oil, not expeller pressed, which is very, very shocking to me. The only one that's expeller pressed is the Whole Foods 365 brand, all of them are fried in expeller pressed canola oil. That's non-GMO and organic. So really interesting. Just because you're paying premium prices doesn't mean it's good. Plus, you can get those blue
Interesting. So he doesn't like the safflower
corn tortilla chips
oil.
back at Walmart for a way cheaper price. Super duper interesting. All right, this is Waldo City, so we got to do this quick. I teased earlier the most nutritious corn tortilla on the market, and that is, you guys, sprouted corn tortillas. These are from Food for Life, the same company that makes
Again, sprouted. Happy to see that.
Ezekiel bread. Why is this awesome? Because when you sprout grains like corn, they're more easy to digest and your body derives more nutrition. The only problem with this is that it's not the best texture, not the best flavor. It's kind of hard. So I just want to put that out there. They also make sprouted tortillas that have amazing ingredients. I mean, best in class. This one seems a little more pliable, but I haven't had it. Then we compare the whole wheat tortillas here at Whole Foods to the ones at Walmart. And they're not using palm oil. They're using expeller pressed soybean oil that's GMO free. And last but not least, if you want the best of both worlds, it really is, it's a corn and a wheat tortilla. It's kind of corny and grainy from the corn, soft and pliable from the flour. They have it at Trader Joe's. They have the Whole Foods version. This is La Tortilla Factory. This is phenomenal, and the ingredients are really clean. This is one of my favorites if I'm going to eat gluten. And they also have more Siete grain-free tortillas here, cassava flour and chickpea, in addition to the almond flour they had at Walmart. All right, guys, let's talk about the low-carb wraps. They don't have that upstairs at Whole Foods. They really don't have them anywhere except online. So we came down to the coffee bar here for a little more intimate, non-Waldo session. So the first thing I find super, super exciting is coconut wraps, right? If you're allergic to coconut, not so exciting for you. But otherwise, we're talking just 3 ingredients. It's coconut meat, coconut water, and virgin coconut oil. You can get both these on Amazon, or if you're a Thrive Market member, they make turmeric ones, they make original ones, and they're fantastic. I was kind of leery about this, like, does it have the textural support and everything? But I made a wrap the other day. It was fantastic. And look at the color from the turmeric. This is so cool, right? It's very soft and pliable. It doesn't taste overwhelmingly of coconut, but it is so good. So Amazon links down below.
All right, so here again we see saturated fats, 23%. Quite a lot of fat, but it's not that bad fat. You could get better fat, but it's not the worst fat. Whereas trans fat is bad, but it's got 0 gram. Hopefully we would see percentage being 0 also. It could be 5% or something else. So it doesn't necessarily mean 0%.
Overwhelmingly?
Get some fibers, that's good for you.
Coconut, but it is so good. So Amazon links down below.
Proteins,
if
that's
you're not
fine.
a Thrive Market member, I'll put my link down below. You can get 25% off your first order. They are fantastic. Then, there's a bunch of other ones. Hit or miss, right? Here's one from Amazon that a lot of you guys asked me about. Joseph's Lavash bread. And the thing is, as much as I'd like to approve this one, we look at the ingredients. They're using soy flour, soy protein isolate, and
soy flour, soybean oil maybe?
GMO soybean oil, and a ton of preservatives. So this is once again that case, back like at Walmart, where they get rid of the carbs and they put a ton of preservatives and crappy ingredients, so that's bad. But there are a bunch of other ones that are really good. Egg fins are made out of eggs and cauliflower. We talked about that at the Costco haul. It's a 3-pack at Costco. It's relatively small, but it's a great way to get a wrap feel with very few ingredients and 0 carbs.
Oh, we saw the ingredients right there. Hold on. Ingredients. Egg white, egg oil, cauliflower powder, olive oil, sea salt, xanthan gum, spice, citric acid. That's great.
It's relatively small, but it's a great way to get a wrap feel with very few ingredients and 0 carbs, basically. There's a great one on Amazon called Outer Aisle Gourmet Cauliflower Sandwich Thins. Super clean ingredients, and it looks really, really good.
Look at this ingredients. Again, this is just the stuff you want. There's no mention of those other fucking products. And you can't say, well, maybe they're putting it into the egg or the parmesan. No, you can't. Ingredients have to be whole. And you can't say this is just what it is if there's more to it. To my understanding.
Cheese wraps.
Because you can look at Parmesan and say, well, fucker, you gotta fucking make Parmesan somehow.
Aisle gourmet cauliflower sandwich thins.
But that's very interesting. So cauliflower here being the main ingredient for the pita or whatever. Whole eggs, so white and yellow. Pure yeast and Parmesan.
Super clean ingredients, and it looks really, really good.
And we see here also proteins 4 gram. What else? Fibers 1 gram. So this is the main things you look into with bread. You'd like to have 2 and 2 at least. But I mean, this is a pita, so you get 1 and 1 is already a fine start. So you get 1 and 4. 1 gram of sugar per piece. That's not too bad. It's a quarter cup. It's a quarter of a tablespoon, about. It's so it's not much. It's not too. It's not much. And yeah.
Folios, cheese wraps. They have them at Costco. It's 1 ingredient. It's cheese, and you can use it as a wrap, much like the coconut one too. And then cut to carb is a popular one. It's pretty good. They use whole wheat flour. They put a ton of fiber and psyllium husk in there. That lowers the carbs to about 9 net carbs. But ideally, I just want to stay away from the whole wheat or even the unbleached flour that this have when you're doing low carb, because even though you subtract out the fiber, I'm just not a big fan of that, of eating that when you're on the keto diet. La Tortilla Factory makes a 6 net carb tortilla, but they use enriched wheat, not whole, and they use palm oil. And we already talked about tortilla.
So it says whole wheat, but maybe in the ingredients, there's also an enriched, bleached wheat.
But they use enriched wheat, not whole, and they use palm oil. And we already talked about Mission. So yes, there's some really good options. I'm going to put all those links down.
Cool. So very much like bread, naturally, and we get the point. Now, I wanted to see, is there any other like automatic stuff that you have to check? It says coffee creamers. So we understand in keto diet that your coffee, you can have coffee or tea before your lunch. You skip breakfast. You have a lunch, and you shouldn't be sweetening your coffee. I'm supposing you can put your milk if it's good milk, good type of milk, organic milk. I'm not a big fan of coffee creamers personally. We'll check it out, see what they say. But my God, the fucking bullshit must be.
Hey, what is up, Flav City
coffee creamers?
family? It is Bob.
This is like Taste Buds Central.
Be back at the grocery store to do a complete breakdown of coffee creamers, which was a hugely requested video idea recently on the community tab. So basically,
what's the advantage of getting a coffee creamer over milk and sugar? Is it just because it's 2 in 1 and it's kind of like convenient?
Comes down to 2 things.
Never been a fan. I've never been a fan. Never been a fan.
Really bad coffee creamers and
yeah, I'm expecting really bad coffee creamers. And all of these main brands probably are really bad.
really good coffee creamers. What you want to look for is ones that are low in sugar, because there's a lot of sugar that sneak into these things.
Yeah, and you're like, how the fuck would I have low sugar?
And ones that use real ingredients, whether that's real milk and real cream or almond milk and almond cream. You gotta look for those, because a lot of these, especially these right here, don't even have any kind of dairy. It's all sugar.
Any of that. They don't have any of that.
and oil and horrible ingredients. So before we start, hey, hook me up, subscribe to my channel, because every week we are
Big
rocking
like.
3
I'll give you a sub.
videos.
I've watched so many
one live
videos.
cooking stream during the week and 2 videos on the weekend. Better yet, click that little bell icon right below the video, because you get a push notification.
You guys like the bell icon? I'm not a big fan of
these
the bell
live streams
icon.
during the week are really fun. We cook a recipe.
Because it starts
from start to
clogging
finish.
here.
You do not want to miss out on that. I'm gonna start with the bad ones.
My interest
Some
changed
of the
over
ones
time.
we might know, and the ones that are in the office break rooms and stuff like that at work, the powderized coffee creamers.
Yeah.
Any kind of these are a no-go, because if you look at the back, there's absolutely no dairy in here. They are.
That's crazy. Now, when you think about it, this you think you're putting into your coffee milk and sugar, okay, or and flavor or whatever of the fuck else, like caramel or vanilla or cinnamon or fucking I don't know what. You got nothing of that in here. You got nothing except sugar and bullshit. Let's find
always
out.
start with sugar, corn syrup, solids.
Okay, so is corn syrup bad? Corn oil, sure. Hydrogenated vegetable oil. Get me the fuck out of here. Palm, soybean. Again, hydrogenated is the word you want to get the fuck out of, as far as I understand. Hydrogenated in margarine or butter, in oils, it's a big no-no. Because it's not the kind of stuff that your body needs and digests and stores properly. So hopefully corn syrup is fucking fine for something. We'll find out, because the rest is less than 2%. Which is also things you don't want to see. Mono and diglycerides. Aluminosilicate. That doesn't sound great. Sugar. More sugar. Artificial flavor.
And look at that, hydrogenated vegetable oil. They're literally putting trans fats in here. Why are they doing that? It's shelf stable, can sit here a long time. It makes a really silky, creamy texture. The trans fats are so bad for you, you want to stay away from those. The dairy-ish in this item
Yeah, as far as I understand, hydrogenated stuff is trans fat.
would be sodium caseinate. That would come from the casein, and artificial flavorings. Then there's these pods. When I was a kid and my parents would take me out to dinner, I used to chug the half and half pods that were on the table. I think that was pure half and half, but this one isn't. So these, you think there might be some dairy in here, but look at the ingredients, right? There's no dairy. It's always a mix of water, cane sugar, and palm oil. Then they have the artificial flavorings. This is where the sugar starts to get.
It's so weird. It's such a weird fucking product, dude. Like, imagine you're in a food lab and you mix water, cane sugar, and palm oil. Then you're like, oh, what does it taste like in coffee? It's pretty shit. Let's put some other things that makes it taste like. So natural and artificial flavors. So already natural flavors is like a derivative of the flavor that spikes your taste buds. I don't even know what the fuck artificial flavor means at that point. Sodium stearoyl lactylase. So that's another one that we've seen. That's a big no-no. And why? Fuck, I keep forgetting. Is it trans? Trans fat? Big no-no. And salt, just regular salt.
Get kind of scary. There's 5 grams of sugar for 1 little cream.
Per 1 creamer, 13 milliliter. How much is that? That's a little tingy thing of that. And it's 5 grams of sugar. That's a whole teaspoon of sugar. More than that.
Creamer container here. That's over a teaspoon of sugar, so we're getting way too high there. This one I had to bring in from another store. I knew some of you would ask about this. This is Walden Farms. They're famous for
Is it 1 teaspoon or 1 tablespoon? Big difference.
making their 0 calorie, 0 fat coffee creamers, and more importantly, their salad dressings. This stuff is toxic. This will never come anywhere near the Bobby approved list, because look at the ingredients. Instead of putting fat in here and calories, the first ingredient is water, then food coloring, carrageenan, cream flavor, and a bunch of preservatives. And
It's like I'm stopping to fucking laugh at something. That's crazy. That is so nuts. What the fuck are you doing? Drinking this shit. Imagine you open this up and drink this. What the fuck are you drinking? Purified water. So that's the main ingredient. Then food color. The fuck? That's your second ingredient. I'm drinking food color in my water. Carrageenan. The fuck is that? Cream flavor, but not a dairy. Just a flavor. Like flakes. Fuck you. Sodium acid sulfate. So these are, I believe, preservatives. So sodium acid sulfate, potassium sorbate, sodium benzoate. Preserve freshness. Xanthan gum is regular. And salt. Sucralose? Oh, fuck you. Sucralose is the fake sugar, the cancerous one. You'll tell it. And then beta carotene. What the fuck is that? Sounds like gasoline. Fuck you.
Chemicals, you're much better off getting the dairy and or fat and a little bit of
I mean, that's fucking crazy. You think you're putting dairy. You're not putting dairy into your coffee. Help yourself. Don't buy this. Go buy some fucking milk or something.
sugar. If you're going to do it, then all this fake stuff, it will wreak havoc on your stomach, your intestines, and your gut bacteria. Stay away from this stuff and the salad.
I mean, yeah, your gut bacteria has no clue what the fuck this is. No fucking clue at all. Like, what the fuck are you giving me? You know, run for your life. They're dying by suicide, and they're like, no, I don't want this shit. I'm supposed to live. I'm supposed to have kids, and there's nothing here for them. There's nothing.
Dressings, it's bad news.
I'm paraphrasing. I'm not an expert or anything. I'm just trying to picture it.
Okay, so this is the shelf-stable stuff. Let's go over to the refrigerator case and see if there's anything over there that's worth taking a peek at. All right, before we move on to the creamers, I almost forgot. It's giveaway time, my friends. We haven't done a giveaway on the channel forever, so I'm going to give away 3 instant pots to 3 lucky. We haven't done a giveaway.
If it needs cooling, you can already know that they have to pay more for cooling. I mean, cooling costs energy. So the shelf of cooling costs more than a regular shelf, right? So you already know that there's a reason for that. Now, they might just want to compete with creams and stuff, which is definitely where, and people who would sweeten their coffee would naturally go to the cold stuff, right? But it doesn't mean that it's necessarily better. And I think we're going to see that.
On the channel forever. Leave on cigar and coffee mate. They might have some dairy in here. I mean, heck, it's in the refrigerator case, right? But if you look at the ingredients here, nope, no dairy at all. It's a combination, once again, of
absolute trash, water, sugar, vegetable oil. Sugar, by the way, 5 grams per little fucking tip of whatever. Such terrible fucking oils, dude. And I mean, I don't know if we care already after this. Like, it says and less than 2%. Oh, so I don't know if every country it says that by law. It surely looks like it's by law by now because it's fucking written everywhere. But like, you know, if you don't care about this first part, you can skip the rest. Okay, but if you do care about this first part and it's good, then you do want to read the rest. But we're going to see bullshit here like mono and diglycerides. Dipotassium phosphate, I can't remember, natural and artificial flavor, no. Cellulose gel, I don't know what that is. Cellulose gum doesn't come up as something very good. Honestly, my memory of this is not necessarily a positive one. Carrageenan, still don't know what that is.
water, sugar,
not a source of lactose,
and vegetable oil. That's what makes it creamy. Super bad news. In addition to having the other fake ingredients, it also has carrageenan in here. Carrageenan is the emulsifier that comes from seaweed. The problem is it's very disruptive to your gut, and your gut.
So that's so interesting. He doesn't like carrageenan. He doesn't like the seaweed transform.
Bacteria, most products don't use it anymore. And the sugar is way too much. 1 tablespoon of this creamer has 5 grams of sugar. I think most people use at least 3 to 4 tablespoons. So you're talking about upwards of 15 to 20 grams of sugar in here. So that's a no. America does run.
Oh, okay, so he's saying that not only... So you're putting more sweetener in your coffee than just one little tip. You put like 1, 2, 3 little tips of this. So you're actually getting 4 tablespoons worth of fucking sugar. Or 5, if it's 20 grams. That's fucking sick. That's sick.
On Dunkin', but they do not run on the Dunkin' creamer. Although I give them credit. Look at the ingredients here. There is skim milk in here, but they do.
Okay. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Cane sugar. Don't think we like this. It's still sugar, you know. Cream. What do you mean by cream? So contains 2% or less of, again, palm oil, natural flavor, carrageenan.
Do put carrageenan, palm oil. I mean, it does have 2 grams of sugar, but I would not be adding this low quality product to your coffee. Now, on the plus side, here's a decent one.
The next time I'm going to the store, dude, I'm gonna start swearing every time I'm in that aisle, dude. Trash. Fuck off. People are gonna be looking at me like, what's wrong with this guy? 1% of population guy.
Silk. The downside is that it's made with soy. The good news is that it's non-GMO soy. We talked about this last week in the non-dairy milk video. I tend to shy away from soy milk for estrogen purposes. A lot of you guys disagree with that, but I think we can both disagree. I think we can both agree that we don't use too much coffee creamer, so using this would be okay. And there's 1 gram of sugar in here, so I'm totally fine with that. This is kind of cool. So now Coffee Mate is making these natural bliss lines, which actually, if you read the ingredients, has milk, has cream, sugar, and natural flavor. So it's only 4 ingredients. The problem is, once again, it's 5 grams of sugar per serving. A serving is a tablespoon, so it's a little high for me, but at least you're using real ingredients, so this would be a great sub for the fake ones. Natural Bliss also makes non-dairy ones. So they make coconut and almond milk.
Why the fuck do we care? Just because it's flavored milk and sugar? Is that what people buy this for? It's like milk, sugar, and flavor? All in one?
This is almond milk. It does have the same amount of sugar, unfortunately, but it's pretty cool they're doing the alternatives. Still, too much sugar for me, but it's a nice option.
It's not too much sugar on the label. It's too much sugar because people put more than 1 serving. They put 2, 3, 4 servings or more of this fucking stuff, which makes the sugar intake much too high.
All these other ones, like take a look at this.
For 1 coffee, imagine if you take 2. You're grossly negligent if that shit is happening in your house.
Sorry, the flavors here. It's like Cold Stone Creamery, Oreos, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. These are all not only loaded with sugar, but they have tons of fake ingredients. But this was the bad stuff, right? Let's go to another grocery store and see much better alternatives to put in your coffee, because we can do a lot better than this. All right,
yes, please.
Store, much better options here. Let's start off with a shelf-stable one, Nut Pods. These definitely get the Bobby seal of approval because they're tasty, they're creamy, and if you look at the ingredients, very, very clean.
Interesting. Nut Pods. So based out of nuts. So nuts is going to have that oil, right? Which makes it voluptuous, right? It makes the coffee more voluptuous. Makes me want to drink coffee. Good thing I have one now. And it's from Tim Hortons. I'd be shocked to find the ingredients on this thing. Maybe we can find it on the website. But yeah, so I can see the oil here, the taste coming from the sugar, from the nut. That's I'm trying to picture it because I've never had this kind of product in my coffee.
Water, coconut cream, almonds, couple emulsifier.
Emulsifier, sea salt, gallon gum, but it's nothing like the mono and di something, but it's not the di potassium. It's not that. Glyceride, monoglyceride, diglyceride. None of that here. None of that. Zero sugar added. Dude, this is interesting. Like in terms of product, it's night and day. You got water, coconut cream, almond. Like already this is natural stuff. Much more than the fucking bullshit that we saw previously, which was water, oil, natural flavor, absolute garbage.
But you might ask yourself, why is this nut pod on the shelf like this, and the one that I grabbed a second ago in the refrigerator case cold?
Trying to figure out which streamer that we know might actually be doing this also and looking at this. What do you think Soda Poppin is doing? You think Soda knows about this shit? I think maybe he does. He was getting like a little fattier, but now he's like pretty slim. So I think maybe Soda knows. Soda knows better sometimes. Sometimes, let me say that. Most of the time you're wrong, he knows better. You know.
It's all about pasteurization. We talked about this last week in the non-dairy and nut milk review. After this video, watch that one. We break down every single dairy alternative possible. This one here is high temperature, short time pasteurization.
So that's interesting what he just said there. So he said that he was willing to try every single one of them. He literally came here with a cart and at some point said, you know what? I want to try this. 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 He literally bought all of them. And that's a little bit of what I did yesterday. I took things that I've never tried before because they looked healthy. They read healthy. And I needed to try something like that. And, you know, it's important to understand that, yes, that's part of your budget is for that. It's for trying things and find better. So it's not just to buy the jam and the peanut butter and the milk that you need, but it's also to try different things. So if I can, I'll buy the one that like I want to buy. Say I'm not ready yet to change or anything, but I'm also going to try and find a small product with a simple price, like 3 something, that I'm willing to say, you know what, I'm going to try this. This sounds good. This reads good. This looks good for me. And I'm willing to invest in trying it. I'm going to have one little sip of it. If I don't like it, it's going down the drain and it's over. But then next time I might come back and try the other product and another one, you know, and find out what I like it for, you know, if I like it and if it can be a replacement. Because then if it can, well, just imagine the benefits. It's huge. For, you know, maybe you like the package. It's smaller. You don't use as much. And you don't need as much. And it's going to replace something with much better ingredient, you know, than before.
Pasteurized, meaning there's more nutrients and enzymes in here because it doesn't have that.
But my point is, you have some kind of a budget access. You have an access to your budget to things like this.
Super high temperature, so it has to be refrigerated. Whereas this one here is ultra high temperature, meaning it has a shelf life of over a year. Some of the nutrients get destroyed, but it's good to have a couple of these in your pantry. Now, what's great about these nut pods is that all of them are unsweetened, including French vanilla, including hazelnut. How they get that kind of bothers me a little bit in that there's no sugar. So how did they get this hazelnut flavor? Read that ingredient right there. Natural flavorings. We're talking.
Yeah, natural flavors. So natural flavors is unfortunately a way to add flavor. So it tastes like you're really getting the coconut and the almonds, you know, or the sugary taste, but you're not getting that. You're getting a flavor which has no benefits whatsoever. So it's tricking your mind. It's tricky. You know, would you rather have something that doesn't have the flavor but doesn't taste as good, or have it the same product with the flavor that tastes better. You know, it's like, okay, well, you're having this, but what is this? What is this? That's the problem.
Talking about this more, and I'm going to make a whole video about natural flavorings. It's not a regulated term by the government, and there's nothing natural about natural flavorings at all. The rule is, as long as the origin, the first ingredient is natural, hazelnut or a vanilla, you can add as many chemicals to it as you want and still call it a natural flavor. Totally deceiving. Unfortunately, it's in hundreds and hundreds of products here at the grocery store. I'm still going to say it's okay. You might want to stick with the regular one that doesn't have the natural flavorings, but it's really becoming a problem. Now, there's a ton more refrigerated cold creamers.
Like, we don't want to be faked into products. Personally, I don't want that. And it's very primal. I can't really explain why I want that, or I want it to be like that. I'd rather have a natural product without flavor that I can use and use differently, and it adds texture and blends with tastes, rather than have a product that is flavored. And I'm sure over time we'll figure out that this natural flavor stuff is just, not only is it not good, as in doesn't add anything, but it might be bad also. For the bacterias, for anything else, digestion, anything like that. Because if it's not useful, then what the fuck is it?
I'm going to grab those because we don't want to film.
Basically, if it's not useful in your gut, then what the fuck is it? You know, in your gut.
Over there. We don't want to get kicked out. I'm going to bring them back over here. So give me a second. All right, my friends, I'm locked and loaded with tons of really high quality creamers that I want to share with you. First off, we'll start with this one, Califia Farms. They make a really good almond and coconut cream based creamer. The only thing I don't like about Califia is that it's not organic almonds, and we talked about it once again last week in the non-dairy review milk video. Almond trees are very heavily sprayed around the base with pesticides. It's not for the almond tree itself, and so it kills all of the shrubbery and the grass, so when they shake the trees, they have nothing impeding the pickup process. Unfortunately, a lot of that pesticide soaks into the almond trees, so I wish it was organic almonds, but you're only going to use a little bit, so it's okay. But what makes this so good is the fact that it's almond milk and coconut cream. Coconut cream is dairy-free and really thick and luscious. There's a few emulsifiers in here, which happens with all nut milks, but this is fantastic. So is the almond milk creamer that has the hazelnut. They use the natural flavorings again. What are you gonna do, you know? There's only 2 grams of sugar in here. And also the Califia Better Half and Half. This stuff is thick and creamy, and once again, it has almond milk and coconut cream. Makes
almond milk, which is water and almonds, coconut cream, sunflower lecithin, natural flavors again, calcium carbonate, sea salt, potassium citrate, locust bean gum.
It's a mean dairy-free creamer. Now, one of the themes we're seeing with all these high-quality creamers is that they have coconut cream in there. Coconut cream is super thick and creamy, but what you can do, if you want to save money, go online or go to the store and buy coconut milk powder. I have this stuff in my pantry all the time, and you can stir that directly into coffee, or if you go on Amazon, you can get coconut cream powder. So even thicker, has a crazy long shelf life.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's interesting. So coconut milk powder,
and you can stir that directly into coffee,
and coconut cream powder. Cream powder.
Coconut cream.
Did you get it? Coconut milk, coconut cream powder. And he said in another video that powderizing process is simply dehydration, which is a natural process through heat. So it's not involving any chemicals or anything. So. And with the long shelf life, that's also interesting. What does that mean? You can add this like sugar, like you would add sugar into a coffee, which sugar has a long shelf life. But this is much better, much less sugary, and much better than these creams.
Cream powder, so even thicker, has a crazy long shelf life.
carrageen, natural flavor, maltodextrin. So he doesn't like that maltodextrin. I think that was another one of those things. So from corn again, corn derivatives. He doesn't like anything necessarily derived from corn and processed from corn. Not only is it GMO, but it's oil, corn oil and stuff like that. Canola oil, that's a no-no. Expeller pressed organic canola oil. I don't know what that means. I'm just gonna stay away from that. Yeah, not super good. It starts pretty well. Organic soy base, so filtered water, whole organic soybeans, and then it starts degenerating.
Next up, I do want to warn you about these barista blends.
And if we just look,
has a crazy long shelf life.
He goes pretty fast. Unfortunately, we're not gonna see the list for this. He likes this one. Do we see anything special here? But then he doesn't like this one. And they're both from Trader Joe's.
Next up, I do want to warn
Too bad.
you about these barista blends. We talked about it again last week. Anytime you get the almond milk or the soy milk or the oat milk barista blends, they're very high in oils and emulsifiers. And if you have a sensitive stomach, it's going to upset your tummy. I used to get these oat milk lattes at the coffee shop, but it really upset my stomach, so something to keep in mind for that. Now, sticking with a dairy-free, this is cashew-based, half and half. This is delicious. I've had it at home. It's cashew and coconut cream, a little bit of dates for a sweetener, but it's a trivial amount, and then some gums. This is a great alternative too. Sweetener, but it's a
so dates, again, raisin juice, very sweet. Instead of adding sugar, they just add that. So you can see here, 0 sugar. That's important for keto. Sunflower lecithin, phosphate, acacia. These are all, so again, natural flavor.
trivial amount, and then some gums. This is a great alternative too. Then we go to peas. The Ripple half and half is really nice because it's not only pea based, but it has a good amount of protein in there because peas are high in protein. It has a nice thick consistency, and that works too. Now, if you want to go back to dairy though, this is probably one of the best ones you can get. The Organic Valley is organic cream. So look at the ingredients here. Organic grade A milk and organic grade...
There's fucking music in the background, dude. Organic grade A milk and cream. Great. That's a good start. Organic fair trade. That's a great start, actually. Organic fair trade unrefined cane sugar. Okay. So, I mean, it's quite the amount of sugar, I suppose. So, again, 6 grams per little fucking thing of this fucking stuff. So, that's way too much sugar, in my opinion. If you add a few servings per coffee. Organic fair trade vanilla flavor. The fuck is that? It's not just vanilla, it's fucking flavor. What the fuck is that? Organic coconut flavor.
grade A cream, because when you have organic dairy, the nutritional profile is way higher. It has higher omega-3s, the good
That's
ones.
right.
Lower omega-6s, the bad ones.
He approves it.
Higher CLAs, the conjugated linoleic acids, much better in organic. So this is one of the better ones, but it doesn't have 3.5 grams of sugars per tablespoon, which is a little high. Then, So Delicious makes a really nice coconut creamer here, and only has 5 ingredients, which is really nice. We're talking about coconut milk, water, once again, coconut cream,
All right, coconut milk. So anything organic here in the milk and the eggs, that's great. Coconut cream, citrates, gelum gum. So it's just coconut milk. It's literally just coconut milk, which is filtered water, and coconut cream, and it's organic. So very well done. And then just some preservatives. This is very interesting. No sugar. The taste must be quite different because it's just so bland, so you know, simple.
Emulsifier. So these are great dairy-free alternatives, and I'm telling you that coconut cream is where it's at. What else do I have?
But then again, you put it in your coffee. Like, how important is it? You know? It's not like you're drinking fucking milk, like almond milk, and you don't like it or whatever.
Here. The 365 brand. It's actually nice because there's 3 ingredients. It's
like the goal of this fucking stuff you put in your coffee is so your coffee doesn't taste too hard. You know, you want to sweeten your coffee and lighten it. So the stuff you put in will change it and resolve that problem initially, even if it doesn't taste just as good. For a cream, it's dissolved in coffee, like you're barely gonna notice it.
non-fat milk, cream, and cane sugar. But once again, they're sneaking in the sugar. If they made a pure, unsweetened version of this, I'd be okay with that. So these are great mixes of dairy and non-dairy creamers that aren't too high in sugar, but some of the best coffee creamers right now aren't available in any store I've seen. They're online, specifically Amazon. And there's a few I wanted to go over because the ingredients are literally...
So this is what I want to see here. This is really going to be fucking weird.
The next level, Laird Superfood Coffee Creamer. Laird Hamilton, does that ring a bell? He's like the world famous surfer, married to Gabrielle Reese, the world famous beach volleyball player. He came up with a coffee creamer that is probably best in class. It's a little expensive, but the ingredients are organic coconut milk powder, aquamin, which is a marine algae, very good for you, and organic extra virgin.
That's interesting. So again, here we see the algae. He made a difference. I need to go back and figure out what's the difference between the processed one that's not good for you and the aquamin, which he likes. We have the coconut milk powder, organic coconut sugar, organic extra virgin coconut oil. Interesting.
Coconut oil. They have chocolate.
Which is fine. Coconut oil is fine.
Turmeric, original, very, very low in sugar. I'll put the Amazon link down below. That's fantastic. There's one called Picnic Creamer. It's on Amazon.
I think I've seen this before.
It's perfect for keto because it's MCT and grass-fed butter with a little bit of whey protein.
So MCT and grass-fed butter. So the butter is made of the milk, I think, or something. And then, so you want the cow, or yeah, I suppose the cow, to eat grass and stuff. So that's good. So water, grass-fed butter, so grass-fed being the best, milk, and egg stuff. So that's why they just say grass-fed butter, grass-fed whey protein, MCT oil. So I don't know what that means.
Protein powder, so it does have a bit of dairy, but that jacks up the protein. And MCT oil, really, really good quality creamer. And then Bulletproof. The ones who invented the Bulletproof coffee have an Instamix, a powder, and the powder only has grass-fed butter and MCT oil. Once again, I'm putting all these ones in the description box because you can only get them on Amazon. There's one called Omega Power Creamer. Super clean ingredients. We're talking grass-fed ghee, organic coconut oil, organic MCTs, and organic cacao powder, no sugar, Vital Proteins collagen creamer, which is really cool because I'm all about collagen. I put collagen peptides in my smoothies every day because as you get older, your natural collagen in your body wears down. That is a great supplement to get it back up. Also, collagen is super good for your hair, your skin, your nails, your teeth. There's one called Level Up Keto Creamer that's really clean.
Oh, that's the first ingredient?
Your nails,
collagen peptides? Jesus, fuck. Organic coconut milk powder, bamboo shoot extract, organic acacia fiber.
Teeth. There's one called Level Up Keto Creamer that's really clean, all grass-fed, including grass.
That's where the tinfoil hats fucking don't like it. Because I'm fucking totally unknown You know, these things are totally unknown. Like, it's not fucking milk anymore. Now we're getting into the tinfoil. Like, what is that stuff? You know? Tinfoil would be like, I'm not fucking getting that. What the fuck? I don't even know what that is. That's fucking crazy. You could use all kinds of stuff to create that, blah, blah. True. Well, true. Could, yeah, whatever.
Good for your hair, your skin, your nails, your teeth. There's one called Level Up Keto Creamer that's really
grass-fed
clean, all grass-fed, including grass-fed collagen peptides.
That's great.
And there's one called...
So grass-fed is really going to give you a lot of the nutrients that you don't get from these products any other way.
Called Coffee Booster, which is really, really good too. So between online and good quality stores like this, you can get creamers that are low in sugar,
cool,
actually use organic ingredients, and are dairy or non-dairy. So there's a lot of options to choose from. But stay away from the ones that we grew up with or the ones that they have at the work office. Those powders, those little cups, they're all fake.
Everything we grew up with, dude, is fucking fucked now.
They're all highly processed, oil loaded. You don't want those at all, right? These are the ones you want. So I hope now we know which ones to choose and which ones to stay away from. All right, my friends, that is it. Art and I just rocked another haul like a boss. Guys, make sure you enter the giveaway. 3 Instant Pots coming your way. All you have to do, once again, is subscribe to the channel, like the video, and leave a comment down below saying that you entered. It's a pretty sweet giveaway, huh, Art?
Big time.
Let us know what video you want to see next. We got a laundry list of good ideas.
All right. Olive oil. I don't use that much. I have like butter. But oil would be better. I need to find the oil that I need. Not a big fan of cereals. I like cereals as a snack. It's very cheap. You know, $5, even $8 for a box. You get the snack on this stuff forever. You know, like it's 5 to 10 times. You know. So which makes it very cost effective. Anything else that we need to see? Yogurts. Yeah, I guess we could check yogurts. Yogurts are also pretty complex products. And if he's saying there's bad yogurts, I'm fucking oblivious to it. You know what I mean? So we should check yogurts. I've seen milk also. Where's milk? Here. I've seen milk. I haven't seen alternative milk. I'm not that interested in them. I've tried many in the past, personally. I'm apparently lactose intolerant, but I like real milk personally. So let's go to yogurt.
Family, it's Bobby back at the grocery store because you guys have been requesting a lot of really cool review videos lately, and one that kind of stuck out to me and Art was yogurts. There's so many darn choices of yogurts here at the grocery store.
Yeah.
And between sweetened, plain, vanilla.
I mean, it's quite the product, you know. I think it's more complex than cheese, personally.
Organic, grass-fed. How do you know what to buy? Well, I've been doing a lot of research lately, and it turns out I'd say maybe 85% of this you actually want to avoid. And if you know...
What? I mean, I think it's more complex than cheese because you've got the bacterial cultivation process, but you also have the flavoring process, which is true for cheese, but I feel like there's only like a handful of steps when it comes to cheese. By handful, I mean about 5. Whereas yogurts, I feel like there's more like 8 to 10 steps to make yogurts. We might see that with the ingredients. 85% I want to avoid. Talk to me.
Know what to buy? You're going to greatly increase the nutritional value and the health of the yogurt that you're eating. So I thought maybe we should start with the best, right? And then we'll go progressively downhill. The best is actually something they don't have at this grocery store. I had to bring it in from the outside. It is this. It is organic, 100% grass-fed Greek-style yogurt. So yes, you have to look a little bit harder for grass-fed. But why do we want grass-fed? We want grass-fed for the same reason we want pasture-raised chickens and grass-fed beef. It has a very high nutritional profile, and it's only fed grass, and it's pasture-raised. So it's a cow, a happy little cow.
Grass-fed, because the main ingredient is going to be the cheese or the fucking milk or whatever. Grass-fed is mandatory.
That's outside all the time, not a factory farmed cow that's inside eating corn, soy, that's GMO. The nutritional profile of this is way higher in terms of omega-3s and conjugated linoleic acids. There's a few brands you can get. This is one, Stonyfield's one, Organic Valley, 100% grass-fed, and also Nancy's Probiotic. Now, this is the best of the best unless you can get raw yogurt, which is almost impossible to find unless you live by a farm. But the next step below that
raw
would be
yogurt, like raw
just
milk.
buying organic, right? Not flavored, we'll get into that in a second, plain Greek-style organic yogurt. To be called organic dairy, it has to be cows that are fed pasture-raised grass at least 4 months of the year. And the reason why that matters is because of the nutritional profile once again.
That's such a good point. Calling a yogurt organic is so complex because everything needs to be organic, which is such an extensive process. Because the process is already so extensive for yogurts, in my opinion. Now, to make it organic also, it's quite the process that you have to tend to.
Nutritional profile of organic beats the heck out of conventional Greek yogurt because of omega-3 fatty acids. They're 62% higher in organic yogurt. It also is high in omega-3s and low in omega-6s. When you start getting into conventional dairy, it's the reverse. It's high in omega-6s, the bad, and low in omega-3s, the good. Also, conjugated linoleic acid, well known for reducing heart disease and obesity and good stuff like that. Much higher in organic dairy versus conventional. Conventional dairy is fed grain. A lot of times it's GMO corn and soy, but nowadays if you look on the labels of Fage and other stuff, it has this, the non-GMO label, which is good. That's a good place to start, but it's factory farm cows that are eating grain and the nutritional profile is way less. So if you can't get grass-fed organic, just get organic, okay? That's a huge step up. Greek yogurt.
So in this case, he might be wrong. It's not like just milk, where if it says organic, it means it's fed grass. And if it's not said organic, then the fucking cows are not fed grass. Because there's only so much more to do with milk to be able to label it as organic. Now, would a farmer have interest in not labeling it as organic in order to make it pass as regular milk so that people who buy 90% of the regular milk also buy your milk and you have a good business? I mean, possibly, you know, but it's much. And is it possible that organic milk makes it its way into the non-organic labeled product? Do you know what I mean? Like, is it possible that I'm drinking a non-organic milk or product, but that contains organic milk, which ends up being not that bad? I mean, possibly, but I feel like that's a process that's harder to do in yogurt because, again, when you say non-organic, then at some point you're gonna, even if you have organic cows and organic milk, if the rest is not done properly, then you can't label it like that. But I feel like it's one variable that is much smaller for a yogurt than it is for a milk, for the labeling process. I'm sorry,
yogurt
Chad.
has more protein and less.
Not everybody can understand this. I'm not sure I understand it myself.
Sugar than regular yogurt because it's strained, and that's also the fact why it's more expensive. It takes 4 cups of milk to make 1 cup of Greek-style yogurt.
Grandma's fucking lost at this point.
Yogurt, you can make 1 cup of yogurt with 1 cup of milk. That's why it's more expensive.
What are you saying, son?
You want that Greek style of yogurt because it has less sugar, because you strain out the lactose, that's where the sugar is, and you really raise that protein level. Once again, I wouldn't get conventional. I would pay the extra for organic, 100% grass-fed. Staying in the Greek style, you always want to get full fat yogurt as opposed to no fat, We have to stop our infatuation with low fat and no fat, because when you eat full fat yogurt, it mixes better with the protein and it satiates your hunger way longer. When you eat protein with no
So again, he's a big fan of fat in milk, big fan of fat in the yogurt. It's good fat, etc.
fat, it doesn't satiate your hunger and you get hungry quicker. So stop with the low fat stuff. I mean, if you want to do that for actual other foods, that's fine. But for milk, you want the 100% milk fat and the cream. That stuff is good for you. You gotta stay away from the flavored yogurts because the sugars start to jack up like nobody's business. Art, this 5.3 ounce of yogurt container here has 15 grams of sugar. You got.
Where does it say that? Let's read it. But we gotta read our first yogurts. Per one container, so this thing, amount per serving. So we got 120 calories. We're not looking at calories as much. Total fat, zero. What is that? Saturated fat, 0. Trans fat, 0. Again, it doesn't say percentage. Cholesterol, blah, blah, blah. Potassium, sodium, total carb, sugars. That's crazy. 15 grams of sugar for this. That's 4 whole tablespoons of sugar. So you take a normal yogurt, Greek yogurt, and put 4 tablespoons of sugar in it. This thing, I mean, into this thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, mix it up. Wow, it tastes so good. Protein, 12 grams. Lots of proteins. Yeah. So the sugar here is here for the flavor, or else you get a yogurt that's really really blend, really bleh. But then the point is you don't want to just eat this by itself. You might want to put some berries into it, some nuts, some seeds. I do that all the time. Yogurt, nuts, seeds. It's already prepackaged and everything. But I don't get to see what kind of yogurt they use, which is probably not the top of the line, you know.
Guys, there's 4 grams of sugar in 1 teaspoon. So there's 4 teaspoons plus of sugar in here. Imagine that. Some of that is natural, maybe about half. So let's say there's 2.5 teaspoons of added sugar to here. Plus, when you add sugar to yogurt, you destroy the probiotic bacteria that you're trying to get in the first place from eating yogurt. So it completely messes that up. And you're also eating fruit that's laced with extra sugar, it's preserved. What you can really do if you want to get your fix of sweetener is add stevia, add monk fruit sweetener, add chopped up berries. I know it's a pain in the butt, but buying the fruit in here just is not good. Okay, let's start talking about individual brands. I think
it's a pain in the butt until they decide to do it at the store. So I don't know how many years it's going to take for the store to take something like a grass-fed yogurt and add the berries and just label it as such and make me pay $1 more. You know, but it'll come. And personally, it's not my style to buy the fucking fruits, the nuts, and the yogurt separately. It's just not my fucking style. I just don't like it. You know, I like to buy just one thing. Oh, that's healthy for me. Great. But if LTB means, you know, buying the yogurt, if choices.
Art and I basically grew up with 2 brands. Dannon and Yoplait, that's all we had back in the day.
Dannon.
But these are the kind of brands you want to stay away from because they're using low quality dairy and they're very high.
It's so sad, dude. All the fucking brands that we grew up on are fucked up, man. They are fucked.
Highly processed. And when you look at the ingredients, they often have preservatives and stabilizers. Case in point, check it out, Art. There's food starch in this one. You don't want to have food starch in yogurt. There's no way that my girl Jamie Lee.
So food starch. I don't know if that's what they put on fucking grated cheese. They put something on grated cheese. I don't know if that's the starch. We don't like it. We don't like it on cheese because when we cook with cheese, you know, and you heat up the cheese, you start heating up that stuff too. Which you don't want, it changes the taste. It's not the best compared to regular cheese. I don't know what it does to yogurt. He doesn't like it.
Curtis is actually eating Activia because the quality of the dairy is really low in here.
He's fucking shitting all over Activia.
And the sugar is off the chart. So one of these little
fuck
containers has
me,
12
man.
grams
What the
of
fuck?
sugar, which is...
He's fucking shitting on Activia, dude. What a fucking guy. Oh, I have no idea what this is saying. Cultured grade A reduced fat milk. So again, reduced fat milk. It's not what we're looking for. We're looking for actual fatty milk. They do it because it's less fat. It's like popular to eat stuff with less fat. Cane sugar, that's added sugar. Strawberries, because that's the kind of yogurt that this is. So that is fine. Water, modified food starch. He doesn't like that. We'll hopefully find out why. Contains less than 1% of milk protein concentrate. Kosher gelatin. I don't know what that is. Agar. Natural flavors. Again, trash. Fruit juice concentrate. Fruit and vegetable juice. The color, I don't know. Trash. Carrageenan, he's gonna shit on that. Lactate acid, milk, vitamin D. Just not the best. I feel like if you can get a yogurt, you can get better than whatever the fuck these two things are. Like, these are the main ingredients. You're buying a yogurt that is a skimmed kind of yogurt with sugar added. Like, fuck you, man.
3 teaspoons. Some of that is natural.
This is done by Danone.
When you start adding these sugars and these fruits in here, you negate all of the health benefits of the probiotic bacteria in the first place. So when Activia is advertising the fact about their bacteria, they're killing them, putting all that sugar in there. Now, this seems to be a very popular brand. Have you heard of this before, Art?
Nuga?
So this is basically dessert, okay? I see the ingredients here. Look at these, Art. Number 1.
Oh my god. I didn't even read anything. I was like, what the fuck is these numbers? Protein, that's normal. Sugar, 30 gram. 30 gram of sugar. For this thing, a whole or half? I mean, I'm supposing whole. It's such a small container. And 30 grams divided by 4 is about 7 to 8 tablespoons of fucking sugar, bro. What the hell? 30% of fat. That really comes up as a dessert. Yeah. Insane. What do we have? We have whole milk, so grade A pasteurized whole milk, right? Which is the fat here, which is fine. It's not a trans fat, but it's still a lot of fat. Like, overall, you still have to moderate your amount of fat intake. You can't just fucking pop one of these every day and not care.
Number 1, there's a ton of emulsifiers, locust bean gum, pectin, there's sugar.
So a lot of emulsifiers. Where does he say this? Here, pectin, locust bean gum. Kosher gelatin, pectin here too. What's going on? Oh, okay, so pectin here and locust bean gum is used in the fruit puree. Puree means mash. So the fruit mash. First off, the first ingredient, I'm sorry, grade A pasteurized whole milk, like we said. That sounds fine. That sounds very fine. Whole milk, we're happy to see that. Not a skimmed milk. But we're going to see more sugar here, cane sugar, explaining the insane amount of sugar. Honey on top of things, wow. Okay, dude. Kosher gelatin, pectin, live active cultures. I think that's fine unless he says it's not. But these are all the active ingredients. Active ingredients.
Sugar, honey, but look at this. I've never seen yogurt with 30 grams of sugar. You guys, that's over 7 teaspoons. Imagine 7 teaspoons, 2 or 3 of which are natural. The rest are just poured in here for sweetener. There's 0 health benefits. That's dessert. Now here's a brand that Art was just saying, wow, they could save a lot of money if they put it in plastic. Well, they put it in glass because they want it to be like French and it's fancy. But if you read the ingredients, they have pectin in here.
I don't know if it's French or English, actually. Or possibly something else. For me, it doesn't come up as French. I'm French Canadian. It doesn't come up as French, the glass part. It's like, you know, you can tell me baguette and fucking I don't know what. That comes up as French, but glass to put dairies in? I don't know if it comes up as French as much as it's English. Like, think about the milk back in the 30s. They're in glass containers delivered in person by the milkman. That's a United States thing. Possibly a England thing, you know? More than, I don't know, French thing. It doesn't strike a French nerve. Okay, what do we have here, man? Pasteurized grade A milk. Okay, so just milk. So we don't know if it's 2% milk or 3.5%. That's fine. But the cane sugar, again, more sugars. If we look at sugars here, we got 15 grams of sugar per 1 container. But it's yogurt. It's not like something else. You eat the whole thing probably. It's made by Yoplait, really. And it's made in France by Yoplait. Oh, interesting. What else? Organic honey, more sugars, natural flavor, again, pectin, yogurt culture. Very simple yogurt. Very simple yogurt, but too much fucking sugars. You know, just too much sugars. I'd rather put my own type of sugar, the own type of berries that you should be eating or that you want to be eating for health benefits or because you like it. Rather than have it all here, you know. But again, this is the kind of yogurt you're supposed to eat by itself. Boop, boop, boop. Chemistry. We're chemistrying.
Here. Pectin is the natural kind of like jelly that makes it more congealed. Trust me, in France, they are not putting the pectin in the yogurt. I promise you that. Stay away from that. Let's go down here. Oh, before we do that, I do want to do a quick self-promotion here. You guys, next week, Wednesday, this is coming out. You guys have been supporting the book so much that it's a #1 bestseller in 5 different categories in cookbooks on Amazon. Thank you so much.
That's so cool.
The pre-order link is down below.
Yeah, that's such a good book. That's such a good idea. Keto, we like to find recipes. Have a keto fucking meal prep book. That's such a good idea. Of course it's going to be a bestseller. Yeah. You want to.
You guys are going to love this book. There's 125 low-carb recipes that actually taste good.
She's got the camera. That's so cool. That's so interesting also in terms of a cover. She took the camera. She takes the pictures of the food to display it in the book. She probably also, I suppose, owns, unless they had a publishing company come in to take the picture that we see here, and possibly she has a little remote control where she can take pictures without showing. She could be part of the publishing company too. A very interesting picture.
And you don't think of it like a diet. These recipes just feel like you're eating clean, eating food that makes you feel good. Let's make this a #1 bestseller from day one on. I can't believe the support. You guys have been awesome. So thank you for that. I will give Chobani a little bit of props.
This fucking arm movement, dude.
Day one.
Look at this fucking arm movements, dude.
On
Zoom, 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 zoom.
You guys have been awesome.
Zoom,
so thank you for that. I will give Chobani a little bit of props. They do have a new line here called Less Sugar, and it does have less sugar. This container
Kobani
only has 9 grams.
All right. Fucking please. Ingredients are here. 9 grams of sugar. That's 2 tablespoons.
Grams of sugar, but still, sugar is sugar. Did you watch our video from the other week called the Sweeteners and Sugar Alternatives video?
Zoom in for me
Sugar
so my
is the
eyes.
devil, you guys.
Yes.
The other week called the.
All right. Low-fat yogurt, cultured pasteurized non-fat milk cream. Okay, hold on. Cultured pasteurized non-fat milk. Okay, so the milk itself is not fat, which is not what we want, but then they say cream, and there's a comma here. And all these adjectives don't apply to this other word here, this other noun, because it's after the comma. My understanding, this is just cream, which is fat and good. Water, again, cane sugar, peach puree, that must be pretty sugary. Fruit pectin, natural flavor, fruit and vegetable concentrate for color, locust, gear gum. So the sugar comes again for the cane sugar, the peach puree.
Sweeteners and Sugar Alternatives video. Sugar is the devil, you guys. Sugar destroys your good gut bacteria. One of the main reasons you eat yogurt in the first place is to promote good gut bacteria. So what's the point of eating it if you lace it with sugar? You're completely diminishing the fact of eating it. Check this out. Here's a really good brand, actually. Siggy's. Siggy's and Icelandic Provisions are skyr. It's Icelandic style yogurt. And this is the plain one. This is what you want to buy. There's only 3 grams of natural.
How many of you have seen that word before? Skyr. I've seen that word before. One of my fucking drawers in my head. It does sound like a good word. Pasteurized whole milk. That's great. Pasteurized cream. Okay, I guess. Live active cultures. That's it. Bruh. A lot of protein. 3 grams of sugar from all of this. That's interesting.
Sugar, but this container is loaded with 14 grams of protein. It's not organic, but if you're not going to get the grass-fed one, this is the one you want to buy. And also, if you are going to buy a sweetened yogurt, the Siggy's and the Icelandic Provisions still have less sugar, only 8 grams for the flavored ones. So I understand that.
That's flavored. We saw it was written canned sugar on the side.
Everyone wants to put their own strawberries in their yogurt or add stevia. If you're going to have fruit added,
where are we, man? Target?
It's not organic. It's not grass-fed, so you kind of have a trade-off. Then we go to something really interesting called kefir. I don't know if it's pronounced kefir. Art, do you know? We'll just go with kefir. This stuff, Art knows a lot. It's not true. This stuff is the cousin to yogurt. It actually has more protein and more probiotics than bacteria. It actually has 10 strains of probiotic bacteria where yogurt only has 2 to 3. It has more protein, and This one right here says the cows are grass-fed, but Art and I looked it up. It's not 100% grass-fed. If you want to find a brand, there's one called Maple Hill. This thing is great for making smoothies because it's in the liquid form. You can't really use it as yogurt, but if you use that for smoothies, it's going to be fantastic.
Like Redwood Hill Farm goat kefir.
And then Art also said, like, what do I consider to be low-quality dairy? Well, for me, and it's my opinion, low-quality dairy is one that comes from grain-fed, factory-farmed cows. High-quality dairy is one that comes from pasture-raised, grass-fed cows. So, like, when you pick up a Chobani, and they're putting it all on the label.
A Chobani, excuse me.
Locally sourced milk. To me,
fuck, man. Which world am I living in? Some fucking third world country, dude. I don't even know what Chobani is, dude. It's been around for 50 years, I bet. Non-fat, plain Greek yogurt. Okay, so non-fat, we're not too happy about that. Plain, fine, we like that. That's no sugar. Greek yogurt. Greek yogurt, is it because there's more probiotic or things like that?
To me, that means nothing because all milk is locally sourced because milk doesn't travel very far. So it's like these little marketing gimmicks that try to get you. Same thing with Faye. Like, yeah, it's Greek yogurt, it has higher protein, it has lower sugar, but it's made with cows that are not grass-fed, and it has corn and soy in the feed. I think it's worth it to spend a little more to get the grass-fed. If you can't do it, then get organic. I would only eat organic dairy, whether that's milk, yogurt, cream. I think it's really important. And stay away from all these sugar-laced yogurts that are pretending to be.
Yeah, but here the sugar, again, I'm repeating myself. Okay, we're correlating sugars with flavors in yogurts. Okay?
Good for you with probiotics when in reality, all of these here are desserts.
Do I need to re-explain it to someone who was sleeping? Are you sleeping in class?
I also forgot to mention that my favorite non-dairy yogurts are Kite Hill for almond and Forager for cashew.
I feel like this stuff is so important. It's so important. Like, food you put in your body you use all the time. You know, you need good energy to be able to live your fucking life. I've never had a class on this fucking bullshit. Actually, I've had a nutrition class. And I don't feel like we've talked about ingredients as much. We've talked about nutrients in nutrition, but we didn't, I think, talked about ingredients as much. Like, it wasn't necessarily a cooking class. I feel like these information are in between a cooking class and a nutrition class. You know? Like a consumer's class. It's so odd.
Cashew based, but keep in mind they do have emulsifiers or starches in them, but they need that. Otherwise the yogurt won't come together, but they're high quality and I really like the taste of these and the texture. All right, good job, Art. Can I interest you in some grass-fed organic yogurt?
No, man, I got my own right here. It's the
oh, no.
Yo Crunch Twix flavor yogurt.
Yo, these fucking guys, dude, they're fucking balling. Eating yogurt in the grocery store.
Because Twix, we all know, is the only candy bar with the cookie crunch.
All right.
All right, they're cheating, I think. Twix fucking yogurt, help me, dude.
All that good information is down below. In addition to the
sugar substitute? Dude, that's such a good idea. I've got my sugar thing here. I've never thought about having a substitute for sugar. What in the fucking world?
Coming up soon, let us know which grocery store you want us to hit.
What do you think they're going to say for sugar?
Hey, what is up, place?
We're collecting a lot of information. What do you think they're going to say for sugar? So sugar is processed like salt. So I had a video on salt. I guess they're going to say like non-processed or some shit like that. I have no clue.
Hey family, it's Bobby coming at you back at the grocery store in front of the Great Wall of Sweeteners because you guys have been asking for a sweetener video. What kind of sweeteners to use, which ones to avoid, which are keto friendly, which ones are great no sugar sweeteners. And man, there's a lot of options. I mean, I've never seen more sweeteners at the grocery store. So I'm going to talk about my favorite ones, but I thought the first thing we should talk about is my least favorite one, and that would be cane sugar. You guys gotta stay away from this stuff. And I don't care if it's cane sugar, sugar in the raw, turbinado sugar, organic cane sugar. Sugar is the devil, you guys. We all know that it leads to obesity and diabetes, but it also is really bad for your gut, okay? It destroys the good gut bacteria, and it helps the bad
Boost is going to
bacteria
get close to
in your
that
stomach.
anyway. It's
And
not
what that
worth
does is it
I don't want
depresses
to
your
pay
immune
3
system
either.
and just keeps you in this perpetually kind of sick cycle. The average consumer has 19.5 teaspoons of sugar a day. So we need to start dropping that and either replacing that with sugar-free sweeteners or just lowering the sugar in general. The problem with eating sugar is that it feeds a lot of the diseases in your body. So if you're fighting off cancer or diabetes or any kind of arthritis, it feeds that and makes it worse. It's amazing what happens when you start dropping those out of your diet. You start to feel a lot better. Now, going from the bad end of the spectrum over to the really good one, let's check out these sweeteners. Now, monk fruit sweetener is my favorite low-carb sweetener alternative because the flavor is fantastic. It doesn't have any funky bitter flavor, metallic flavor like a lot of other sweeteners like stevia. It is 300 times sweeter than sugar, so you have to be very careful while using it, which is why I like these sweetener blends. It's a 1-to-1 replacement for sugar in any recipe. This brand is fantastic. It's a blend here.
Look, I can't fucking kill her. Look at this bullshit.
Erythritol, some chicory root, some Jerusalem artichoke,
Come on, guys.
some monk fruit. But it's such a nice blend that it tastes just like sugar. I use it 1-to-1 in baking. I use this for my homemade sugar-free keto ketchup recipe. It's delicious, and these guys are based in Chicago. It's a really nice couple, and they're on Amazon, so I'll put that link down below. Now, right below monk fruit would be stevia in terms of what I like. Stevia is great. It's a plant, as we know from South America. It's a really sweet green leaf, and it actually is way sweeter than sugar. So all you need is 3/4 of a teaspoon of stevia to 2 teaspoons of sugar when you're using it. The thing is, they don't make stevia kind of blends, so it's tough to bake with this because if something calls for a cup of sugar, there's a lot of volume there. You can't quite do that with stevia. But the cool thing with stevia is...
Okay, so they're saying if you just need a little bit of sugar for your coffee, that's fine. But if you need a lot of sugar for a meal or something, it's not necessarily the best option, just probably because there's not enough.
Is that it comes in liquid form too. This is great because it's just pure stevia. It doesn't have any kind of fillers or anything. But both stevia and monk fruit are 0 on the glycemic index, and they don't spike your blood sugar at all. Desi actually has a recipe for keto biscotti with chocolate, nuts, and citrus that use stevia that is so darn tasty. I'll put that link down below also. Now, next up would be these guys, erythritol and...
This is the kind of shit I would have never fucking seen in my fucking life if I haven't seen this video, dude. I have no idea what I'm looking at when I'm looking at these products.
Xylitol. Now, these are sweeteners that I don't like. So erythritol, from a flavor standpoint, is not my favorite because it has this cooling effect on your tongue, and it's not very pleasant.
Okay. Like minty?
The interesting thing is that your body can't process or break down erythritol because it's a sugar alcohol, so it has no net carbs, calories, or sugar impact on your body at all. And xylitol is really popular in sugar-free gum, but I do not recommend using it for consumption because it wreaks havoc on your gut. It's terrible for your gut bacteria, for your intestines, and it can cause major digestion issues. The same with malitol. Malitol is pretty popular also. If you eat too much of that stuff, you're basically going to poop your pants, so I really advise not using that. Then we come down here to a really nice sweetener that I like, coconut palm sugar. So this isn't keto, but it's a low glycemic natural sweetener that's actually loaded with tons of nutrients and vitamins that are really good for you. It's made from the sap of the coconut blossom. The sap comes out, they crystallize it into this, and this is really cool because here at Whole Foods, they have, we just saw, the liquid version of that right here. This is coconut nectar. That's the liquid version of coconut sugar. Low glycemic, great flavor. It almost has like this caramely kind of flavor. And Desi actually has a killer recipe for carrot cake cupcakes that are gluten-free, dairy-free using coconut sugar. And she also has a berry crisp recipe that's gluten-free.
How is it low glycemic and not keto?
Put those recipes down below. Because of the coconut sugar, it tastes so good. Now let's move on to honey. We've talked about this in previous haul videos. I want you guys to stay away from pasteurized honey. So even though the honey bear is super duper cute, every time it's pasteurized, it's heated to a point that makes it clear and also very pourable. And that's very pleasant for the consumer like us. The problem is it kills a ton of the nutrients and enzymes in here. So I would stay away from pasteurized.
That's crazy that this process is happening with our food. And we buy more of that product because it looks better and it works better. That is so nuts, dude. When you think about it, it's just a consumer behavior pattern that is just replicated by the company. The company is just doing what the consumer wants. We sell this, let's make more of it, ends up taking the whole shelf. It's our fault. That is so crazy, dude. Because honestly, you can blame the companies all you want, tinfoil hat and shit, but I mean, it's the consumer who said, oh, I like that. Oh, that's fucking great.
Honey, and I would buy only raw honey. Okay, raw honey has tons more nutrients and vitamins in there. It is a little more expensive, but also has a better flavor. Oh, actually, another reason to buy raw honey is there's a documentary right now on Netflix called Rotten, and they talk about the fact that China is importing a lot of honey to the market, and they're cutting it with rice syrup. And there's no way to know, because once it gets to the American shores, it's bottled as American honey. So it's another reason to buy local honey or raw honey. And the raw honey at Costco is by far the best price. It's way better than this. So definitely scoop that and look out for the fake.
Yeah, it looks like a 2-digit price right there.
Honey coming from China.
Even for the small one.
China. So I used to use a lot of agave because I really like the flavor. And yes, it's low on the glycemic index, but it turns out that agave nectar has a ton of fructose in it.
Okay.
Actually, almost the same amount of fructose that white refined sugar has, and that's really bad because over time that could prevent your body from becoming sensitive to insulin and spike your blood sugars and make you have type 2 diabetes. So I would actually stay away from agave nectar right now, but right below it, maple syrup, right? The real deal. We're not talking about Aunt Jemima. We're talking about real Canadian Vermont maple syrup is low on the glycemic index. Also has a great flavor. It's also loaded with tons of nutrients and very nutritionally dense. And then there's something really cool down here like blackstrap molasses. So molasses is very nutrient dense, low on the glycemic index.
You ever had molasses, Jack?
And the blackstrap is the one you want to get because it's the third boil of the molasses. And on that third boil, you really get the nutrients condensed down into one bottle. So this is great. It's not keto friendly. And this is something that I tend to use from time to time. It's pomegranate molasses. The problem is this one, if you were to read, has a little bit of sugar in here. But the real deal ones, if you can get from like Middle Eastern or Arabic stores, like I got one in Israel, that is just pomegranate juice reduced down, that's absolutely delicious. And the flavor of that is fantastic. Put that over a little bit of hummus or some kind of Greek yogurt spread, so good.
Interesting.
Now, what happens if you want to get your brown sugar fix for baking and you want a keto sweetener or a non-sugar-based sweetener? Well, then you go into your cart of contraband. Who brings outside sweetener to the grocery store? Me, that's who. And this is what you want to get. This is Sucrin brown sugar. It's a keto-approved brown sugar substitute. It's erythritol based. It does have malt extract, so if you're gluten-free, you can't have this. I'll put the Amazon link for this down below because I'll kind of show you right now. The texture of this stuff is amazing. It's soft and chewy, just like brown sugar would be. And I use this to make my sugar-free keto barbecue sauce that is absolutely delicious. Exactly. So definitely scoop some of this.
And you see, that's where the success story is, when you start mixing all of this together and just doing some recipes with your ingredients that are just have more nutritional value. You're gonna get a meal that tomorrow morning you're getting up and you're a happy camper. You're good, you know. You feel full of energy. And the tastes all go together, you know, correctly. It's such a difference in the meal.
This on Amazon because it's so good. Also reaching into my bag of goodies here are two sweeteners you want to avoid. They're so bad, they don't carry them in Whole Foods here. I had to bring them in. Splenda. Splenda is made with sucralose. Sucralose is a chemically made sugar that is really, really bad for you. There's a sugar brand at Walmart, and everywhere, Heinz sugar-free ketchup, and they use sucralose or Splenda to make it sugar-free. And Equal is made with aspartame, which is another really bad chemically made sugar, which I would highly recommend staying away from.
Aspartame,
sucralose. Going back to the
sucralose.
lighter side of things, they have some really cool sweeteners here at Whole Foods. They have date syrup, and if I go over here, they have date sugar. These are two really great low glycemic sugars that have a fantastic...
So dates have been used in other products to sweeten things, and they've been very much organic and appreciated. So I'm expecting a good review for this stuff here. Date sugar, wow.
Flavor, very complex, very kind of caramely and roasty and nutty. Date sugar is pricey. I mean, it's like $8 for a 1 pound bag. The problem,
Dude, I don't find it much because my fucking sugar bag lasts like a year, bro. Okay, I'm not a big cooking guy, so I only put it in coffee, okay, or whatever else. And I mean, $8 instead of fucking $4 or $5. Who gives a fuck, man? You know, of course, it's a no-brainer. No-brainer.
problem with baking with date sugar is that it doesn't dissolve, so it kind of has that grainy texture. So I would use date syrup.
I think if you're making meals for people or for yourself, and you know you have to factor in the cost and add in the cost and explain it to your customers or to your budget. But as soon as you say, well, my meal compared to someone else's meal is so much more nutritious, and as soon as that's part of the factor, then it's a no-brainer for someone to pay more for it. A no-brainer.
Or better yet, don't buy any of these.
It's like uncovering a variable to an equation that matters. The equation matters, and the variable is crucial and changes the whole game. This is exactly
Use your
what's
own
happening.
dates at home. So Desi's been using dates as sweeteners for her baking. You soak big fat medjool dates with the pits out in hot water and then blend it into desserts. She has a recipe for chocolate date brownies we dropped like the other week. Fantastic. And it's a great way to do an all-natural sweetener that's low on the GI. I'll put that link down below in the description box. And there's some other really cool stuff here, like apple sweetener, low on the glycemic index. It's one ingredient. It's apple juice that are cooked down. I'm not sure how they get it to be clear. That's a mystery to me. What else? In addition to the maple syrup, over here they have pure maple sugar, which is really nice if you want to use it in the powdered form. It has that great flavor the liquid has. Going back to erythritol earlier. This is the main brand that erythritol is used for, Swerve. I would just avoid that because, once again, it has a cooling effect on your tongue, and I don't like this stuff. All right, you guys, that is it. We just covered this great wall of sweetener in great detail. I hope that helped you. In summary, monk fruit is my favorite no sugar sweetener, and the best part about it is that it's a 1-to-1 swap with cane sugar, aka El Diablo. The problem is, you gotta read the ingredients of what you're buying, because in any grocery store, if you buy stuff in the middle aisles of all the prepared foods, 90% of the time it's gonna have sugar in there, which is why you gotta start cooking your own food with ingredients that are whole, which is why I'm so excited for May 15th of next month for our keto meal prepping cookbook to drop.
Yeah.
There's so many recipes here. Before
There's already so much sugar everywhere. Okay, anything else that I need to fucking know about? Sugar-free stuff. Sugar-free is fine. We got other things to look at.
Difference.
So I think he talked about a gold salt or something like that. I was trying to find it. I was looking at my salts in my convenience store, and so we want a better salt. But I think it's him who talked about gold salt. So I'll try to find the moment where he talked about it, or just do a research on Google.
The great majority of both of these have sodium chloride. They both have trace minerals, but sea salt has microplastics or nano amounts of plastic. In one study, it showed that 90% of all the brands that were tested had microplastics. However, in Himalayan sea salt, zero plastics. Why? Because of the deposits that make up the Himalayan salt comes from an ancient sea before humans, before the pollution. Now, the problem with microplastics is that it gets into our system, it creates inflammation, it creates a lot of problems because it can act as an endocrine disruptor, and it does take a little bit of time to degrade and break down, about 500 years. So what you need to do is limit your exposure to it. So I do not recommend consuming sea salt unless it's Celtic sea salt, or it could be pronounced Celtic. This is okay. This is from France. It's cleaner. There's probably some others that are fine too, but regular sea salt comes from the ocean, which is polluted, and chances are it will have microplastics, so you want to avoid that. Now, that then brings up the question about table salt. What about that? So the majority of the population is just consuming table salt. They have no idea that that too has microplastics, no trace minerals, just sodium chloride. It's bleached some of the time. They even add sugar to it some of the time. And sometimes they add an anti-caking agent, aluminum, which is toxic to your brain. So what I'm trying to do is increase your awareness and focus in on a healthy salt, because we need salt. We need it to make hydrochloric acid in our stomach to actually kill off microbes, help us digest protein, and assimilate minerals. Our adrenals need a certain amount of salt. Our immune system needs a certain amount of salt. If we're low on salt, the risk of getting insulin resistance goes up. Salt helps with hydration. Also, it's involved in the sodium-potassium pump, which is needed to power your muscles and your nerves and give us energy. Now, how much salt do we need? We need between 1 and 2 teaspoons, depending on your activity level, how much you're sweating. But when you do keto, you want to do at least 1 teaspoon, if not a little bit more, each day. Because of all the water weight that you're losing, and with the water weight loss comes a loss of electrolytes as well. Now, a couple things that you can do in addition to avoiding exposure to microplastics, because it's in the water from the plastic bottles that you're using, and also the canned water. It's in a lot of different things, especially if you're using microwaves with plastics and even styrofoam cups. If you have good friendly bacteria, there's been some studies that show that certain microbes in your microbiome can help break down some of these plastics. Number 2, consuming cruciferous food on a regular basis helps to dismantle and eliminate endocrine disruptors in general. And also, consuming enough omega-3 has a tendency to keep your inflammation down, because one of the problems with microplastics is inflammation. And so if you counter that with taking things that keep your inflammation low, you can minimize the damage to some degree. But definitely don't consume just regular sea salt. Go with the Himalayan salt, or go with some other salts like Celtic salts that don't have microplastics. Before you go, if you have a question about a product, or you're new to keto and you want to know how to begin keto, or you're on keto and you need a debug because it's not going as smooth, I have a keto consultant standing by to help you. This is just for the people in the US. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to answer everyone's call. But I put the number down below so you can call and get some help.
Okay. Food. Okay. Food. Just makes you want to eat. We'll come back to the subject. We're gonna want to find like keto recipes and things like that. My goodness. What the fuck is this CC, dude? Bro. Look at this. Cream cheese. Look at it. Mmm. Fresh. That's what he's putting in here. Cream cheese. Put it. That's a big fucking hot dog. Dude, that's a huge hot dog. That's like 3.5 hot dogs worth. Probably not the greatest quality of hot dog either. Any of this. Looks pretty brown, hot dog. It's not as light, so it's probably got some beef in it. Pork, beef, chicken. This thing's huge. Rolls it. Opens it. Doesn't cut. Just opens up. Paste. Is it paste? Yeah, show me 5 times. Mozzarella cheese. Maybe a cheddar. Probably mozzarella. Oh, and then he transfers it after the cheese. Oh, to separate it. Okay. This goes into the oven. Oh, plate by plate. Why can't you just slide the whole thing in? Zoop. I guess because you want to handle it cold. Fermentation, really? Fuck. Is this not cooked? I mean, the paste looks different now. Now it's cooked. Looks like that. Looks fucking awesome. Totally an attraction by itself. Like, you see somebody with this on the street, you're like, where'd you get that? You know? And that's marketing. It totally factors into the cost. Sweet garlic sauce. Okay. And, what is this? Chili sauce, yeah. Interesting. Yum, 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 yum.
So kind of like like this.
Yeah.
And it was tall guy.
Yeah, so this one was interesting. The guy, the back is messed up. I don't understand what the fuck is going on with this patient.
6'2", lift me up like that.
So
What's going on?
So kind of like this.
Yeah.
And it was tall guy, 6'2", lift me up like that.
Oh, wow. Why the fuck would you let anybody do something like that to you? Brother. So this is the doctor, I think. He's like, okay, can you show me what happened? Because you can see in the back here, he's full of, on his skin, it just looks, I mean, what the fuck happened? And that's just because he lifted him up like that? So dangerous. First off, so fucking dangerous to do anything like that. You know?
Kind of like this.
Yeah.
And it was tall guy, 6'2", lift me up like that.
What the fuck happened?
Out of your skin.
It's not an explanation, though.
You've had a neck injury recently, sports injury?
3 years ago, yes.
And describe what happened. Did you get slammed? Did it get whipped around?
No, like a chokehold. You know, like a chokehold.
Yeah.
Kind of like a jiu-jitsu. It's like, you know, you put the guy's head here and just like
judo.
So it's kind of like
guillotine.
Guillotine,
Yeah,
yes. That's what it is, yes.
Okay, so and then so you had your head there?
My head was here, and the guy was like 6'2", you know, big guy, just cranked it, you know.
Gotcha. Any imaging on your spine at all? Anybody taking any pictures or anything?
That's probably not a legal move. If it does something like that to a body, that's fucked up.
I have done CT scans, I've done things, but
nothing obvious.
Yeah, that's normal.
So odd.
You know. Kind of like this.
Yeah.
And it was tall guy, 6'2", lift me up like that. And then
Okay, so that's, first off, it's not just as part of a friends group. I'm gonna do that to you. Come here, blah, blah. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm gonna chokehold you and hold your neck and put the force of my whole body into it. It was actually for judo, so, I mean, you know, you didn't quite expect it, I suppose. Still, I mean, you get, if it's not a legal move, if it's an illegal move, you need to be reprimanded for, the guy needs to be reprimanded for doing something like that. You can't just take it at best, oh, it's the heat of the action. No, dude, not in a sport.
what he did, he jumped and pulled guard by wrapping his leg and bringing me down.
Now, were you on your knees? Were you standing?
No, we started at a position. It was just a technique. Started from here, and I'm trying to fight to get out. So that's part of the technique. We were actually drilling techniques. So what happened when he grabbed me, and then when the coach says go, now I got to fight it off. So what happened right away? He brought me up, and I'm like this. And before I can fight or tap, he wrapped his leg around me and brought me down.
Wham!
Yeah, right here like that. So now I'll just start tapping. So he let me go. I felt like I couldn't breathe. You know?
I mean, just what you just. I mean, I know you were just trying to. Even that's like.
Yeah.
It was you actually put some force into that.
Oh yeah.
Jeez. It just doesn't show everything. It just shows what you can
Doctor's
see,
worried.
specifically the bones.
Yeah.
So there's nothing broken or dislocated.
Yeah.
It's not that there's not an injury. Just we can't see it.
Yeah.
Most of the time we try to go to the MRI, and even the MRI misses so much. You can't see the soft tissue with a high definition of detail. So if nothing's broken or dislocated, you're dealing with a soft tissue injury and inflammation in the neck. You're off balance, lack of focus. You said.
Yeah, like really, like the brain fog. I had that actually. Oh,
that's odd. So that comes up as either a toxin to me or lack of oxygen to the brain, could be caused by the swelling around the arteries, and bringing blood to the brain.
For a year, I've saw neurologists, I've saw ENT doctors, I said after this injury, it was a week after. I said, I'm getting like brain fog, I can't concentrate, I'm getting off balance. So, I did ear check, I did MRI on my brain, everything,
Any headaches?
I used to have a lot of headaches, like what I noticed, I used to have a lot of tension too for a year and a half. Yeah. I was afraid to touch it because, when the choke, when the choke was applied, I actually had like a lump for like 6 months here, you know?
Gotcha. So what I'm seeing with your posture is that your
6
head
months?
is forward from your shoulders.
Yeah.
And that takes time after you have an injury where you're supposed to be, and maybe perhaps before your injury, your head was back, and then as a result, the head went forward to get the pressure off the joints. The joints on the back side of your spine have a lot of feeling, and so it's common when you have your neck cranked on for the disc to not get, well, it can get injured, but we don't feel it. The joints get injured, and then your head goes forward. That inflammation in your neck probably caused the headaches initially, and then perhaps your neck went forward and then sort of stabilized, and now the brain fog is sort of difficult. It can be inflammation of your spinal column can do that, inflammation of your brain can do that. It's not going to be something that, you know, it's easy to point your finger on. And so I sort of, my first way I would sort of treat you is just sort of see how your spine reacts to being worked on. Try to balance your spine a little bit. All right, so let me have you just start on your back here. Back for me. Let it go. Exhale. Let all the air out. Keep exhaling, keep exhaling, keep exhaling. All right, deep breath in. And then exhale. Let all the air out. Yeah, totally frozen. Deep breath in. Exhale. Let it go. Exhale. Yeah. Deep breath in. Exhale.
Putting pressure
There we go.
on
All right, yeah, it's just frozen there. Take a deep breath in.
here.
Try to loosen up this middle back. Real tight in here. Exhale. I'm just going to stretch.
Don't try this at home.
Breathe. Exhale. Yeah, it's real tight in there. Deep breath in one more time. Exhale. Yeah, we're just all bound up. Your body's in guard mode. It's like...
Yeah, he's having the hardest time, yeah.
You got injured, and now everything's in fortification. And a lot of what I need to do is try to unlock you. The lymphatics don't flow properly when you're all bound up. Breathe. Exhale. There we go. Breathe. Exhale. This side's moving. All right, breathe. Exhale. There we go. A little bit. Face that for me. Okay.
That's the part I'm kind of nervous.
I understand. I'm just going to take a little bit of cream. I'm going to rub first.
Yeah, so that's also very normal. You know, when you're getting your back cracked a little bit, you know. I was in that position before. It's hard to absolutely let go and let the professional, you know, do its thing.
For a second. Just going to see what's going on here. The goal is to not adjust the injured parts of your neck. The upper neck is designed to do 60% of the work of your neck, and not just 60%, but the first 60%.
Yeah.
So if your upper neck isn't working, when you have a guillotine move put on you, your lower neck gets overstressed, the head goes forward to take stress off your lower neck. So I'm not interested in adjusting or doing anything really to your lower neck. Really easy. Here we go. It's okay. Here we go. Good. You did good. You did good. I'm going to go gentle. It's okay. I'm going to go real gentle. Here we go. It's okay. I'm just going to rub now. Yeah, think of like your ear, you know, how it's the cauliflower ear is a response to stress, right? To injury. The upper neck probably has something very similar. There's inflammation and rigidity in here because there's the same stress that went to your ear also went to your upper neck.
Big muscles here.
And now it just takes time to jackhammer and break down this rigidity. The lymphatics are what we call your sewer pipes of your body, and they drain down your neck. So your skull, head, all drain down the back of your neck. And if the drainage is impaired because of all this tightness in your neck, then you're going to have inflammation that's going to create, you know, dysfunction. Could be fogginess, could be clarity of thought. It's a piece of it, or at the very least, you know, pain in your neck.
So I think he's talking about toxicity
or stress. Maybe you don't sleep as well. And call them the 3 T's in chiropractic: thoughts, traumas, toxins. So you have a trauma that injures the joints. You have toxins that can't get out of your body because the lymphatics aren't flowing properly. And then your mind in stress.
Not
work,
necessarily advocating
life,
for
these all affect
any of
your
these
health,
techniques.
affect
I'm not
your
knowledgeable
clarity.
enough in them.
The dead tissue on your skin
I'm
just
just
falls
interested
off
in
on
the
outside.
patient's
Where your old
condition
dead
really
muscles
here.
and ligaments go.
Really intrigued by
They're supposed to go to
the
your
condition
lymph.
he's in.
And by having this much rigidity in here, that lymphatic
From a
drainage
physical
is
injury
blocked.
to have such
and
problems like this
creates
years
soreness,
later. It's so
pain,
intriguing.
Dysfunction.
I noticed like my symptoms, like if I don't do anything,
Yes.
it's mild. It's like I don't get outbounced as much or focus is good. But
So right now, if you're wondering, he's just helping what he said he was talking about, the system here of drainage of whatever the fuck is going on in the head. This is the exhausts, if you want, system. He's helping that system flow right now.
But I know if I go swimming, run treadmill, like instantly within 2 hours,
Right.
or the next day, it hits me for like a week.
Not as much over here. Feel the difference? The right side is not nearly as tight as that left part of your neck. It's super bound up over there.
Yeah, it's actually, you're correct on that, that one side
Yes.
was like 100% stiff, like where I could have turned my neck only like
Because
30
this joint won't
degrees.
compress. Right. The joint on your left upper. The right
Doctor
side
is
that
thinking
we're
a
talking
lot,
about, the
feeling a
left side's
lot.
Completely comatose. The
Trying to understand
goal of
the
chiropractic
situation,
is to balance your spine. I'm not trying to see how many bones I can manipulate.
figuring out what's going on, thinking.
Design is to balance your spine, bring your spine into. Sounds like something from Star Wars. Bring your spine bring the force into balance.
Yeah.
Bring
I mean, in the past 3 years, I tried a few times, to see a chiropractor, but it's just, I think, just the thought of it,
Sure. No. It's difficult when it's this bound up. The bones won't move like I just tried to earlier,
Yeah.
and so now we have an option as a chiropractor: either see you tomorrow and we try again, or we coerce. I call this, which is you have to spend time unlocking your neck. It's frozen up there. The difficulty then is that when you take something that's frozen, it's frozen meaning that you're not really having a conversation with it. That area doesn't, the signals from the area are sent based on mobility. So when an area is injured and then locked down in fortification, there's not much proprioception or neurological input to the brain from that area. And as I start getting this area working like an engine, you're going to start feeling things that you haven't felt in a while up here. And that's what's going to take the stress off your lower neck. We have to get your head back over your shoulders.
Yeah.
Otherwise, all that muscular stress you're feeling is because your posture is not correct.
Is this osteopathy? What is this? Anyway, we've got different systems going on here. We got the bones, we got the muscles, mainly the muscles if they're stiff, the nervous system also. That's what he's talking about relating to communication.
The alignment has been altered as a result of an injury, and I tell this to people all the time that the main injury from an injury is not the injury itself, it's the posture change as a result.
Yeah, it's all sore.
These are the top muscles you get massage on all the time now. Maybe a little bit more in front of it.
Yes.
After a year, man, it's just
That's
like,
the right
actually,
muscle though.
It was sore for a year, but I was just afraid to touch it or massage it.
That's the same muscle.
I feel like when they did the guillotine, this part, or somehow this joint got the most injured.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a result of it, your head just tilted to the right.
Like massaging that area.
Yes.
I get like really a lot of tension right on my shoulder to the tip of the shoulder.
Right. These are just the roots.
Like, yeah.
The root, the other end of the muscle that I'm rubbing at the top is down here in the shoulder blade. It's just the origin and then the insertion. These are the opposite ends.
Hey, these guys don't fuck around. If you got a fucking knot somewhere, they're gonna fucking push on that knot like no one else.
But you're way too young to have lost 90% of your mobility of this joint. It's just you've... Mm-hmm.
What I don't like about this science is this kind of talking, this kind of convincing, this he's trying to make him at ease, of course, but it's not something that we see a lot of. But it's also much more physical than the other medical procedures, performed by the doctor on the body. So, doctor's trying to calm you here, and explain with you, and he's interested. The doctor is also very interested in the condition and trying to educate the patient on what's going on here with his body.
Yeah. Wow. Right there, it's got to press that.
Yeah, I feel like
That is locked. It's okay. Let me have this side. I'm waiting. There it is.
Such an impressive.
Hasn't moved. There should be like a
feel for it. It's so impressive. He was having the hardest time doing that earlier. Now he was able to do it. Such an interest, such a finite read
Now
on,
your head will tilt to the left
it.
a little better.
You've got no one better to do this than this professional. You know.
Yeah, almost 3 swipes. There's a mark.
Yeah.
I barely touched it. There is so much buildup in here.
Yeah.
I mean,
What is that?
unedited. I barely touched you. It is pouring out of here.
Wow.
There's an internal blockage. Yeah, the waste is not flowing properly. These are the lymphatic channels. Lactic acid is stuck in here, and that's gonna.
Yeah, so these are buildups. That's what we're seeing here. Some people would be very unhappy with seeing things like this, saying, he's got an internal bleeding. You've caused the internal bleeding. He wasn't there. This is not exactly what's going on. The doctor is not really worried about that. He's saying that all of this fluid was stuck here. We've unlocked that fluid from that area. Now it's flowing through the body, and then it's going to be expelled by the body. And for some of it's through the skin.
Irritate nerves and cause. So we have sensors called proprioceptors, or position sensors in your neck that tell your brain where you are in space.
Yes.
Because there's inflammation in here, those sensors are sending false signals to your brain about where you are.
Which would cause nausea, disorientation, dizziness.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're not having severe dizziness.
Like dizziness. Again, that comes when my symptoms.
Like you said, blur. Kind of. You said that earlier. The blurry vision, blurry thoughts.
Triggers to back to like stage 1.
Okay.
Like say if I go swimming for 3-4 days in a row.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's what I'm saying is usually this level of buildup, I have people just constant vertigo. Constant,
Yeah, that was my first complaint for the first year and a half. Yeah, I'm having vertigo, and then I saw an ENT doctor. We did some ear tests, did MRI.
Right. Well, we have 3 systems of your body that tell your brain where you are in space. You have your.
That's crazy. You want to do judo to fucking get in shape and learn some techniques and stuff and feel confident. You end up with this fucking bullshit. I mean, it's a rare case, but that shit happens, That fucking blows.
Eyes, your ears.
I guess it's the same for anything.
And your neck.
Yeah.
Your eyes are generally the most trusted.
Okay.
Your ears have these semicircular canals that tell your brain where you are, and then there's sensors in your neck. Like when you tilt your head left, this sensor's squeezed, and it says to your brain that your head's tilted left.
Yeah.
But the way lactic acid works is that even with your head straight, this acidity will irritate the nerve and send a signal saying your head's tilted left, even when it's not. And that discrepancy causes those symptoms. So the issue is that going in here and cleaning this all out of here might wake everything up a little bit, and don't be disheartened, but we have to go through the process of tearing all this out of here and getting all this soreness out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
That's good. When I find out that I need to do stretching and massage, it might relieve the tension. It might get my symptoms get better.
Yes.
But it's just I was nervous, because I was like, I had a neck injury.
Sure. But skipping frame, I need to double click.
I got to it and I noticed a difference. Sure. And I noticed the looser my neck, my shoulders were, my symptoms were less.
On the other side too.
There's just proprioceptive.
That tool.
Incorrect signals being sent in here. That's what's causing that.
That tool is squeezing. It's like his thumb.
Your brain's going, where in the world am I?
Doing a
and then
better
when you
job
push yourself, you're overloading those. Your body's going to ask more information from your body, and it's not able to give it properly. And there we go. Yeah, right there. That's the root. You gotta clean this whole channel. Yeah, we have a lot of inflammation.
It looks
Do you have
terrible.
A salt pool you can access,
Yeah.
or salt bath.
Yes.
I need you soaking when you get home. There is a lot of tension, lactic acid that's been trapped in here. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, how about Epsom salt?
Good.
Yeah.
Bring your head back for a second. See how his neck just folds in the lower?
Yeah.
See, your skin creases just here. There's no creasing, very little bending. So you can look straight forward. But I'm saying all the bending happens, and you gotta be careful. We don't want really nobody should be pushing.
He's not a fat guy, so this is all like too bloated, you know?
Pressure on your lower neck. We want to stay above and below where that creases.
That's
to
crazy.
ensure that
I've
we're not
never seen
where you're folding all the time.
a tool like this that can do
How quickly the mark comes out also helps me know
can do
how
all
much
of
is in
that.
there. So sometimes I have to work extensively to get.
I think the cream is just lubrification. And this thing is like really, it feels like it's squeezing out stuff from the skin.
A mark to come out.
Yeah.
And it's just pouring.
It feels like it's all stuck in the pores or whatever.
Okay, there we go.
I mean, look at this neck. This is, it's so
We're gonna go face down for.
stuffed. Not a big guy.
Very good. Keep breathing. I know that's sore. Right there is a pretty significant injury on that right side. So right here, yeah, you feel that right here on the right. It's not as high on the left, and then right there. Collision or kick or who knows.
Yeah, right there.
There we go. Okay.
Gotta be strong. I wonder in 100 years if this is still gonna be the technique the chiropractor uses all his body to
How did you know, Ed? How did
be able to do such proper techniques.
He's not as
I'm
big on
thinking
the
like
side.
machines and stuff, you know.
He's large. There's still a little one.
Might have more tools. Before machines might be more
Shoulders are a
tools.
mess. That all the ribs, this whole rib cage has to come down.
Like a roller presser or something like that. I mean, it's a human body working on another human body. Gotta be somewhat forceful, though. But he does get tired after a while, which is not the best.
Yeah.
Call it manipulation.
Sort of. Really hard.
Let it out, let it out. Whatever you gotta do, I don't want. We gotta get that. Somebody's gotta. You probably haven't felt this area in a long time, right? Have you?
Yeah.
I don't think this part of your back has been talked to. That all has to go.
Yeah.
This lasts a whole half hour.
There's just adhesions.
Not causing as much. This is really where the hurt is. I think that's him. I think what he's doing is really kind of releasing. First off, very much under the skin and all the layers of skin where the muscles are. Any fluid built up, especially. Tension. So this is for tension here. And then when it's all released, he's going to come in and use the calm or whatever the fuck. Follow the muscle as it should follow.
Oh, man. Why?
Why? Why me? Because you didn't have my father as your father. Because my father would have beaten you up after an injury. And we healed stiff. And first of all, he wouldn't let me do football or hockey, or he probably would have kicked me out of jiu-jitsu. I'm like, nope, sorry, son. It's not for you.
This is such an interesting tool. It's not just it's not really scraping. It's, what is that tool? I feel like it's really forcing. It's forcing the pores. These are the pores to open or extract their material. I think it's somewhat sharp. It's not cutting. It's not cutting. It's really about pressure. And, squeezing it out. Very interesting. Very interesting that a professional or some health professional would see this tool and come out of it and say, even though this looks
must get in the salt.
terrible,
It's gonna feel like you
necessary for the patient's benefits.
But it'll be in areas that you're not used to feeling, so it'll be different. It won't be the usual suspects that are hurting.
I'm shocked.
It'll be all these other areas that have been staying home for the last 3 years or forever long.
Are we gonna see him again and then see that he's doing much better? Probably, hopefully. Wondering if it's powered by electricity or some shit. Going over areas and they're just...
After the elbow, this probably feels pretty good. It's all relative. It's all relative. No, don't bring back the elbow.
I'm just kind of waiting for more exposition. Rig that.
I'm telling you, after all this lactic acid is gone, that the amount of discomfort, and that's usually by visit 6, people start to like me.
So thick.
First 2, 3, 4 visits, it's like going to the gym for the first time and then being sore the next day to the point where you're, not able to move well.
Yeah, I had that CT scan done twice.
I understand. Of the neck and head?
Yeah, the neck.
Just the neck, okay.
Yeah. I wanted an MRI on my spine, but the doctor would,
Type of pills, I got you. A ribbon, you can feel there's like a...
You have one mark that's really, really dark. Well, darker.
Yeah, I had a rheumatoid on the side.
There, it's much darker.
I couldn't move for like 2 weeks. I couldn't bend, I couldn't sit up.
That's so big.
Something's coming out of your skin.
You don't see the...
That's what we're doing.
Holy shit. I mean, I saw your videos, I haven't seen anything like this.
I need you to drink your water.
Yeah? Oh, yeah.
All that's going to pour into your bloodstream.
Okay.
And that's toxins. That's that injury. There's an injury on that rib there. But that right side, there's...
Yeah.
We have a lot of buildup that has been we're going to go back face down for me. I didn't think it was gonna be that.
Yeah.
I thought you were making it up. There we go. I got you. Real easy. Easier.
Here you go. That's a tool, for example.
All right, I got you. Come on. All right, breathe. I know.
This is difficult.
I know. I'm sorry. No, you're not in it. I know.
Trying to free up the spine a little bit. That's all these fluids around the spine.
Okay. Hold on to the table above your head. Sort of just grab the table a little bit. I got your leg. I got you. Okay. A little bit. I got your leg.
You?
Getting the joints in your spine moving.
Yeah.
You understand? It's not supposed to be. Your back feels just like hard in here. And when you're upright, it can be relaxed.
Yeah.
And so the tension you feel in your back is postural.
Yeah.
So we have to loosen you up, and then we have to arch back to mold your spine back into the right posture.
Yeah.
Right? And we're not trying to overwhelm you. We're trying to
You guys
day
are
by
Christian.
day get more and more time arching back.
And now we're gonna pray together. Gonna pray to the Lord.
Tension in your neck. Look at me for a second. The tension in your neck is because the head is forward. The tightness here will be here forever.
Yeah.
We have to get your head back. I can't get your head back because your chest has to come in.
Yeah.
So, Ed, I told you it was my neck and head and all that. Why'd you work on my back so much? And why'd you bruise me that much? Because I have to loosen up your chest in order to shift it to a new position so we can bring
Instant lawsuit.
your head back. All of that muscular tension is postural as an effect from injuries
I was driving
to the joints that have
and with all those
allowed you to
toxin, I
shift
made an
forward
accident.
and go into avoidance. So I think about it 20,
the mother
20
and her
minute
child.
times. So 20 minutes, 20 times, touch the ground. It's because we're just let it go. Fight another day.
Yeah. That's
all right.
Is it part 2?
So coming to you that last time,
It is.
actually for the first time, I went a week without 0 symptoms.
There we go. Head back. Head back.
That's what you're here for, brother. But now that it's less toxins, we can access those muscles better, and that's fine. And we're gonna see some serious development.
Breathe. Come on. Breathe.
The stoic pose. Good job.
Last time. How'd you
Can't
feel?
half-ass do it, you know.
Tell me how sore you were. Pretty beat up?
I was sore, yes.
Yeah.
But I think it helped, the Epsom salt.
Yes.
It helped that same day that I did. And then sleeping on soft cushion.
Okay.
Like on soft mattress.
Yeah.
Helped. So I think that, and throughout the week I was nervous how I'm going to feel the next day, my symptoms,
Yeah.
But it was good. Following the next day, I was, just how I'm going to feel the next day.
Okay.
Started, it was good for a good week,
Okay.
It was like no symptoms. And then Friday, it started to come back. Saturday, and then Monday was really bad,
Okay.
So now it's starting to go back up a little bit. And the symptoms I'm talking about, I don't know if
This is the build-ups,
I
probably.
mentioned last time. It's more.
It's so gradual.
I mean, this is 3 years I've been dealing with. For a
Sustained.
full year and a half, I was dealing with like brain fog, lack of concentration, vision.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
probably just kind of like cloudy. And off balance a lot. I've seen 3 different ENT doctors, 2 neurologists. It was just for my eyes. I've seen 2 specialists recently. Like a month and a half ago, I saw one specialist in Orlando. And
put you on drugs and have you talk to a psychologist.
For 3 years, the symptoms
Jesus
started to come down,
fucking
but
Lord.
still, it would bother me throughout the day. I would have it for 2 hours, 3 hours. But the first 2 years, it was so
Don't
bad.
tell them you don't like dogs.
So coming to
fucking
you
A,
the
dude.
last time, it actually for the first time, I went a week without 0 symptoms. And that's why I know doctors, every time, whichever doctor I saw.
I'm afraid of turtles. We'll put you on drugs now and have you talk with a
anxiety
psychologist
pills.
twice a week.
But I knew it wasn't anxiety because, just the things that I'm doing, like physical stuff, and I would be in a shape, like a really bad shape. So that's why I have the anxiety pills, but I never took it because I know if it was anxiety, how come when I'm running treadmill, my symptom comes back? Or
Hunger
if
is
I'm
coming.
swimming, my symptom comes back. So now I'm here again.
But I want to eat a little later.
Take a deep breath in.
6 or something.
Head back for me. Head back. There you go. Let the head back for me. Exhale. There we go. Head back.
Gonna eat a lot of greens, a lot of keto tonight.
Deep breath in. Here we go. 2 more. Exhale. Exhale.
And try to make it to the end of the night.
Good. One more time.
Saturday night on top of
Head back for
things.
me.
Without
Exhale. Head back.
eating more. That's gonna be hard.
You got work to do now.
But hopefully we do a good job with
Exhale.
our supper.
Twist. I know. Breathe. There we go.
Yeah, it's all cracking up now.
Good. Good. Breathe.
We have access.
Exhale.
Not only because it's less far, because there's less toxins,
Remember the dance. There we go.
but also because it's all less tense, because there's less
There we
toxins.
go. There we go. There we go. I got you.
Lower.
Let's go face just a little bit to the right. Not too bad. Just a little bit over here on the right. Real gentle. Here we go.
Doing very similar procedures as to the first time.
There we go. Let the chin up. Here we go. There you go. Let this chin up for me. There we go. It's okay. Here we go. It's okay. Much better. Much better.
It actually cracked this time too.
Yeah. No, you did great. You did great. We're just gonna rub now. There we go. It's right there, a little smaller. Just I want perfection. I want 0. No, there's no dents that are normal. All spasms are something that need to be untangled. No tangles are normal. They brought knuckles in, not the knuckles. Oh man, I thought the thumb was terrible.
This side is less worse than the other side, unless the camera's opposite.
Chiropractic becomes very diverse, and there we go. You have a strong neck. I got your head. There we go. That's where your neck belongs. Well, maybe today we'll...
This is just a tension. I don't think he's gonna crack anything like this. He's just trying to make those big bulges in the back here kind of drain by putting some tension all around his thumb and onto the place where it's bulging.
Teach you a little bit about the neck dental, and that'll be a way you can, at home, have it almost like a toothbrush to retain the work I do on the table. So it's
Again, don't try this at home, Chad. Chad, you have no idea what you're doing. Okay, don't
even
think you're...
It's what we're doing right now. It holds you in this curved position, and then we have to hold you here for about 20 minutes. You'll get longer
That's how people
benefits
get
from this
hurt.
adjustment today. All right. Okay.
Only professional. They're not like just doing things. They know what the fuck they're
To
doing.
work
They're
on
doing it
people
for a
a few
reason.
visits just to make sure their spine is limber enough so that it's safe enough to do it. Okay.
That's the side that
There we go. Ahead. No.
difficulty with. You see how he's not fucking around?
We're getting there. Bad thing. It's a good thing to be cautious about who is allowed to touch your spine.
You can see his head move like that. He's a little bit in a trance. Everything hurts so much. I mean, you got knuckles on your fucking top here. I mean, this is fucking like...
Tell me what was going on with your legs. I know you mentioned...
Breathe, man.
About your legs.
You know what I mean?
Since I was young, maybe 10, as I'm getting older now, it's getting too much, you know? It's just like, it gets uncomfortable when I get it.
Yes.
And I gotta constantly move my leg for maybe half an hour, an hour.
Back, you know,
Yeah.
today is just another level, another layer.
It took a good week for those spots and marks to go away.
Ready for another layer. Came back for more. Mock guillotine. He said, your body wants to remain round and forward, and then making this all more comfortable so that you can be in the right position, so that you can effectively stretch. It all goes together.
What is this thing? It's not a camera, it's like an instrument. It looks like it's going to measure between like neck bones and stuff. Probably the spine.
There.
If you want to invest into something, you might as well invest into a good machine for reading spines and stuff.
I appreciate it.
Breathe. He's relaxing. Christ. Sometimes they just push you somewhere there's fucking nerves and shit. It's like, oh my god.
Difficult.
Oh, that's the one right there. He's gonna come back with his old like weight on his elbow. Just like he did last time, following the muscle. Make sure that thing is fucking flat. Oh god. It's an interesting pain, no? It's not like a kind of pain. It's really like it just keeps getting exhaustively difficult to bear. Not difficult to bear. It's not the right word. It's just like a you know, kind of pain. It's hard to describe, but it's very different. Yeah, it's not like he's jumping out of the table or anything like that. It's not that kind of pain. Just, which is intriguing. It's intriguing for me. Like, what really is this pain? It's like halfway between like stretching and like having a really hard weight to lift.
It's tough. It's tough.
Like a heavy weight.
I get my punishment
Weight
every
to
day.
lift.
People are like, he doesn't understand. He's just dishing it out. He's enjoying this. I get my punishment every day. Okay? To anybody that knows what this feels like, it's me. I get worked on by my father, and he has no mercy on me. He doesn't back off. If I say, Dad, take it easy, be quiet. There's no tapping.
Oh, that is also a chiropractor. Did you know?
All right, come on. Right there.
It's so intriguing the way he's exhausting his air, like, you know?
Breathe, come on. Breathe. Just gonna hold. Come on.
Such an interesting pain.
Bullseye. Come on. We're holding. Okay. Come on. Release it. There you go. Release it. There you go. All right, come on, back up a little bit. Breathe. All right, let's get ready for round 2. Here we go. Come on. Come on, 5 seconds.
Trying to activate my mirror neurons to kind of feel that pain.
4.
Trying to understand it.
5 seconds here. 5 seconds. Here we go. 1, 2.
It's so interesting. It's not a hurting pain. You won't hurt after this kind of pain. It's so intriguing. It's like the opposite of hurt. Like a relief pain. It's
Just
so
come around a
intriguing.
little bit, dance around. There we go. Just spread it out a little bit. Let somebody else take the pressure for a second. Let it recuperate. Surgery originates because of this muscle being tighter. Always like this. Okay. And you come down inside of the heel. Try. Yes.
Yeah, like this.
And come down. Oh, there you go. Yeah. And 10 times down. There you go. So you pump. Yeah, it's like a pump. You're going to pump blood into that meniscus, that's avascular.
So each exercise 10 times?
About 10 times, yeah, up and down.
Their exercises are also very, very good. Every time I had an exercise from them, it was always like on spot.
To curve and bend.
On spot.
Hello, my name is Warren Hall, and I'm the National Manager of Support Services.
If you got liver problems, they say it's best to vaccinate against things. Apparently, it makes you more vulnerable to hepatitis and possibly COVID.
At the American Liver Foundation, those in the liver community.
Questions are the Society, the American Association.
Number 2.
The American Solid Organ people listed and waiting. The answer is the same. So, yes, if you walk away from
the immune system.
Why are liver cirrhosis patients not a priority group for COVID vaccine? Is it not recognized as a condition that weakens the immune system?
Okay, well, this is definitely one of those answers that may change over time. Mediating strategy and it's
It is what it is. Should liver transplant patient receive the vaccine?
Sort of an underlying step just because of COVID after a recent transplant. Moreover, if you are experiencing an event of acute transplant rejection, acute cellular rejection of the transplanted organ, then it's recommended that that be successfully laid to rest before the vaccine. But again, trigger transplant point, immune, the Pfizer and the Moderna trials.
Welcome. Today we're going to show you how to start keto correctly, and this is for beginners. What are we trying to do?
So we're looking
trying
for
to
the
switch
salt
what your body is
mentioned.
running on as far as fuel-wise. So we want to switch from burning sugar fuel to fat fuel. There's this one hormone called insulin, which is the key to determine whether you're going to burn fat or burn sugar. So you want to keep it low to burn fat. When it goes higher, your body will burn sugar. Very simply, lower your carbs and eat less meals. That's different than lowering your calories. Now, by eating less meals, you are going to lower your calories, but that's not the goal. You could actually eat larger meals, just not as frequent. Why is it a
I
good
did a
idea to
salmon
eat less
yesterday,
frequent
and
meals?
it's one of the best salmon I've ever
every
eaten.
time you eat,
it was really
you trigger
spiced up
insulin.
with sugar.
Every time you eat
salt,
carbs,
a
you
lot of
trigger
salt
insulin.
and
So we're just
peppers.
trying to lower
Just good.
this
Just like
insulin.
it.
The combination between these two
Having that tonight
are
also.
very, very powerful. So what are you going to eat in a meal? Well, first thing, you have to eat low carbs. So you want to cut down all your carbs. That includes sugar. And I'm talking about honey, agave nectar, brown sugar, white sugar, date sugar, all sugar. You can replace it in various recipes with what's called sugar alcohols.
Okay.
I put some links down below of examples.
So another mention here of sugar alcohols. We've seen it in the previous videos of nutrition values. And it's clearly not the same as sugar for some reason. It doesn't come up as sugar.
of that so you can learn about that, but there's these sweet alternative sugar sources that you can use. So that means that when you go buy food, you have to start reading the labels and looking at the sugar content. You want it as close to zero as possible. You want to avoid fruit, except for berries. There's 3 berries: raspberries, strawberries, and blackberries. You can have those in small amounts, but no other fruit, especially apples. Grains like wheat flour that they make breads, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, you want to avoid that. But guess what?
Okay.
There's a substitute.
I'm kind of okay with that. We kind of understand that wheat and bread is not going to be a good part of the diet. You want to avoid that. I don't mind if I can find a bread like we've seen earlier that we can put in the freezer and just use from time to time. I would be fine with that. A day out of 2 days in the week. That could be more than enough, as long as I can find a replacement for the bread that I use in my breakfast sandwich in the morning, or something with almond flour. So we see a lot of bread made with the almond flour in the keto diet, especially for morning breakfast and things like that. There's nothing like that at the store I went to. Might be able to find it somewhere else, and then I'll consider that.
People use almond flour to.
But like bread is more like a habit or a craving, so I don't mind like finding something else, like just big pieces of lettuce or fucking something else, just crunchy goods, whatever, something that can hold a sandwich together. Or even just a pasta or a paste or a taco or something like that.
To make all sorts of things, from pizza crust to bread to you name it. So there's a lot of recipes that you can use as an alternative grain. Avoid starches like potatoes. But guess what? There's all these recipes that you can make out of cauliflower that is very similar to the starches, not identical, but you can make things that
instead
are
of potato, we're looking at cauliflowers.
like mashed potatoes. You can even make a cauliflower crust for your pizza.
Yeah.
It's quite good.
So we've seen that also in the labels. Cauliflower started popping up in the organic pastas and stuff. Cauliflower started popping up.
When I say cut out all the carbs, there's an exception: vegetables. In fact, you want to consume more vegetables, at least 7 cups.
This looks good.
In fact,
and this is not steamed. This is cooked vegetables. And you can see they've added some things to it. You can see it here. That's not salt. Probably garlic. What else do we see here? That corn? That's corn, carrots, broccoli.
To consume more vegetables,
garlic,
at least
celery,
7
possibly.
cups. Even more.
7 cups? 7 cups? That's a lot of veggies.
That could be salads or other types of vegetables like bell peppers, like cabbage, like broccoli, like kale, Brussels sprouts. And at this level that I'm teaching you, you can even do carrots and tomatoes, beets. Don't worry about that. You can have those. And the last point about vegetables is that ideally, if you eat them first, it's going to be a lot easier to consume 7 cups.
I have some veggies. I want to cook some of them tonight.
Cups. Then after you have the protein.
I have a lot of salads to throw that together, and I don't know what kind of oil I can put or dressing. I don't have much of anything.
And fat, because this is going to fill you up pretty fast. So I always consume the vegetable first. You can consume it at the same time.
So good.
But just as a strategy to make sure you get enough vegetables in your diet, I like to consume these first because very few people consume enough vegetables. And one last point, vegetables provide 2 things. They provide food for your microbes that then help your blood sugars and help give you energy. Also, they provide a lot of nutrients like potassium and magnesium and even vitamin C. Because what are we trying to do? We're trying to do keto correctly. And by correctly, I mean healthily. Okay, number 2, moderate protein. Not massive amounts, like in the Atkins diet, but moderate amounts. That could be, depending on your size and your metabolism and your age, between 3 and 8 ounces. Maybe you're 18 years old and you work out hardcore. You're going to need maybe more protein. So rather than have a little scale and measure it, just consume protein the size of the palm of your hand. Maybe a little bit more, a little less, okay? Just to kind of keep it really simple at this level.
So does this include the nuts here? Because I've got a little bit of salmon, but I also want to, it's too small, and I want to put some nuts in there.
What type of protein? Different types of meat,
okay.
Fish, chicken, seafood, eggs, cheese, unless you have an allergy, or any type of
Well, that's pretty
seafood.
small. I like all of these things. So I have meat, but I'm eating the rest of my fish. It's a small portion. It's not even the size of my hand. Chicken, I have chicken wings, but that's not for tonight. I have seafood I'd love to taste. Eggs, not tonight. Or I've had egg this morning, actually. That's true. Cheese, love cheese. Will have cheese. And nuts. So I have nuts. Fucking A, dude. I'm starting to consume more than that.
Eggs, cheese, unless you have an allergy, or any type of severe gut issue.
But goat cheese,
Nuts,
by the way.
or nut butters. Also make sure that if you buy peanut butter or whatever, you read the ingredients to make sure it doesn't have added sugar. You don't want to add sugar to any of these, because sometimes when you have like deli meats, they have dextrose in there or extra sugar. If you're having bacon, they have extra sugar added. You preferably keep the sugar away from your protein. Okay. All right, with the protein, as far as the order,
we'll have to remember that when we go shopping. Just look at the labels. Salt is okay, but not sugar. Which is not the case. Not all meat have sugar, but the more high-end stuff will probably have some form of sugar.
You eat it, you just ate your vegetable, your salad.
Especially if it's a recipe.
Now you start with your protein. The key with the protein is not to consume lean protein or low-fat protein. Try to consume protein that has more fat. Why? Because that's going to help your insulin levels. When you consume protein that's very low fat and lean, as in like powders, especially like whey protein powder, you majorly increase insulin versus consuming fattier meat or fattier fish or like brie cheese, which has more fat. So that's a really key point about protein. All right, the third thing is that
that's so intriguing. Can we review that?
Like protein, because protein.
This point is just about lean meat and no fat, and making sure that there is fat on your meat. That's so intriguing. And he's gonna advertise for eating the fat on the meat, not putting it away. He's referencing this to insulin. That's so intriguing.
Try to consume protein that has more fat. Why? Because that's going to help your insulin levels. When you consume protein that's very low fat and lean, as in like powders, especially like whey protein powder, you majorly increase insulin versus consuming fattier meat or fattier fish or like brie cheese, which has more fat. So that's a really key point about protein. All right, the third thing is that you're...
So it's not, I don't think it's the best delivery here. You know, he goes on to a parabola here, goes away from the subject, talks about examples and stuff. He's basically saying some fat on your meat is good, as the level of insulin won't go up because there's fat on the meat. So the insulin doesn't need to go up to create the fat, I suppose, or something like that. I'm not sure.
You're on a higher fat diet. Now, when we talk about higher fats, mainly we're talking about the calories. There's more than twice as many calories in fat than there is protein and carbs. So, based on calories, it would be a higher fat diet. So I'm not going to say anything more to confuse you on that point. But realize that when you're consuming the protein, guess what? You're consuming a lot of the fat in your diet already, because protein always comes with fat. But you may add some additional fats. Let's say some avocado, butter to cook your food in, or let's say you melt the butter on your vegetables.
I have an avocado.
Which is
I don't know
good
what to do with
idea
it.
because the veggies have certain fat-soluble natural chemicals in there that are good for you, even antioxidants. They're called phytonutrients. And adding oil to your salad, whether it's olive oil or butter over your vegetables, will help you extract those nutrients out of that meal. That's why it's good to combine these things right here. Olives or olive oil is very, very good. Coconut oil is actually also pretty good. And of course, some of these are in the fat category, like nuts, for example, are half fat and half protein, a little bit of carb. Cheese is protein and fat. Eggs are protein and fat. So a lot of these are fat too. So both of these are kind of a combination. But if you're starting keto, a lot of times people add maybe some nuts or cheese after the meal. A lot of times people, both of these are kind of a combination. But if you're starting,
look at this. This is all good stuff. This is all stuff that personally I enjoy. There's nothing here that I don't like. Like I like. The fuck is this? That's the cheese. Oh, that's the kind of cheese. Definitely a goat cheese in my opinion. Got broccoli. These are nuts, peanut butter, spinach. Okay. Does it say spinach anywhere? Oh, it's a lot of iron. Yeah, you know, I have a lot of iron in my blood, so I don't know if I need spinach. Salmon, which takes the center plate. They could have put, at least for his diet in this image, a good piece of meat in here. Meat, like red meat, because he's advocating for it. Would have made a much better image too. A better image. Sorry. Other nuts here. A big fan. Egg. Avocado. Not a big fan. I haven't used it much. I don't mind the taste. I think the taste is fine. Maybe I should scoop it up with chips or something like that. But it goes in many recipes too.
starting keto,
Probably in the morning too. Probably there's some morning recipe with it.
a lot of times people add maybe some nuts or cheese after the meal to be more satisfied. So that's something that they do. And so that's why I said eat this third. But of course,
Interesting. Nut and cheese after the meal, because it has fat, and when your body detects the fat, the body is satisfied. If it's too lean, you're hungry. That's why he starts. This is a progression. This is a time progression. Start with your veggies, go into some moderate protein, these things, and then you can have some fat stuff here, or put it into the meal. I mean, this is the first meal, and this is could be the second meal, I suppose.
of course, it could be within the meal. Now, there's certain fats you definitely want to avoid: soy oil, corn oil, canola oil, cottonseed oil, even the safflower oil, the sunflower oil. I would be careful about consuming too much of those. These are GMO. They have chemicals in them. But the problem is they're highly inflammatory. Even though it's a fat, it's the wrong type of fat that you want in your body. And you'd probably see these in salad dressings and many different products like mayonnaise in there. So you're going to have to kind of start reading labels and really get picky on certain things that you're going to be buying. So we talked about generally.
So interesting how this, my first research was about fat liver, non-alcoholic fat liver disease and stuff like that. Leads me to this guy with his keto diet, and then this leads me to the Flav City. on reading labels and actually having stuff with less sugar, no bullshit oil, better products. It's so intriguing how that works. So intriguing.
Family what to eat, but we also want to talk about eating less meals.
I mean, I've really grown from this, and it's a process that literally started not even 24 hours ago, though. When I received I think, news from the doctor. I honestly think it wasn't even 24 hours ago. Well, somewhat like this.
Right? Less frequent meals. We're going to do intermittent fasting. We're going to combine both of these together to really take that insulin and bring it down to a normal
48
level. So here's the rule of thumb. Don't eat unless you are hungry. Now, let me define hungry, because sometimes you might get a little bit of hunger,
Let's find out.
You still feel strong. You still feel fine. Your mood is good. We'll try to push through that, okay? There's also a difference between hunger and also like a habit.
Yep, 48
People have like a habit of eating all the time, even when they're not hungry, because they feel that they're not as full as maybe they should be. So you don't have to be full all the time. We're talking about hungry. And a true hunger is like, wow, I feel like I really need to eat. I feel a little bit weaker. I feel a little shaky. I'm starting to notice I'm a little bit more irritable. Okay, that is what we're talking about, not some little temporary hunger. Number 2, ideally, you want to skip the breakfast. You can do this on a gradual level where you keep pushing your breakfast later.
So I'm already kind of there. I only really have 2 meals already. Mostly because my schedule, I wake up late, and I'll eat lunch and dinner. And sometimes for lunch, I'll eat a breakfast, and then dinner, I'll just eat regular.
And later, or just cut it right out and just skip.
That part must be hard for people who are accustomed to take 3 meals. Wake up in the morning, it's 8 in the morning, and you're having a bowl of something, It depends on your schedule, like your work schedule or your school schedule or whatever, but which is then it's normal to do these things. Even when I worked at school, like I had to have a breakfast, a lunch, and a dinner. It just works well,
Skip breakfast. Instead, have your coffee with a little butter.
And that's tough too. Like imagine I would do that as a teacher while I was teaching. Like the first 3 classes are in the morning, and then there's 2 classes afternoon, at least for our classes here. So you're asking me to skip my breakfast, and then work with kids in the morning, and these difficult concepts and the difficulties of classroom, all without a meal in my belly. This is I've had to do it sometimes. It's long hours, dude. You're hungry. It's hard. It's difficult. Not a pleasant time.
Butter in it, a tablespoon of butter, and or MCT oil, which will help you greatly in making ketones, which is very therapeutic to your brain, and it'll satisfy you. So as you're trying to transition into the state of ketosis, which you're burning fat, because ketones are a byproduct of burning fat, if you add MCT oil, that will give you ketones right away, and it'll make the transition a little more comfortable, especially with your cognitive function. So this is a good idea.
Get something
and
rolling.
If you did this coffee with these 2 fats, it's going to be very easy to skip breakfast.
I'm wondering if it would be purposeful or entertaining for chat to see me cook my half-ass meals, trying to get into some keto meal with like clearly not enough ingredients to make it fucking something, or if I just wait until I'm getting better at it and kind of bring Chad into the kitchen and show them, like, you can use this and that's really good, you know.
Also, I want to note that at about 8 a.m. in the morning is when you have this hormonal shift with cortisol might go up, and you may find a temporary, about a half hour, kind of a sense like I'm ready to eat something. It's the cortisol. It's a hormonal shift, and it can increase your appetite. Just ignore that and push through that. Okay? So we're skipping our breakfast at this point. Number 3, very importantly, do not snack through the day. That little snack, even though it's low amount of calories, will make you hungry. Eating stimulates hunger, especially if it's in the form of a snack. So just cut out all snacking. It's very, very important. If you get the temptation to snack, just realize that you didn't consume enough fat at the last meal. So the next meal, add more fat to the diet so you can go easily from one meal to the next. So it's important to add more fat to go longer. There's a lot of details to fill in the blank, but typically you can drink water, tea, coffee, anything without sugar. You can take your vitamins. It's not going to be a problem. And again, there's a lot of details that I'm not covering, but I'm just giving you the basics. So let's say your first meal is at noon. Okay, you eat your meal. Don't really worry at this point about calories because we're not trying to reduce calories. All we're trying to do is have that first meal, make sure it fits what I said in the last slide, and then the second meal at 6. So that gives you a 6-hour eating window and 18-hour fast, okay, if you don't snack, which is huge. This is going to allow you to see a lot of benefits with this program. So that is the summary of how to do keto correctly. Before you go, if you have a question about a product, or you're new to keto and you want to know how to begin keto, or you're on keto and you need a debug because it's not going as smooth, I have a keto consultant standing by to help you. This is just for the people in the US. Hopefully in the future we'll be able to answer everyone's call. But I put the number down below so you can call and get some help. Hi guys, in this video we're going to give you an overview of keto and intermittent fasting, okay, from A to Z. Let's take a look at all the things that happen and all the barriers that you might run into. I mainly created this for new people just so they could see everything together. I know it looks complex, but let's just kind of go through it. Okay, so here you are, you're having breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Don't forget about the snacks, right? That's an average person. You're just pretty much grazing the whole day. You got belly fat, fatigue, memory problems, lack of focus, you're craving, high blood pressure, anxiety, depression, and diabetes. But other than that, you're doing pretty good. So what is the common denominator of all these? High levels of insulin. Okay, you have insulin resistance, which is causing high levels of insulin. That's what's creating all these symptoms. So these symptoms are the tip of the iceberg. This is the iceberg, okay? So we have to fix this the way we
That's very interesting. That's very detailed. See different types of processes going on.
do it is through keto. Point, a lot of people mention, oh my gosh, I was losing weight on this and I stopped losing weight. You know, what's happening? Well, you don't want to go by your weight. Will also help this as well. Tablespoon in some water, drink it with your meals with a lemon, and you're good to go. A couple of things will happen. You might consume food a little too much because you're like going to 2 meals and you're afraid. You're so used to so many meals. You're like, oh my gosh, am I going to table salt to actually prevent fatigue and help your body? So we need more sea salt, not table salt, to actually prevent fatigue and help your body with the electrolyte sodium and chloride. All right, so we're going to do this for a while every single day. When you're doing a ketogenic diet, you're not used to, like, you might need to even add more potassium, or it could be the vegetables that you're consuming. But let's say you have keto, or it could be the vegetables that you're consuming you're not used to, like kale, for example. If you're having too much kale, that can bind you up. If that's the case, switch the vegetable. But let's say you have keto fatigue and you're tired. that usually means low salt. So add some more sea salt.
Now I guess that's something that's gonna happen if someone really sticks to the diet, like a hardcore, gets these things. I don't necessarily plan to stick that hard to it, just change my overall habits.
And by the way, when you're doing a ketogenic diet, you need about 1 teaspoon of sea salt every single day, compared to over here, you need about 1/4 of a teaspoon. Okay, so we need more sea salt, not table salt, to actually prevent fatigue and help your body with the electrolyte sodium and chloride. All right, so we're going to do this for a while. We're going to get used to it. Now we're going to slowly graduate to 2 meals per day. The way we're going to do that is Hi guys, listen, I have 2,500 videos, okay, on YouTube, fast, running ketones. It's a which actually, the other, that is the emphasis is on your lower, just, and so we need, it starts,
so we're looking for
so the too much alcohol to fat perverts it, presence of too much,
or I can just maybe Google it. Golden salt. Something like that. It's like a rock band. No, I just can't find it.
Insulin metabolism. Best to know if you right now, because sometimes depressed, especially between, and you get your body in the fat between meals, because before it wasn't, okay, because say 20%, okay, plate, okay, this is your plate. The fat is more than 1/4 should be fat. Remember, 1 gram, the calorie, the volume, and a lot of this, and we have this small one, is not just making the body.
So protein will come from the living material, like the salmon, the meat, the eggs. That list that he had, and then the fat will be more nuts and stuff like that.
All right, guys, you just watched the basic plan, the overview. This is video 2.
Cheese, bacon.
We're going to dig into some more of the details. Second video that you should watch. And
we're salt anywhere?
20 people, and then you later, like you have to eat it. And what that means, that's incredible. And they have because they're metabolism. We're going to talk about.
You guys are missing all the best parts.
If you're going to go out and be one from maybe a you get off, you have then now or 8 hours. It is so before I'll do that. You put a link down.
I saved the playlist on my YouTube.
Someone.
Also, I think you can find the playlist itself.
Things
really
out of not all you can just do a problem, but green and electrolytes.
Is it the next one?
Now I have done a lot of basics, and we recommend fuel. Number 1, it will increase your oxygen in your body. Number 2, it increases your energy. Number 3, it supports the brain. In fact, your brain prefers ketones over glucose. Same thing with the heart. If your heart is damaged or your brain is damaged, ketones are the answer, and they can bypass the mechanical damage pathways and feed the tissues directly. Most of the body tissues can run in ketones, but some parts need glucose. And this is the confusion that people have. They think they need to consume glucose to get glucose. No, there's something called gluconeogenesis, okay? Glucose, new, genesis, the creation of. Your body can make glucose if it needs it from fat, ketones, proteins. You don't need to consume carbohydrates to get glucose. Now, it does take, you can drink fluids, you want to take electrolytes and B vitamins for sure, and sea salt, that's a necessity, but we recommend that you don't eat anything. The common foods that are really good to focus on would be pasture-raised eggs, okay, organic if at all possible, shellfish, fish, sardines, meats, organic, cheese. Now, a lot of people don't do well in cheese. Cheese has a lot of hormones. It's not good for people with prostate issues. It's not good with people that have allergies. So some people do not do well
really
with
good
cheese.
with cheese.
Personally, I do a small amount of cheese, and if I'm going to consume cheese, it has to be grass-fed organic. I usually get European cheese, and I don't have a tremendous amount, but you can overdo it with cheese. Olives, that's a must. Avocados, lots of vegetables, 7 to 10 cups, very beneficial. Nuts. For some people, they don't do well on that, especially if they're prone to kidney stones. You have to be careful with almonds, okay, as well as spinach. So I'd avoid those if you're prone to kidney stones. Also, seeds like sunflower seeds, perfect on a ketogenic plan. All right, here you have it, the basic ketogenic plan for beginners. So if you want more knowledge on how to create a healthy body, subscribe now and get daily notifications. Welcome. Today we're going to show you how to start keto correctly, and this is for beginners. What are we trying to do? We're trying to switch what your body is running on as far as fuel-wise. So we want to switch from burning sugar fuel to fat fuel. There's this one hormone called insulin, which is the key to determine whether you're going to burn fat or burn sugar. So you want to keep it low to burn fat. When it goes higher, your body will burn sugar. Very simply, lower your carbs and eat less meals. That's different than lowering your calories. Now, by eating less meals, you are going to lower your calories, but that's not the goal. You could actually eat larger meals, just not as frequent. Why is it a good idea to eat less frequent meals? Because every time you eat, you trigger insulin. Every time you eat carbs, you trigger insulin. So we're just trying to lower this insulin. The combination between these two are very, very powerful. So what are you going to eat in a meal? Well, first thing, you have to eat low carbs. So you want to cut down all your carbs. That includes sugar. And I'm talking about honey, agave nectar, brown sugar, white sugar, date sugar, all sugar. You can replace it in various recipes with what's called sugar alcohols. I put some links down below of examples of that so you can learn about that, but there's these sweet alternative sugar sources that you can use. So that means that when you go buy food, you have to start reading the labels and looking at the sugar content. You want it as close to zero as possible. You want to avoid fruit, except for berries. There's 3 berries: raspberries, strawberries, and blackberries. You can have those in small amounts, but no other fruit, especially apples. Grains like wheat flour that they make breads, pasta, cereal, crackers, biscuits, you want to avoid that. But guess what? There's a substitute. People use almond flour to make all sorts of things, from pizza crust to bread to you name it. So there's a lot of recipes that you can use as an alternative grain. Avoid starches like potatoes. But guess what? There's all these recipes that you can make out of cauliflower that is very similar to the starches, not identical, but you can make things that are very close to tasting like mashed potatoes. You can even make a cauliflower crust for your pizza. It's quite good. Now, when I say cut out all the carbs, there's an exception: vegetables. In fact, you want to consume more vegetables, at least 7 cups, even more. That could be salads or other types of vegetables like bell peppers, like cabbage, like broccoli, like kale, Brussels sprouts. And at this level that I'm teaching you, you can even do carrots and tomatoes, beets. Don't worry about that. You can have those. And the last point about vegetables is that ideally, if you eat them first, it's going to be a lot easier to consume 7 cups than after you have the protein and fat, because this is going to fill you up pretty fast. So I always consume the vegetable first. Now you can consume it at the same time, but just as a strategy to make sure you get enough vegetables in your diet, I like to consume these first, because very few people consume enough vegetables. And one last point, vegetables provide 2 things. They provide food for your microbes that then help your blood sugars.
Threw in the fucking veggies. I don't know what to do. I don't have oil. I don't have our garlic. I don't have any of that shit. So we're gonna boil, steam some veggies, cauliflower, broccoli, some carrots. They're not my favorites, but they're fine. Then we've got other types of veggies, a bunch, and some lettuce. I think I'm just gonna throw it all together. I just don't know how to stir all of this. So I think I'm gonna take a 5 and hopefully try to set up a camera to show you, but I don't think I can set up the mic, for the kitchen. I have to like yell.
And help give you energy. Also, they provide a lot of nutrients like potassium and magnesium and even vitamin C.
That was good.
Because what are we trying to do? We're trying to do keto correctly. And by correctly, I mean healthily. Okay, number 2, moderate protein. Not massive amounts like in the Atkins diet, but moderate amounts. That could be, depending on your size and your metabolism and your age, between 3 and 8 ounces. Maybe you're 18 years old and you work out hardcore. You're going to need maybe more protein. So rather than have a little scale and measure it, just consume protein the size of the palm of your hand. Maybe a little bit more, a little less. Okay, just to kind of keep it really simple at this level. What type of protein? Different types of meat, fish, chicken, seafood, eggs, cheese, unless you have an allergy or any type of severe gut issue.
My fault.
Nuts or nut butters. Also make sure that if you buy peanut butter or whatever, you read the ingredients to make sure it doesn't have added sugar. You don't want to add sugar to any of these, because sometimes when you have like deli meats, they have dextrose in there.
3.5 mil wasn't too
extra
bad.
sugar. If you're having bacon, they have extra sugar added. You preferably keep the sugar away from your protein. All right, with the protein, as far as the order of when you eat it, you just ate your vegetable, your salad. Now you start with your protein. The key with the protein is not to consume lean protein or low-fat protein. Try to consume protein that has more fat. Why? Because that's going to help your Hi guys, in this video we're going to give you an overview of keto and intermittent fasting, okay, from A to Z. Let's take a look at all the things that happen and all the barriers that you might run into. I mainly created this for new people.
So I'm probably going to watch this. This looks pretty detailed. But let's see what's next. Maybe staying in the trend. Canned food. That's pretty interesting too. Bad luck. Then keto food you should always have in your fridge. Sure, I'll open this and look at this. Preservative and shit. I'll watch it back.
Flavor family, guess who's back? Back again. It is Art and I at Walmart on the north side of Chicago to do a canned food review, which you guys have been requesting lately. Is it possible to find healthy canned food items? Which, you know what, makes a lot of sense because not everyone has access to fresh food and fresh produce. So I have a sneaking suspicion when we go into this Walmart, we're gonna find some good stuff because we're gonna look at soups, we're gonna look at vegetables, beans, tomatoes, everything canned and tell you if it's good, if it's bad, and why. But before we go in there and do our thing, you're gonna wanna click that red subscribe button right below the video and join the Flav City community. Because every single week we have 4 videos. So you know what? Better yet, there's a bell icon right below the video. Enable all notifications because as soon as we go live, you do not wanna miss out, especially the live cooking stream. We make a recipe from start to finish, hang out with the community, and that is a good old time. Let's start off by talking about something I really don't mind buying canned, and that is beans. And if you have the chance, I would get organic beans, because keep in mind, beans are legumes, they grow in the ground, they're very susceptible to herbicides and pesticides. But one of the cool things about buying canned beans is that they're pressure cooked. And why does pressure cooked beans matter? If you follow Dr. Gundry's plant paradox, you know about lectins. Lectins are proteins found in about 30% of foods. Lectins are bad news because they're anti-nutrients. Not only do they prevent your body from absorbing nutrients, they can cause a whole host of issues, including bloating, GI issues, gut issues, really, really bad stuff. So when I make beans at home, I pressure cook them in the Instant Pot, but all canned beans are actually pressure cooked, so they get rid of the lectins, making them much easier to digest and absorb the nutrients. So go for organic, and if you could actually find something like organic in a glass, that'd be amazing. These are Roland Great Northern beans. They're not organic, but if you have a choice between non-organic glass versus can, I would go for the glass just because it's safer in general. Then something you kind of have to pay attention to when it comes to beans is BPA, right? BPA is in the lining. It has a synthetic estrogen that can leak out. A lot of cans now are BPA free. You just have to read the label here and see if they specifically state that, but ideally it's good to buy BPA free. Now, I don't want you buying any beans that have the flavorings in here. Oh, go ahead. The Walmart brand.
Are they good?
Oh yeah, organic, legumes, the pressure cooked, it's good stuff. I would recommend those over the other ones for sure. Perfect segue on the beans not to buy. Refried is number one, like the one she wants to buy. And number two is like the saucy or the flavored beans, because they have a lot of undesirable ingredients in there. I just saw this, Dr. Pepper's beans, and I was wondering with Art how they get the 23 blends of spices in there and stuff. It must be from the natural flavors, but guys, they're adding a ton of brown sugar here, fructose, which is another word for sugar. They have natural flavors, maltodextrin. Anytime you see maltodextrin on a product, run, Forrest, run, because it's a derivative of corn, GMO corn, and it spikes the blood sugar because it's made of corn, which is a very simple starch. And then I saw something here like Bush's country-style baked beans with bacon and extra brown sugar, caramel coloring, brown sugar, modified cornstarch. Caramel coloring is a food coloring they put in to make things look brown and saucy. The problem is it's 100% fake and it's a known carcinogen. I really wish people would stop using that. So that's why you want to stick with the normal organic pressure cooked beans. That's where it's at and can save the day when you don't have time to pressure cook them at home. All right, now many of these canned vegetables on the wall here, veggies, I would not eat because they're overcooked and they're soggy and they're bland. But actually it's interesting because a couple of vegetables like corn and tomatoes actually have more antioxidants released when they're heated during the canning process. That being said, I would read labels again because first of all, stuff like this, I prefer the frozen variety. It's much better texture. But look at the ingredients on this one here. And it starts out decent. I love the fire roasted, but once you start going toward the bottom, we have yeast extract, which is another word for MSG. It's a man-made flavor enhancer. We have natural flavorings here, so I would not get that. If you're gonna happen to get canned corn, I would come over here, my friends. Once again, the Walmart organic selection here is phenomenal. $1.44, and what do you see here for ingredients? Organic corn, water, and sea salt. Not table salt, really good quality sea salt. So that's very nice here. But once again, I prefer frozen. And then I see a couple odds and ends. Like, come over here, you guys. I know this isn't technically canned, but this is next to the canned stuff. This is Frank's Kraut, and it's so close to being amazing because if we look at the ingredients here, we see that it doesn't have vinegar. So it is a natural fermentation, which is very gut friendly, very probiotic friendly, but it has a couple of preservatives here that I don't like. So as much as I'd like to recommend that, I can't. You're much better off getting the wild brine at Costco or the Bubbies at Whole Foods. So that I would mostly stay away from these canned vegetables because they're just a really unpleasant flavor and texture. But come over here, you guys. This is the most interesting product because on top here is tahini. In here is chickpea puree. And on top is a spoon. So it's a DIY make and stir your own hummus, which I think in theory is really cool, but you kind of need a blender to whip a lot of air in there. I don't know if it's going to work. I almost want to buy it just to see, but Art, what do you think?
I think
It has potential. They're telling you to do it for 15 seconds, so.
15, yeah, it tells you in the instructions.
as much air
do it
as
for
you can.
15 seconds. So I know it's not a canned item, but I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy this and I'll report later on. All right, let's head over to the tomatoes and the soup aisle because there's when it gets really interesting. So canned tomatoes are another vegetable that I have in my pantry all the time. And just like the canned corn, they have higher antioxidants when they're heated and cooked for the canning process. So that's a major score. The thing is, there's only one kind of can I would use on this entire wall. And it would be this one right here, the Cento San Marzano. In my opinion, this is the best tomato for your dollar because what happened in Naples, Italy years ago? Mount Vesuvius blew up. It was a terrible event that killed many people, but the area in Naples got enriched with volcanic ash. And because of that, the tomatoes and all the produce grown there taste really, really good. The thing is, $3.48 is the standard price for a 28-ounce container. Go to Costco, you can get a 128-ounce container for $3.80. It's the best deal, but I would only buy San Marzano. They are so tasty. All right, Art is checking out the wall of soups here. Let's investigate. Let's start with basic stuff like Progresso lentil soup. And this is interesting because if we look at the ingredients, you guys, it starts out pretty basic, right? We have lentils, we have tomato paste, celery, good stuff. But I start getting concerned with the less than 1%. And even though it's less than 1%, this is bad ingredients you don't want in your body. We're talking about modified food starch, that's GMO cornstarch. We're talking about soybean oil, that's GMO soybean oil, highly processed, highly refined, also highly inflammatory. Always avoid that. Natural flavorings are artificial flavorings. And yeast extract here, that's another word for MSG. It's a man-made flavor enhancer. So this is a no. Luckily, there's some good ones down yonder. And then if I look at other Progressos here, like, here we go, Progresso roasted chicken noodle. This is like the basic soup, right? The problem is, look at these ingredients. Anytime you have a laundry list like this is bad news. We have GMO cornstarch once again. We have some preservatives. We have maltodextrin, more GMO corn. We have sugar. We have yeast extract. I mean, this is really bad stuff, so I would not get that one either. And we're going to talk about sodium content in a minute, something I'm not too concerned about unless you have high blood or high blood pressure. Art is studying the Campbells here. We'll get there next as soon as the Waldos here leave. It's a Waldo party, a swarm of Waldos. All right, let's look at the Campbells here, right? Let's go to basic Campbell's chicken noodle soup right here. I could always judge a soup by the basic chicken noodle.
It's not basic, that's chunky.
It's a chunky monkey? It's still basic in my.
Basic's the one down here.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a lot of ingredients here, you guys. We have natural flavoring. We have yeast extracts. See, these should not be in soups here. So the bad news is this one is out. We have soy protein concentrate, stuff you don't want to see. So that is out. But the good news is, right over to Art's left here, is some more premium Campbell stuff. So this is the, well, yes, butternut squash and sweet potato. How much is it? $168. And this is really interesting, you guys, because the ingredients are much cleaner. Look at this. It's sweet potato juice from concentrate, real sweet potatoes, real cream, a little bit of cornstarch. Not ideal, but they have it here. And then look, cinnamon and ginger, those kind of fall spices, celery. That's great. How are we doing on sodium here? 590, not too bad. Tomato and basil soup here. Oh, this is sipping soup, Art. How do you feel
this
about
camera
sipping
rolling.
soup?
Not a fan.
You prefer to
Light,
drink
you can
soup?
see
Soup
me.
is supposed to be with a spoon, not out of a mug.
This definitely something I'm gonna get into,
actually,
like the soups and stuff. Because with whatever I have here, if I could just throw in a soup, you know, give me a lot of taste and good nutriment, also a lot of hydration, which I'm missing because I've had a coffee. You know. All right, I'm gonna try to set up a cam here. There's a cam over there, the second cam. See if I can plug it. We don't crash. Okay, we haven't crashed. Then I want to see if I can pick up that cam. It's not doing anything. Yeah, it's working. Okay. Okay, can we have another scene? Yo, somebody's in the chat. Oh my god. My bad. Kidding. What scene can we pull? Pull this scene? Do we have a chat? We have a chat. I'm not going to be able to hear the chat. We should think about that. Is this a chat box? Yeah. Small chat box, really? In the middle of the screen? What is that fucking scene? Anyway, we'll put it like here. Fuck me. Chat box. Unlock. We'll drop it like here. Make it bigger. Got the kitchen. That's my kitchen. And we're somehow gonna boost the microphone. So you hear me from afar. Gonna need this. Do this. That. Okay. Okay. So, is it working? Oh my god. Like it's working too well. As you can see, we have a fucking machine who's steaming. Got a plate over the pan. And it's steaming the vegetable. We got more veggies. We've got more veggies. And we've got broccoli and cauliflower. So the issue that we have is the sauce. There's no sauce. There is no sauce. Okay, let's find out. Looking good. It's looking good. But I'm going to try to resolve the sauce problem. So, like, we have some salad. There's a little bit of Caesar dressing here. You know, we've got some extra, not lettuce, but salad stuff. We have different types of cheese, goat cheese. Got some Greek salad material. That could be the sauce-ish. For tonight, at least. And there's other types of salads and stuff. We have the fish, other meats, but we're not necessarily looking for that. Peanut butter, not the right dish. Fruits, not it. Parmesan. Got some hot sauce we could try. Croutons. Cheese whiz. It's not the best, but we have it. How long does it take to steam vegetables? I don't know. I don't know. So, we're going to try it. We're going to test it. Washing the utensils. Gonna be all right. Now we need some light in here, right? You can't see me. There's no light. There's nothing I can do. All the lights are up. It's pretty bad. Whoa. Let's try this one here. And point it at the sky. What do you think? It's better? Oh. It's gonna have to do. Trash can. Stuff we don't need to see, that's fine. Okay. Start by testing it, see how the steam is working. Not a big fan of bowls, but could use one. Pretty soft. It's pretty soft, yeah. I like it. I like it. Okay. Pretty soft. So we're going to drench all of this, lower the heat a little bit. Hopefully this will go well. Trust the process. Don't have any oil, so we'll put some butter. Again, this butter, not the right butter. You know, we're looking at Becel here. Ingredients. Okay, you can frame pause or whatever. Can you see it? I'll read it. Canola oil. 74%, so that's bad. Water, modifying palm and palm kernel oils, that's bad. Salt, irregular salt. Buttermilk powder. Again, that's not a lot of milk here. We don't have much milk. Natural flavors, lactic acid, vitamin A, vitamin D, beta blah blah blah, carotene, calcium, disodium, EDTA. No, I don't think the EDTA thing is a good part. I don't expect it to be with this product. Not the right product. We'll use it because we have it. It's not that rich, Chad. Come on now. Just a bit of butter so it doesn't stick. Not trying to hurt my non-stick pan here. Just a bit. Alright. So I know we're gonna save ourselves from a problem with a little bit of butter. Next, I think I want to cook some of the garden salad stuff that I have. So my goal with this is to be able to put some green, right? And I think I would prefer it cooked, so we're gonna cook it a bit. I'm not going to put too much, even though that's the main ingredient in the keto. I understand it. But I'm already making too much. But if there's something I don't like, I'm just going to throw it away. So, okay. Plus we got salmon, some olives, and garlic in the olives. For some reason I took the garlic with the olives. And that, I can find garlic if I really want to. I would like to put some of these greens, but I'm going to try to put, so this green is for the breakfast morning. For the breakfast morning, I've always liked to use this bunch here, and it lasts me a whole week to make some omelets with this shit. You see, you've got the bell peppers, the red, the green, the mushrooms, the onions. It makes a great great omelet. So we're gonna keep that mostly for the morning. I haven't figured out a way for my omelets in the morning. But we got these greens that we're trying to use in the keto diet, so we're gonna use some of those. And just a pinch of this here. Maybe some this celery. My quantities are completely off, but that doesn't matter. Greens, a bit of onions. So my goal right now is to try to make a dish that looks good. That's my only goal. There's too much broccoli, if there's too much, of something, we're just gonna put it away, leave it for tomorrow. Trying to make a dish that is somewhat appetizing. can see this is my first time. Not afraid to work with things. We just don't have enough of those things. If it all fails, I have something else to eat. I think I'm going to use some of the juice out of the Greek salad mix that I purchased for $7 for this shit. We got cheese. See, there's some juice here we could use. I don't have any dressing because I haven't found the right dressing yet, so. Scuff this fuck, man. Right. Lot of goods. So what can we put on this thing? Some salt, some pepper. Like this stuff. Some sea salt. Got different kinds of sauce and stuff. Most of it is perished. Most of it is expired. So, but we bought this for some point if I want to make it more like a chili-ish. All of this is expired, I think. No, it's not. We could use some tomato juice. That's interesting. That's about the only thing I can use. Oh, we do have some oil. Hold on. So we do have some oil here. The Bertolli extra virgin oil. We're happy to see that. Expiration January 2021. It's about a year expired. So that's going to have to go. Got some soya sauce. Hold on. Some soya sauce. I don't think that's expired. I think that's pretty new. A little bit of Tabasco because I like that. Give it a kick. Got oregano also. I don't think oregano is right here. But soya sauce, we're getting somewhere. A little bit of Tabasco, not too much. We don't want to ruin it. Just want to make sure it's not expired. It's expired. Fucking A, man. It's expired by only a few months, so it's not that bad. If we're noticing everything is starting to detach, especially the broccoli and this, it's detaching. That's okay. That's fine. I'd love to make a soup out of this. I throw away all the water. This is what it is. Orange juice? Nah. You're right. Got some hot. We got some barbecue sauce or something. I don't know. I think I'm still gonna like this, and I have to use this at some point. It's gonna expire tomorrow, and I just bought it yesterday. That's what it says. Bought yesterday, expire tomorrow. Got some cheese. We'll figure it out. All right, let's stop this. Am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? Oh. I think I'm gonna try some tomato juice after like half my meal, just to see what really this poor thing is gonna add to this poor dish. It's a monster. This is off. Alright, let's just cultivate this and see how it is. Alright. Maybe you want to see it. That's the dish. Can you see the dish? Okay, we've got carrots, broccoli, cabbage, no, carrots, broccoli, cauliflower, salad mix, some lettuce mix, tomatoes, bell peppers, some onions, mushrooms, a lot of good stuff really. Not a lot of green stuff, but a lot of vegetables, so at least that's that. A little bit of a water at the end too here. Salt, pepper, some hot sauce, some expired Worcestershire sauce. Let's try. It tastes like fucking something, man. It tastes like vegetable soups. Tastes like vegetable soup. Hold on. It tastes like vegetable soup, but more chunky. I like the hot sauce. I like the Worcestershire sauce too. I'm sure there's salt, but I think it's in the water. A good taste. It's missing some cheese, I think. I don't know if that's going to be enough for me tonight. This and that. I like the hot of it. We got the salmon too. Tastes great. So the thing I'm remembering about vegetables is it looks like a lot when you put it in, and then it shrinks a little bit, right? You have to remember that. I like the hot veggies. That tastes good. Feels good. But it's not quite gonna be enough. And I've got this treat that I bought. Seafood plate. It's like a seafood plate. It was like 15 bucks. Kind of a nicely packaged product, you know, $15. It's quite a lot. But I wanted to try it just because I was trying things and I have a budget for that. It's warm. Feels great. So we're gonna start the eating process and throw that in. Because I don't think all of this is enough. It's salty. Woo. Well, now I can show you. Look at this thing. Meal l'assiette du pêcheur. Ready to reheat meal. Product of Canada. Ingredients. Sure. Ingredients. Ingredients. Water, potatoes, halibut, mirepoix mix. So these are the seafood, I suppose. Carrots, celery, onions. So mirepoix mix is carrots, celery, and onions. Cream, which is cream and carrageenan, unfortunate. Shrimps, scallops, mussels, cod, chum salmon, wheat flour, canola oil, bacon, pork, water, sugar, salt, I suppose regular salt, vinegar, lemon juice concentrate, cultured celery powder, sodium phosphate, potassium chloride, flavor, sodium erythorbate, sodium nitrate. The fuck is all of this? Then you open a bracket somewhere, but you close it here at spice and smoke. What the fuck is this? White onions, leeks, garlic, celery, salt, herb, spice. Interesting. What a strange bracket. What about French? Is it... No, we just have this weird fucking bracket. Even in the French version. Oh, you're saying, is that all for the bacon? That might be all for the bacon itself. Because there's two brackets. Wow, there's like 3 lines of fucking ingredients just for bacon. Crazy. Looks good. Looks good. So we'll try that. If we have more than enough, we'll just store it. I just want to make sure I don't have to eat again tonight. That's like the goal. Remove from the box. That's microwave. I'm not doing that. So it's $3.75. Remove from plastic film and ideally cover with aluminum wrap. Put it frozen on baking sheet covered with parchment paper. Cook for 45 minutes and stir halfway through. is around 20 minutes. Serve hot. Important to not put the oven to broil. The broil could melt. The bowl could melt. So 375, 45 minutes. Okay. Too much carrots. The spices are good, they're fine. It's not me being like wanting all of this. I'm just trying to clean my pan. I don't want to make a mess in here. Just like that. This stuff I guess I'll eat tomorrow. Maybe I won't eat it. I don't know. Let's cut some cubes of Greek cheese. Now this is goat cheese. Marbled. Cost about $10 for the brick itself. Tastes fine. Is fine. I understand it's better. I'm not sure why I understand that, but we have goat cheese. Sorry, Chad, you're not feeling the ASMR of cooking. There's nothing going on because I suck at cooking. Even if I had mics on, you wouldn't hear anything. There's nothing going on. And it's taken too long. Good slice. Gonna cut some cubes out of that. You don't want them to melt, you know, that much, so you have to cut them thick. I don't need that much cheese, so I'm just gonna have one good slice. It's about 1 centimeter cube. Gonna put that over here, and it's gonna make it feel like I need to eat it. All right. Thank you, cheese. Thank you. I mean, it's a big difference in cost when you think about it. A thing like this, like that long, is like $5, whereas this is, you know, half or a third of the size for twice the price. That's 4 times more. A little bit of salmon. Great salmon, like it. Happy with that. Gonna heat it up a bit. Just cooking, man. Just cooking, man. This is ready. I'm gonna throw that in here with ideally a foil, it says. That's an idea. Stop it. Oh, dude. Shit. It ate the plastic, dude. I hate this fucking bullshit. Look, there's a plastic. There's a hole in the plastic. That's the one bullshit I hate about this fucking paper. This plastic. It wasn't even there for long, so I'm gonna cut out the piece that was over it and hopefully leave. The rest is fine, of course. Fuck me, man. I hate that part. It does that with pizza too, dude. And then you have to throw it out. Sad. Alright, we do have a folder. Good to have some basics. Really easy to remove, I like that. Frozen as all hell. I'm going to put this here, like that. I'm okay with that, but are you? Oh, fucking $3.75. The last time I tried cooking something with fucking foil, it never cooked for like an hour. It was bullshit. And when it doesn't cook, I just throw it in the pan, and because that I can regulate a little better. But this thing is cooked, right? As far as I know. Yeah, it's completely cooked. So all you need to do is heat it up. So, you know, 45 minutes with that, we'll do that. If it's not enough, we'll throw it in the pan. And if it doesn't work with this fucking foil again, last time I tried that I was like 3 years younger, man. If it doesn't work, we'll throw it in the pan and we'll figure it out by looking on the internet. What the fuck is going on? Okay, throw it. We got that. Oh, and we're back. And we have another camera. Cool. Oh, that's my scene. There you go. Can you see my face? Yeah, okay. We're back. We are here. Okay. This. Okay, this is done.
You don't mind it. And this one here also.
Okay, what are they saying? I'm definitely gonna use some kind of can product. I'd like to have small amounts of can, like half a can in this shit here. By the way, if you want to take a good look at it, here it is. All of this, almonds, some cheese. It's good enough. I mean, the rest of it is fucking greens.
But before we go in there and do our thing, you're going to want to take that red subscribe button right below the video and join the Flav City community. Because every single week we have 4 videos. So you know what? Better yet, there's a bell icon right below the video. Enable all notifications.
With the cheese, of course, it tastes like fucking awesome, but it's just me, dude.
Live cooking stream. We make a recipe from start to finish. Hang out with the community, and that is a good old time. Let's start off by talking about something.
This plate is above and beyond like anything else that I ate in the past year, dude.
Because keep in mind, beans are legumes. They grow on the ground. They're very susceptible to herbicides and pesticides.
All you need is an effort.
One of the cool things about buying canned beans is that they're pressure cooked. And why does pressure cooked beans matter? And that is a good old time. Let's start off by talking about something I really don't mind buying canned, and that is beans. And if you have the chance, I would...
Sorry, I was way too loud.
Get organic beans, because keep in mind, beans are legumes. They grow on the ground. They're very susceptible to herbicides and pesticides. But one of the cool things about buying canned beans is that they're pressure cooked. And why does pressure cooked beans matter? If you follow Dr. Gundry's plant paradox, you know about lectins. Lectins are proteins found in about 30% of foods. Lectins are bad news because they're anti-nutrients. Not only do they prevent your body from absorbing nutrients, they can cause a whole host of issues, including bloating, GI issues, gut issues, really, really bad stuff. So when I make beans at home, I pressure cook them in the Instant Pot, but all canned beans are actually pressure cooked, so they get rid of the lectins, making them much easier to digest and absorb the nutrients. So go for organic, and if you could actually find something like organic in a glass, that'd be amazing. These are Roland Great Northern beans. They're not organic, but if you have a choice between non-organic glass versus can, I would go for the glass just because it's safer in general. Then something you kind of have to pay attention to when it comes to beans is BPA, right? BPA is in the lining. It has a synthetic estrogen that can leak out. A lot of cans now are BPA free. You just have to read the label here and see if they specifically state that, but ideally it's good to buy BPA free. Now, I don't want you buying any beans that have the flavorings in here. Oh, go ahead. The Walmart brand.
Are they good?
Oh yeah, organic, legumes, the pressure cooked, it's good stuff. I would recommend those over the other ones for sure. Perfect segue on the beans not to buy. Refried is number 1, like the one she wants to buy. And number 2 is like the saucy or the flavored beans, because they have a lot of undesirable ingredients in there. I just saw this, Dr. Pepper's beans, and I was wondering with Art how they get the 23 blends of spices in there and stuff. It must be from the natural flavors, but guys, they're adding a ton of brown sugar here.
Yeah, again, such a plague, the sugar, it's everywhere. It just makes food things taste better, but I don't have any sugar in here, you know, as far as I know. Like, at all. I mean, these are just fucking vegetables that I steamed, boiled. The cheese might have, I don't think it has sugar, you know, in my stuff here. Again, so we don't want to see sugar.
Fructose, which is another word.
Fructose is also sugar. Sea salt, black pepper, dehydrated garlic, chili pepper, spice, natural flavors. Again, salt here. Maltodextrin.
Word for sugar. They have natural flavors, maltodextrin. Anytime you see maltodextrin on a product, run, Forrest, run, because it's a derivative of corn, GMO corn, and it spikes the blood sugar because it's made of corn, which is a very simple starch. And then I saw something here like Bush's country style baked beans with bacon and extra brown sugar, caramel coloring, brown sugar, modified cornstarch. Caramel coloring is a food coloring they put in to make things look brown and saucy. The problem is it's 100% fake and it's a known carcinogen. I really wish people would stop using that. So that's why you want to stick with the normal organic pressure cooked beans. That's where it's at and can save the day when you don't have time to pressure cook them at home. All right, now many of these canned vegetables on the wall here, veggies, I would not eat because they're overcooked and they're soggy and they're bland. But actually it's interesting because a couple of vegetables like corn and tomatoes actually have more antioxidants released when they're heated during the canning process. That being said, I would read labels again because first of all, stuff like this, I prefer the frozen variety. It's much better texture. But look at the ingredients on this one here. And it starts out decent. I love the fire roasted, but once you start going toward the bottom, we have yeast extract, which is another word for MSG. It's a man-made flavor enhancer. We have natural flavorings here, so I would not get that. If you're gonna happen to get canned corn, I would come over here, my friends. Once again, the Walmart organic selection here is phenomenal. $1.44, and what do you see here for ingredients? Organic corn, water, and sea salt. Not table salt, really good quality sea salt. So that's very nice here. But once again, I prefer frozen. And then I see a couple odds and ends. Like, come over here, you guys. I know this isn't technically canned, but this is next to the canned stuff. This is Frank's Kraut, and it's so close to being amazing because if we look at the ingredients here, we see that it doesn't have vinegar. So it is a natural fermentation, which is very gut friendly, very probiotic friendly, but it has a couple of preservatives here that I don't like. So as much as I'd like to recommend that, I can't. You're much better off getting the wild brine at Costco or the Bubbies.
Does he not like?
To recommend that.
What does he not like? The benzoate of soda or sodium metabisulfite?
I can't. It has a couple of preservatives here that I don't like. So as much as I'd like to recommend that, I can't. You're much better off getting the wild brine at Costco or the Bubbies.
Let me make clear, these two here, he likes it at first, but then he cannot recommend it. And sometimes he'll recommend it against other things, but he can't. So these are not good, my understanding.
I'd like to recommend that. I can't. You're much better off getting the wild brine at Costco or the Bubbies at Whole Foods. So that I would mostly stay away from these canned vegetables because they just have really unpleasant flavor and texture. But come over here, you guys. This is the most interesting product.
So canned vegetables, he doesn't like it. He wants normal vegetables, which I totally understand, totally grasp.
Because on top here is tahini. In here is chickpea puree, and on top is a spoon. So it's a DIY make and stir your own hummus, which I think in theory is really cool, but you kind of need a blender to whip a lot of air in there. I don't know if it's going to work. I almost want to buy it just to see, but Art, what do you think?
I think it has potential. They're telling you to do it for 15 seconds, so.
15, yeah, it tells you in the instructions.
Whip as much air
do it
as
for
you can.
15 seconds. So I know it's not a canned item, but you know, I'm going to buy this. I'm going to buy this and I'll report later on. All right, let's head over to the tomatoes and the soup aisle because there's when it gets really interesting. So canned tomatoes are another vegetable that I have in my pantry all the time. And just like the canned corn, they have higher antioxidants when they're heated and cooked for the canning process. So that's a major score. The thing is, there's only one kind of can I would use on this entire wall. And it would be this one right here, the Cento San Marzano. In my opinion, this is the best tomato for your dollar because what happened in Naples, Italy years ago? Mount Vesuvius blew up. It was a terrible event that killed many people, but the...
What's going on? The fucking Ching Jong-wei here. In pictures. Okay. All right. There's the promotion campaign for Jim Kun-hin.
area in Naples got enriched with volcanic ash, and because of that, the tomatoes and all the produce grown there taste really, really good. The thing is, $3.48 is the standard price for a 28-ounce container. Go to Costco, you can get a 128-ounce container for $3.80. It's the best deal, but I would only buy San Marzano. They are so tasty. All right, Art is checking out the wall of soups here. Let's investigate. Let's start with basic stuff like Progresso lentil soup. And this is interesting because if we look at the ingredients, you guys, it starts out pretty basic, right? We have lentils, we have tomato paste, celery, good stuff. But I start getting concerned with the less than 1%. And even though it's less than 1%, this is bad ingredients you don't want in your body.
It's still like a lot. When you look at a container like this and you say, well, what's 1% of this? And 1% of this is still like a certain amount that you can pour in a glass if you want, you know, or have a little bit of. And so do you want a little bit of modified food starch, soybean oil, sugar? Sorry, I'm just cramping up. Natural flavor yeast.
We're talking about modified food starch, that's GMO cornstarch. We're talking about soybean oil, that's GMO soybean oil, highly processed, highly refined, also highly inflammatory, always avoid that. Natural flavorings are artificial flavorings. And yeast extract here, that's another word for MSG. It's a man-made flavor enhancer. So this is a no. Luckily there's some good ones down yonder. And then if I look at other Progressos here, like, here we go. Progresso roasted chicken noodle. This is like...
And it's really not that comprehensive for consumers. Where am I supposed to learn that yeast extract is fucking...
a basic soup, right? The problem is, look at these ingredients. Anytime you have a laundry list like this is bad news. We have GMO cornstarch once again. We have some preservatives.
Yeah, I mean, this is a can of fucking something, and look at all of this. You know, especially when it's after the contains less than 2% of. You know, that's probably just a fuck it. You know, it's probably just a fuck it because there's probably something you don't like here. I see maltodextrin. I see modified food starch. I see corn protein hydrolyzed. This doesn't sound too good. I don't know what chicken fat means for him. I see flavoring. There's a lot of preservative, spice. I see sugar. I don't know how good onion powder is also. This doesn't ring too good of a bell. Maybe it's just because it's salty, I don't know. It's chicken broth, carrots, cooked white chicken meat, egg noodle. Egg noodle, so wheat flour, semolina wheat, egg, celery.
Preservatives, we have maltodextrin, more GMO corn, we have sugar, we have yeast extract. I mean, this is really bad stuff, so I would not get that one either. And we're going to talk about sodium content in a minute. Something.
Yeah. Oh, that's true, because they have a lot of sodium.
I'm not too concerned about unless you have high blood. And we're going to talk about.
So per can. So this is per serving and per can. So if you during the whole can, which is just a fucking can, you get 50% of your salt. And this is just so much. I find it to be a lot. Because you get this here, and then you get other salts somewhere else.
Talk about sodium content in a minute. Something I'm not.
What about trans? 0? What about sugar?
Too concerned about unless.
Sugar, 1 gram, 3 gram. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
You have high blood or high blood pressure. Art is studying the Campbells here. We'll get there next as soon as the Waldos here leave. It's a Waldo party, a swarm of Waldos. All right, let's look at the Campbells here, right? Let's go to basic Campbell's chicken noodle soup right here. I can always judge a soup by the basic chicken noodle.
It's not basic, that's chunky.
It's a chunky monkey? It's still basic in my.
Basic's the one down.
He's doing good undercover camera work here. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a lot of ingredients here, you guys. We have natural flavoring. We have yeast extracts. See, these should not be in soups here. So the bad news is this one is out. We have soy protein concentrate, stuff you don't want to see. So that is out. But the good news is, right over to Art's left here, is some more premium Campbell stuff. So this is the, well, yes, butternut squash and sweet potato. How much is it? $168. And this is really interesting, you guys, because the ingredients are much cleaner. Look at this. It's sweet potato juice from concentrate, real sweet potatoes, real cream, a little bit of cornstarch, not ideal, but they have it here. And then look, cinnamon and ginger, those kind of fall spices, celery, that's great. How are we doing on sodium here? 590, not too bad. Tomato and basil soup here. Oh, this is sipping soup, Art. How do you feel about sipping soup?
Not a fan.
You prefer to drink soup?
Soup is supposed to be with a spoon, not out of a mug.
Okay, well, I actually don't mind it. And this one here also, tomato puree. See, they need a little bit of cornstarch in here because it has to bind it or bring it together. But look, you guys, extra virgin olive oil, no GMO oil. There is a little bit of, what is that, canola oil there? Not sure what that's for, but overall, this is much better. And then Campbell's has a slow kettle here. And if I look at the slow kettle baked potato soup, not my favorite, but I know a lot of people like it. We get a little nervous here, right? Look at all these ingredients, you guys, here. We have soy, a bunch of filler, we have preservatives, sodium phosphates. That stuff you normally see in deli meat. It's a preservatives, but too many phosphates in your body is bad news, and a lot of preserved foods or a lot of middle aisle foods have that. So that's no. I would go with the Campbell yes. This is probably one of the better ones.
Campbell's chicken noodle soup with the frozen shapes. Elsa, Snowflake, Olaf, and Anna. I haven't seen the movie, so I don't know.
Yes, there's many movies that Art has not seen. Don't get us started, it's very shameful. All right, so this is, in my opinion, best in class, and I'm super happy to have it here at Walmart. It's Amy's. And for example, if I look at the Amy's lentil soup, because we looked at Progresso lentil before, look at the ingredients here, you guys. Everything's organic, which is really important because lentils are legumes. What kind of oil are they using? Organic extra virgin olive oil. That's pretty cool, right? Yeah. And then everything else is real.
It's all organic.
No filler, all thriller, no preservatives, amazing. And that is the case with every single Amy's soup. This is the
GMOs,
chunky tomato bisque here. We look at the ingredients.
Treat it as naturally as possible.
Organic. Literally.
Like the most natural tomato puree you can get is called the organic tomato puree. They're not allowed to say that if they test against it.
Handful organic cream.
No GMOs, no genetically modified engineering cream.
It's very hard to find.
Looks great.
Find organic cream in processed foods. And that's important because a lot of cream has carrageenan. This one doesn't. Any one of the Amy soups, I know they're a little more expensive, are fantastic. Totally Bobby approved. All right, the holiday season is coming up. I'm going to do some amazing videos for you guys, but I'm still on the look for a chicken broth or a bone broth or a beef stock that doesn't have either natural flavorings like this one has.
Here?
Or yeast extract. I heard Swanson has one, but I can't find it anywhere. Even the organic bone broth here from Sam's, it has
yeast extract?
Organic beef flavor. And
what the fuck is organic beef flavor? Here.
And sugar. If someone knows, and yeast extract of one that is clean, it's supposed to be a Swanson one. I can't find it. Please leave a comment down below. Now, unfortunately, the Amy's chilies here don't use the oil I was hoping they would. They all use high oleic.
Where? God damn. What a fucking word salad, dude. Red bean, onion, filtered water, tofu, soybeans, magnesium chloride, bell pepper, sweet rice flour, safflower, oh shit, safflower and or sunflower oil, jalapeno peppers,
oil, see right there, high
oleic, safflower, Jesus Christ.
Like safflower oil, it has to say expeller press too, otherwise it's highly processed and highly refined, and every one of these has high oleic, but it's not expeller press, which is a total bummer. So I would pass on Amy's. That's the first time I've seen that, and I don't see any other chilies here that are decent.
You're saying it's not expeller press, so note to self, expeller press could be a good thing.
Now, here is the wall of tuna. Art, what is your preferred?
But that means that when I find a can that says expeller press, I'll be like, what? Then I'll come back and do my research.
Tuna of choice?
I like tuna packed in water.
Wow. See, I'm an olive oil guy. That's interesting. Yeah. Now, I would say best in class tuna for any of these here. I'm so glad to have it is this brand here called Wild Planet. And the reason why it's best in class, read what it says right there. It's pole and line caught, meaning it's responsibly fished. A lot of these generic and even like major makers of tuna, they have fishermen who throw a huge line out to the sea. They overfish the ocean and they catch sea turtles and other stuff. When you're doing it by line and pole, that's the way to do it. But I actually don't eat wild albacore. I don't eat yellowfin. What I look for, here we go, this, chunk light. Chunk light is made up of smaller tuna. The smaller the tuna, the less mercury. So if you see albacore or yellowfin tuna like this right here, these are bigger tuna that have more mercury, and I'm really passionate about eating low mercury. So look for chunk light or chunk. You can buy it in oil, but the problem is this one is not olive oil. This one I guarantee is going to be soybean oil here. Yeah, see, it's GMO soybean oil. I actually couldn't find any chunk light packed in olive oil, so I would look for that right here. Bumblebee, chunk light, and you're going to be on Team Art because all we can find here is water. If you want super premium, this is Italian Tonino, and it's packed in olive oil. The problem is it's made from albacore or yellowfin, but it's really premium. So in all of these, look for chunk light because I want to look out for your mercury level intake. And then a lot of people sleep on sardines. Sardines are a tiny fish. So the smaller the fish, the less mercury. And this brand, Wild, King Oscars are the best. You can also get Wild for a really good price at Trader Joe's, packed in extra virgin olive oil. Isn't that great? Instead of the soybean oil. They're delicious. You can actually add them to any kind of dish. You can eat them raw. They make a great avocado toast. Great way to get fats, protein, and omega-3s. And anchovies are nice too, but they tend to be on the saltier side. But this is a great brand, and this one's pretty good too, but I would always look for wild caught. And then they have the creations here, but you gotta be careful for the flavorings they add here. Even this is nice, it's an EVOO. But it's, once again, yellowfin tuna, which is not what I want. Now, holiday season is coming up, and I just want to say there's nothing wrong with buying canned pumpkin. If you don't want to roast and scoop your own pumpkin, that's fine. But there is a very big difference between 100% pure pumpkin and easy pumpkin pie mix. This, my friends, is what you...
Bullshit cooking with foil in the oven. Dude, fuck this foil. This foil can suck my ass.
You want to buy. This is pure pumpkin. If we look at the ingredients back here, we'll see one ingredient, pumpkin, right? Nothing else. And the problem is, if you by mistake grab the Easy Pumpkin Pie Mix here by the same company, it looks very similar. All of a sudden, when we look at the ingredients here, it's pumpkin, it's sugar, it's spices, it's dextrose, which is another word for sugar, and natural flavors. Look at the macros and the nutrition. 18 grams of sugar compared to 5 for the plain one. So you do not want to buy this. You want to season your own pumpkin pie. So put that one back.
Fuck you, foil.
And make sure you grab this one for the holidays.
Piece of shit foil, dude. It fucking keeps the heat out. It's pissing me off.
And then let's come down here. So I was actually very disappointed at this because I always have a can of chipotles and adobo in my refrigerator, and I have to check it, but I have a bad feeling now because come over here, B-roll style. We have many different kinds of chipotle peppers and adobo. San Marcos, La Morena, La Costeña. And the problem is...
Look at how cheap it is. It's so cheap.
Well, first of all, the reason...
I like it. These are pretty small. I like that. I can just pop them. Ploop. I don't mind using it twice or whatever. I hate opening something, putting it in the fridge and not using it for 3 days and then it's spoiled. That I don't like.
Why I love this is that a chipotle is a smoked and dried jalapeno in adobo sauce, which is like a tomato-y vinegar sauce. The problem is, look at the ingredients here. They all have the same oils. They're packed in soybean oil, you guys. That's GMO, highly processed, highly refined, inflammatory soybean oil. So that's really disappointing. So if I pick up another one here, La Morena, right? and we look at the ingredients for this one, what is this one packed in? Once again, soybean oil, GMO soybean oil. And then if we're going to try to be in the World Series theme here and see if we're not going to strike out, San Marcos, we pick up that one. And once again, canola oil. So just as
this one.
Processed, just as GMO.
Okay, well, you just don't put attention to it.
So that's super disappointing. If you know of a Chipotle in adobo with a good quality oil, please let us know in the comments section, but these here at Walmart are a no-no, which is a major, major bummer. So I think of all the canned foods in my kitchen, the one I have all the time is coconut milk. The thing is, there's very few brands I like because even brands like Thai Kitchen or Native Forest, which is organic, always have gums or emulsifier. If I turn them over, this one here has guar gum, and the organic Native Forest one has guar gum too. And even though it's a relatively harmless emulsifier, I try to avoid emulsifiers where possible. And if you have a sensitive tummy or GI issues, avoid emulsifiers whenever possible because it can really irritate your stomach. So I would avoid these. The only one I can find that has no emulsifiers or fillers is the organic one at Trader Joe's. It's a fantastic price, and I would scoop that. Otherwise, I would put this down. But if you're in a pinch and you have to get one, get the organic one. This is stuff I have like 3 cans of this in my pantry at all times. All right, Flavor family, that is it. The canned food review is done. And you know what? I'm pretty stoked because if you know how to navigate those middle aisles that can be treacherous, you can find some nutritious, high quality, really healthy canned food items. And Amy, whoever you are crushing the game of prepared foods. So you guys, Art and I work really hard for these videos. We spend all day shooting. So like, subscribe, share. We got 2 more of those videos going below us right now. But Art, now,
it's relevant to
Flavor family, what is up? It is Art and Bob.
Relevant to me, like when I feel like something's coming, I never know like which food to buy, and that will not be the case after 18 minutes.
Bobby back at the grocery store for a very important, a very timely video all about keeping you healthy and strong like bull this fall and winter season, because we're going to go in the grocery store and show you about 10 foods that will keep you healthy and strong, because the truth is I'm not really big on getting run over or about supplements or vitamins at the grocery store. I think they're low quality. I think they're synthetic. I think they have a lot of filler in there. But there are real foods, right? Real foods that have gut healing properties, immune boosting properties, and I want to show you all of those beautiful things here at the grocery store. Before we do our Shop-a-Palooza, you are going to want to join the Flav City family by clicking that red subscribe button below the video. Better yet, there is a bell icon, a tiny, tiny little bell icon right below the video. Enable all notifications, because every week Art and I are going live with 4, yes, count them, 4 videos, 2 from the grocery store on the weekend, 2 cooking videos during the week, including a live stream, and you do not want to miss out. Now, let's go in Whole Foods and show you how to stay strong and healthy. We should probably start this video with something I drink on a daily basis, especially now that the weather is getting cold: bone broth. Bone broth is so good and good for you because it soothes your gut.
Have you ever heard that before? Bone broth, chat?
When you soothe the gut, you increase the possibility of boosting your immune system. And it's very interesting that 80% of your immune system cells live in your gut. So it's your best interest to foster the gut bacteria in your stomach, because they are the backbone of your entire health. Bone broth does all of this. It's rich in collagen, gelatin, chondroitin, all that good stuff that boosts your immune system. When you're buying bone broth at the store, something I actually don't do, which I'll tell you in a minute, it's got to be good bone broth. All the stuff they have here at Whole Foods is great. When you start buying the cheaper ones, look out for filler like caramel coloring, yeast extract, which is another word for MSG, maltodextrin, all that stuff. So the brands here are great: Kettle and Fire, Epic, Whole Foods. But the thing is, when you look at the price, it comes out to like $35 to $45 per gallon, which is crazy, you guys. Go over to the Flav City Instagram stories. I have a save story called bone broth. You can make it in your pressure cooker. I do it in the Instant Pot. You can make a gallon of homemade bone broth for $14 using USDA organic bones. And if you do it in the Instant Pot, it contains the smell, so your house does not smell like a barn. I really believe in this, but I believe in making it because it's so much cheaper, and it really is going to be not only nourishing and comforting on a cold day, it's going to keep you warm and really boost those immune system bacteria that you need. So if I don't believe in those emergencies and those cold-y supplements because they're full of preservatives and natural flavors and sugar, what do I believe in? I believe in shots, not like tequila shots, vitality shots. So there's a bunch of ones on the market right now that have turmeric, Turmeric, once again, is that fantastic superfood that's an anti-carcinogen and an anti-inflammatory. And the cool thing about these shots, Waldo, coast is clear, is that they actually boost your immune system 2 ways. You have the turmeric. Turmeric has to be activated with black pepper.
Want to spot things that cost a lot.
Also, it's nice to have some fat in there that helps absorb in your body. The thing is, these are very expensive here at Whole Foods. So I would get the Suja variety. If they have it at Costco this year, fingers crossed, it's a big pack for a great price. These from Trader Joe's I brought in here are very good. They have the turmeric one and the ginger one. These are the kind of things I really believe that helps your immune system and your health. I would not get those powders and stuff. Turmeric liquid is where it's at, baby. Oils. What does fat have to do with the immune system? Actually, a lot. The good quality fats, the right oils, can boost your immune system and soothe your gut. So what do I mean by the good ones? Well, the good ones are avocado oil, a heart-healthy oil. Raise your good cholesterol, lower the bad one. Very good for your gut. Probably one of the best ones is ghee, but not just any ghee, grass-fed ghee. This is a very premium brand. It's called Fourth and Heart. It's in a little bottle here for $13. But kudos to them, man. They make a non-propellant spray bottle. Imagine some popcorn comes out of the kettle. You douse it down with spray. Make sure it's grass-fed ghee. If you want a cheaper option, I have a recipe how to make ghee at home. I'll put the link down below in the description box. Just drop 2 sticks of your favorite grass-fed butter like Kerrygold into a pot over medium heat. Wait 15 minutes and it's done. These are great. Also great is extra virgin olive oil, but also fantastic is unrefined. Look for extra virgin coconut oil. A lot of doctors think that coconut oil is a bad saturated fat. I actually think it falls into the good saturated fat category because it has something called lauric acid. Lauric acid is very hard to find, and it's a very healthy acid that's great for your immune system. When this video is done, go over and watch our cooking oils review video at Costco. We talk about all the oils, when to use them, when to not use them. So those oils are fantastic for your stomach and for your gut bacteria. So which ones are bad then? Bad are the conventional processed oils. So stuff like safflower oil, stuff like peanut oil, and canola oil. In general, not here at Whole Foods, are highly processed, highly refined oils that are very inflammatory. When you want to keep your body healthy, you have to reduce inflammation. But if you notice here at Whole Foods, everything is expeller pressed. They don't sell the conventional ones here like most grocery stores do because they're processed at high heat. You alter the fatty acid and you make it super inflammatory. So even I would stay away from these. These are the oils I look for when I'm buying a pre-packaged processed good. But at the store, I would never actually buy these unless I was deep fat frying. Otherwise, stick with the heart healthy ones. That kind of stuff really, really matters, even beyond your gut and your immune system. Let's take a quick break from the video and thank today's sponsor, Redmond Real Salts, a brand I'm very passionate about. And if you follow me on the Flav City Instagram, you see I use this salt almost every night when I make dinner. And why I love this salt is that it's pure, unrefined salt from Redmond, Utah. I have a video all about salt. And the gist of that video is, if you're using kosher salt, white salt, iodized table salt, it's a salt that's highly processed, highly refined, bleached, and they add an anti-caking agent to it. And once you start to really take control of your health, you want to know everything that goes in your body. Plus, that kind of salt has all the minerals stripped away, so it just tastes like sodium chloride. It's very salty, and that's the kind of salt that actually spikes your blood pressure. Redmond Real Salt is pure, unrefined sea salt with over 60 trace minerals. Not only are those minerals good for you because they have natural electrolytes in there like potassium and magnesium.
He likes the kosher salt to finish, I think, more than cooking. He's cooking with sea salt.
It adds a complex flavor to the salt. This is fantastic. I use the kosher salt for cooking because I love the feel of that crystal on my finger. I use the sea salt for finishing and for seasoning pasta water. And I worked out an amazing promo code with Redmond.
Okay,
in the description box is a link that takes you to the Flav City bundle. You get a 16-ounce fine sea salt, a 16-ounce kosher salt, a recipe card, and check this out. They have travel shakers for salt in case you go to a restaurant, it's a little bland, you sprinkle on the salt. You guys, this is something I firmly believe in. And once you taste the difference of the salt, you will see what the big deal is about. Thank you guys for sponsoring the video. I love this stuff. Okay, I just grabbed a bunch of stuff over by the dairy case. Unfortunately, we can't film over there because there's been a Waldo camped out there for a half an hour, but we think of dairy cases like kefir, yogurt, fermented foods. These are very gut-friendly, bacteria-friendly foods that you have to have in your diet. So first we'll talk about yogurt. We have a whole video about yogurt, so as soon as this one is done, go over there and watch it because we break down the kind of yogurts you want to buy and the ones you kind of avoid. Now these are the kinds you want to buy. This is organic and grass-fed yogurt. Why is this good? It has live and active bacteria in here. There's a few brands that are the best: Organic Valley, Stonyfield, and Maple Hill. Organic is good.
What do you call it? Excited for the next time I go to the grocery store, dude. What the fuck, man?
They're not eating GMO grain.
What the fuck, man?
Because they're 100%.
I'm gonna pick up some chicks, dude. Holy fuck.
Pasture-raised, grass-fed. Nutritional profile is amazing. Now, if you buy
I'm excited. I'm in the grocery store, dude. What the fuck, man?
and active cultures, and then
we're gonna fuck, boys. We're gonna fuck, boys.
To say live and active cultures in here. That increases the amount of probiotic bacteria in your stomach and will foster good health. Now, even if you're dairy-free,
a lot of things that cost a lot.
Dairy-free yogurt options at the grocery store now. Two of my favorite are Kite Hill Greek style and
double
Lava.
check that next time.
This
We're gonna save some bucks
Kite
next
Hill
time.
Greek style. They actually strain the almond milk to make it more protein dense. They add an almond protein isolate to this to jack up the protein. And this is Lava. Lava is the only one you can actually get the flavored kind because they don't add sugar. Which brings me to the most important part. Ooh, dramatic pause here. I like it. The most important part is if you add sugar to yogurt or kefir or anything, you kill the probiotic effect. Remember, listen, once again, if you add sugar by any one of these flavored yogurts, you kill the probiotic effect. They can add anywhere from 2 to 3 teaspoons of sugar. I've seen
it's
more.
a weird production,
so you
isn't
have
it?
to get the plain variety of everything. The only one you cannot, the only one you actually can buy flavored is Lava, because they flavor it with real berries, and that's it. Plus, this brand uses peely nuts and coconut cream. It's unbelievable. So go unflavored for 99% of the time. And if you're going to go into kefir and drinkable yogurt, same thing. This is fantastic. If you're going dairy, go grass-fed. And if you're going plant-based, no problem. Get the plant-based almond one. Don't get the flavored one because they jacked up the sugars again. Now, there's also fermented foods in the section right next to the yogurts with pickles and sauerkraut. This is a fantastic brand here called Bubby's. They're from Canada. I have a hard time finding them outside of Whole Foods. What does it mean to be... I just made a new name. The Bar Waldo is the Bartaldo. So I'm talking about this brand, Bubby's. It's naturally fermented pickles. What does that mean? You look at the ingredients, there is no vinegar in here. The vinegar prevents...
They're a little salty about the fucking employees and shit. So this thing is a product of Canada? Bubby's? Wow. They that's the only relish without... preservative, I think.
It's the fermentation. So when it's just pickled with cucumbers, water, and dill, a natural fermentation happens, and there's good gut bacteria in here. Hooray for gut bacteria, hooray for health. The same is true for sauerkraut, but you're in luck, because if you're a Costco member, they sell a big 50-ounce container of organic wild brine fermented cabbage there, which is great. Otherwise, if you have to buy it here, it's more expensive. They have a little container of it at Trader Joe's, but I eat that at least 3 times a week. You can't cook it because you kill the probiotic bacteria. Same thing with kimchi, more naturally fermented probiotic bacteria that foster the good gut bacteria. That's so important, you guys. So I think that's it for dairy. And right next to here is
I have no idea what this is.
A wall of tea. And actually black tea and green tea is very high in antioxidants and polyphenols and will help boost your immune system. Here we go. So if I pick up a flavored tea, this is ginger peach. I look at the ingredients here. Natural peach flavor. You can do that for 90% of the flavored teas here. Once again, natural flavors are artificial flavors. There's really no difference. I would avoid them totally. So if you're gonna get tea, I would buy loose leaf tea. It's a high quality leaf as opposed to the powder they put in the bag, and stick with plain green or black. My favorite is China Jasmine Green. It has a nutty, almost earthy flavor that's fantastic. We should probably
not
talk
a big
about
tea
kombucha.
drinker.
Kombucha is a fermented tea beverage.
Unless I could find a tea that would last a year, like leaves that would last a year.
Food means more gut bacteria. More gut bacteria means better immune system. So the thing is, when I look for kombucha, I look for the lowest sugar kombucha possible. And one of those that I often find is Health Aid kombucha. But you'll always notice when you look at the ingredients for kombucha, there's sugar in here. but that is a necessary ingredient. I once talked to a Bucha master, and they said in order for the probiotic SCOBY, the starter, to start fermenting, you have to give it white cane sugar. Unfortunately, it doesn't work with honey, with maple syrup. It has to be cane sugar. But I think the amount per serving, which is always 8 ounces, should be 6 to 7 grams max. And the nice thing about this one is that it's 5. And I'm going to go for flavors that are good for the gut, good for the immune system as is, meaning ginger lemon is perfect. Lemon has natural vitamin C. Ginger is a natural immune system booster. Winner, winner, chicken dinner here with the Health Aid. Now, you have to read the ingredients because there's one brand here that I advise you guys to stay away from. Kavita, even though it's a turmeric ginger apple cider vinegar, which is very good, all their flavors have natural flavorings. And once again, natural flavors are another word for artificial flavors. I'm super passionate about that. Skip natural flavors whenever possible. And it's super easy with kombucha because we have a lot of alternatives. And another brand I like here is GT. Sugar is a scotch more than a Health Aid, but they have something here called Cayenne. When you look at the ingredients here, it's cayenne pepper and lemon juice, and I like that because cayenne is like stomping the devil out of your body, right? It gets the sickness out of your body. And there's 8 grams of sugar, a few more than Health Aid, but another great one, great bacteria, good for the immune system. I drink this rarely because it makes me very gassy. If you're going to drink it, I would go half a bottle, but a great natural fermentation that's going to help us keep us strong like mula. All right, if you really want to stay healthy this winter, I have a recipe for ginger turmeric immune system boosting tea. It consists of fresh ginger and fresh turmeric. And bummer, they're out today because this is where I buy it always. You guys, I swear by this tea. I'll put the link down below in the description box. I drink it 5 to 7 days a week. So does Desi. You basically simmer very gently fresh turmeric, ginger, lemon peel, black pepper, because black pepper activates the turmeric, coconut oil, extra virgin, because fat helps your body absorb the turmeric. Simmer it for like 7 minutes, add the lemon juice, add some honey. It is, I swear, something that keeps me healthy all winter long.
Christ, dude.
If you don't have
There's like 10 ingredients in the fucking
turmeric
tea,
or
man.
access to it,
It's literally medication at that point.
you could add a teaspoon of turmeric powder, but try to find fresh turmeric root. It is fantastic. Amazon, the recipe link is down below. You are going to love that.
Insane.
The wall of nuts, right? They're good fats. Good fats are good for your tummy, but there's one nut that can really help you in the wintertime, and that is pumpkin seeds. Pumpkin seeds are high in zinc. Zinc is something that can help you beat a cold or prevent a cold. It makes me think of a supplement called Coldies, which is something I want you to avoid. Any of those things in the powdered or pilled or effervescent form, I really want you to avoid like Emergency and Coldies, because even though they have the vitamins and they may have the essential minerals, they also have natural flavorings, sugar, fake sugar, filler, and preservatives. Those don't do anything. You're much better off eating natural food. And pumpkin seeds are high in zinc, which is fantastic for you. That being said, I found the best deal ever on pumpkin seeds over at Costco. They have organic sprouted pumpkin seeds, and these aren't sprouted. What's the benefit of having sprouted seeds? Sprouted seeds have more nutrition for your body to derive, and they're more easy for your body to digest. This is, I think, about $5. This is $4 for a fraction of the amount. So scoop these for sure. Great source of zinc, which I'm all about.
Where is it?
This seeds have more sprouted pumpkin seeds, and these seeds over at Costco.
Costco.
This is, I think, about $5. This is
Costco.
$4 for a fraction of the
I don't
amount.
think I have a Costco
so scoop
here.
these for
Maybe.
sure. Great source of zinc, which I'm all about. And then if we come
Can I
over
just
here
go
real
in
quick,
Costco without
I see
a card?
coconut milk out of the corner of my eye. And
Am I
that once
allowed to
again
go in
goes into the
Costco without a
category of
card?
good fat. Also, coconuts have MCT oil in there.
Yeah, we do have a
MCT is good for energy and for weight loss,
No
so
worries.
very important. The thing is, there's really few coconut milks I really like because almost all of them have filler or gums. So even the one from Whole Foods here, so we look at the ingredients, it has
Take a look at
coconut,
the
water,
products.
and guar gum. Guar gum is a relatively harmless emulsifier, but whenever I can avoid emulsifiers, I do, because if you have a sensitive tummy or GI issues, those can really bother you. And do me a favor, never buy the light coconut milk because this is a good fat. It also has the lauric acid that we talked about in the coconut oil. Lauric acid is very good for you and your immune system. This is just watered down, so it has less fat, more water. We don't want that. So where do you buy the best quality? Once again, I bring my outside bag of goodies here. Thrive Market has it also, and Trader Joe's. Organic, full-fat coconut milk, just coconut milk and water. That's it. This is what you want to get, another fantastic, heart-healthy oil that's very good for your immune system. Now, I typically don't recommend vitamins and supplements, and that has been a popular request lately. I just don't like to dabble in these because, number one, I don't take many supplements. Number two, I'm not a doctor, nor do I play one on YouTube. That being said, there are a couple supplements that really kind of get me excited, and one of them is cod liver oil. Not only does it boost your immune system, but it increases your vitamin and mineral absorption. Really good stuff. You can get basic cod liver oil, or you can get fermented cod liver oil. I would not buy it at Whole Foods because this is expensive. I'll put an Amazon link down below. Desi turned us onto it recently, and I'm really enjoying the health benefits of that. But they have a natural lemon flavor one, and let's guess how we get that natural flavor in there. We look at the ingredients, natural flavor. So you don't want to get this one. You want to get the plain one. A lot of these other ones, like, come on, man. Chewy,
Thought he was gonna fucking punch
vitamin
somebody.
gums with natural flavors, tapioca and cane sugar. Sorry, homie, don't play that game. Family, that is it. Another video is done as the sun is setting for a new thing on Flav City that Art is calling
Flav City After Dark.
But you know what? You don't have to shop at a place like Whole Foods. Almost all grocery stores over in the UK right now. But Art and I will see you very soon.
Big heart. Big heart. They do have a video on vitamins. Multivitamins. Immunity.
One of the keys to being successful with the keto diet is to always be prepared and have foods on hand that you can just make recipes at a moment's notice. So if you come home from work and you're starving, or if you wake up in the morning and you're hungry too, or if you just need a snack, you always want to have foods on hand to keep you sticking to your goals. So I'm going to share with you guys my favorite foods to have in my fridge.
Fucking starving on this fucking diet.
Today we're going to take a peek inside my fridge, and I want to share with you guys 10 keto foods that I think everyone should have in their refrigerator. So let's go take a look. First must-have food in your refrigerator is eggs. Unless you're allergic to them, then of course don't have eggs. But I usually keep around 2 or 3 dozen eggs in my refrigerator at a time. And that's because we eat them like crazy. I use them for breakfast, I use them in baking, my kids like them as a snack, or I pack them in their lunches too. They're big hard-boiled egg fans. So I usually have 2 or 3 fresh, uncooked eggs in the fridge, and then 1 carton of hard-boiled eggs that I usually make up in my Instant Pot. These are the eggs that I buy. They're from Happy Eggs. They are from pasture-raised chickens. The yolks are orange. They are so high in omega-3 fatty acids and all these nutrients inside of them. Plus they're creamy too and delicious. It's my favorite egg. The benefits of eating eggs is that they are an excellent source of protein. They're complete protein, in fact. They have all of the necessary amino acids that you need. They have a large amount of omega-3 fatty acids, that is if you get the pasture-raised eggs, and saturated fat too. They also have a lot of vitamins and minerals. So there's selenium, copper, iron, zinc, vitamin B, vitamin D, and they have choline too, which is great for nerve function.
$15 for this fucking trash. Can't even cook it, fucking heat it up, dude. Fucking full of water. Fucking stupid. What is this? What the fuck is this mix? Is this demonic thing? Just let it be.
Besides making eggs for breakfast, I also like to pack them in our lunches. So I'll bring them to work with me or pack them in my son's lunch. He's a huge fan of hard-boiled eggs. I use eggs when I'm making chaffles or pancakes or fathead dough. Obviously, any sort of keto baking that you're gonna do, you're gonna need eggs. And the yolks can
Why the fuck is the kid on keto, dude?
So if you're trying to make dressings or sauces, you can use an egg yolk as a thickener. And then the whites, you can actually whip those up and form stiff peaks, get them all nice and fluffy, and you can make meringues out of those, or like a whipped topping out of the whipped up egg whites. It's excellent. It's delicious.
I feel like if I had been on keto all my life, there's no fucking way you could have gotten me back on it. As I grown out of it, Be like, no, fuck you. I'm not fucking doing this again, mom.
Have a hot chocolate recipe that uses a meringue whipped topping, and all.
Like now it's actually like a choice, you know.
I mentioned earlier that I like to make up around a dozen hard-boiled eggs for the week, and I usually make that in my Instant Pot. I love making them up in the Instant Pot because it's really easy.
Unless she's really good at
convenient,
cooking,
I don't have to
then it's
babysit them,
different.
and
You know?
the shells peel off so easily too. You place your eggs on top of the trivet that came with the Instant Pot, and then you're gonna add a cup of water. And pressure cook it on high for 5 minutes. You're gonna let the pressure release naturally for 5 minutes and then immediately transfer it to an ice bath and let it sit there for 5 minutes. Then you can peel your eggs. Some people store them just with the shell on, which is what I like to do. Others will actually peel their eggs right away and store them unpeeled in the refrigerator. If you do that, you have to put it in some water that you change out daily, or I've heard that you can put it in a container with a damp paper towel, and that works too. Another food that is always in my refrigerator is bacon. We love bacon in my household. My kids love to eat it in the morning for breakfast, so I usually have like 2 or 3 packages of bacon on hand because we go through it so fast. And bacon's delicious. It has such great flavor. It's fatty. I mean, most people love it. I mean, who doesn't love bacon? Everybody loves bacon. If you don't, we're not friends. I like to add it to a bunch of my savory dishes just to pump up the flavor, or also if I'm thinking that a recipe is lacking in some fat content, because I want to make sure it's going to keep us full until our next meal. And with bacon, you can actually save your bacon grease. Store it in a mason jar, or they have those bacon containers that you can pick up from Amazon that help store your bacon and keep it fresh. And you can use this bacon to cook other things with, like your eggs, saute up some chicken.
What's wrong with that
bacon content. It's just a bump up to make your bacon from Amazon, eggs, or your bacon mason jar.
What is this bullshit? I mean, it's pies and shit, butter and stuff.
Or they have those bacon containers that you can pick up from Amazon that help store your bacon and keep it fresh. And you can use this bacon to cook other things with, like your eggs, saute up some chicken with it, and it adds just like a little hint of smoky, bacony flavor, and it's delicious. It's the perfect fat to cook any of your foods with. I have lots of recipes on my website.
Was that splash bullshit?
Just like a to cook any
Look at this fucking splash bullshit, especially on this side there.
of your foods with.
It goes like plaff. It's way too hot, dude.
I have lots of recipes on my website.
It just keeps going.
Bacon. I have maple bacon cookies, bacon mayo,
What the fuck?
bacon and blue cheese zoodles, bacon wrapped shrimp, bacon wrapped little smokies, stuffed with jalapeno poppers, which is delicious, by the way. We're actually making that this weekend because we're having people over, and
I'm kidding.
They're so good. All of my non-keto friends love them too.
Sure.
If there is one big tip that I could give you guys to make meal prep easier and making dinner easier, that would be to have all of your vegetables prepped out ahead of time. So all the washing, the chopping,
Yeah, so that's why I buy it like that.
the slicing, dicing,
Fuck it, dude. You
and
kidding?
storing it all in a container. That is my biggest tip for you guys. And that
I mean, how much is one of these? Like,
slicing, dicing.
so I'll buy a thing like this here for like $5, right? This whole thing is $5.
The washing, the chopping, the slicing, dicing.
And like, you can't tell me this is less than $1. There's no fucking way.
And
You know what I mean?
storing.
Plus, I'm saving myself all the cuts in my hand by the knife. And the time. I don't have this plate, by the way, to do that. I don't have space either.
It all in a container. That is my biggest tip for you guys, and that is why number 3 food on my list is to have these pre-chopped up, ready to go vegetables on hand. You can have pre-sliced onion, bell pepper, or cut into strips, celery, broccoli, cauliflower, any of your favorite vegetables. Just pre-chop them, get them washed up, ready to go. You store them in an airtight container with just a paper towel on the bottom to collect moisture, and that way you always have something either to snack on, or you can bring it out and throw it in your recipes when you're making dinner. I like to have these all prepped up and bring it out and collect moisture to go. You store them in an airtight container with just a paper towel on the bottom to collect moisture.
Look like goat cheese.
And that way you always have
dude.
something either.
The texture. It's not feta cheese that crumbles. It's not like Greek. I don't know. Doesn't tell
A
me
snack.
anything.
or you can bring it out and throw it in your recipes when you're making dinner. I like to have these all prepped up and ready to go. It makes packing lunches easier in the morning too, because I can just grab a handful of vegetables, toss it in a baggie, send the kid out the door. Well, I mean, I give them other food too, but makes it so much easier, so I'm not really scrambling in the morning trying to figure out what to pack them for lunch. I also find that if I have my vegetables prepped up, I'll use them more in my recipes too. So I can toss some veggies and some scrambled eggs, or toss them in a salad so that it's not just like a plain lettuce salad. We actually have some other pretty looking vegetables in there. Or you can just serve them as a side dish. So you can toss some butter and salt in with some broccoli and cauliflower, put it in the microwave, or just steam it on the stovetop, and it's a quick side dish for your family at dinner time. Another keto food that I like to have in my refrigerator is some sort of leafy green vegetable.
I mean, god damn, you're just gonna talk about keto and what we have.
So I usually get the pre-packed salad mixes, like either a baby spinach, a 50-50 blend, or the spring mix. And I like to have these on hand just because I can put together a quick side salad for dinner. It makes it really, really easy. I don't have to wash anything to get rid of red chard. I love it because I can throw it into soups for a little extra green, and you can actually cut this up and saute it with some butter and salt, and it's delicious. It makes a really good side dish. Occasionally I'll have the other ones too if they're in season. Berries are full of antioxidants. They're low in sugar too, so I love giving them to my kids as a snack or pack them in their lunches. I'll serve them on the side with some eggs and bacon in the morning too. But I love incorporating berries into my keto desserts. There's so much you can do. Like I have a recipe for strawberry cheesecake bars on my website, super good. I also have a video on it. I'll link it up here for you.
People can feel bad for me. I'm never gonna cook all of that stuff. I'm never gonna have all that keto stuff, dude. You can feel bad for me already.
And I have a recipe for a raspberry crumble that is excellent. It's easy to make. It's really good for summertime. You can top it with some keto ice cream or some whipped cream. It's so good. But berries are great if you have a sweet tooth and you're craving something but don't want to drag out all of your baking equipment or start your oven. So you can just have them by themselves as a good sweet treat, or you can make up some keto whipped cream, which is just sugar-free whipped cream, and just mix in some berries with it. Or you can make like an easy berry cheesecake fluff, which is where you add your favorite berry, cream cheese, some heavy cream, vanilla sweetener to a blender, and you blend it all together until it's smooth, and it's just a quick, easy keto dessert that you can make. But this is one produce item that you should not pre-wash ahead of time. So on meal prep day, do not wash your berries, because if you wash them, they actually go bad faster. So keep them unwashed, and then when you want to have them, just wash a little bit at a time, just so that the rest of them aren't spoiling. Another food that I always have in my fridge is some sort of pre-cooked protein. So this is something that I'll prep up during meal prep day.
It's like worth $7 maybe. You know, I don't know if they put lobster even in there.
And I'll have, mostly it's ground beef, so I'll make like a taco meat, have that all prepped up, ready to go, so we could have tacos anytime throughout the week. A lot of times my husband will take them for lunch, or we can make a quick taco salad for lunch.
If you pay $15 for
I also like to have pre-cooked up grilled chicken. If it's cold outside and my grill is covered in snow, then I'll just put my chicken in my Instant Pot and cook it up that way. But I always have some pre-cooked form of protein in my refrigerator. That way, if I come home from work, I don't have anything planned, I can just easily grab that, grab some vegetables, make up a quick stir fry. If I have the pre-cooked ground beef, I can make up a lasagna. I know you guys have seen my lasagna recipe before. If you haven't, I'll have it linked up here for you or down below in the description box. It's so easy, it's delicious. You gotta try it. Heavy whipping cream and nut milks are pretty much the only milk options that you can have on the keto diet, so I like to have both on hand. I like to have the heavy whipping cream in case I'm going to make a quick dessert like whipped cream and berries, but it also works great as a thickener too. So you can thicken up gravies and sauces with heavy whipping cream. It can make your eggs super creamy if you like to have scrambled eggs in the morning. The nut milk that I like to have on hand is
unsweetened macadamia milk. Interesting.
Macadamia nut milk. I prefer it over almond milk because it has a higher fat content and it's lower in carbs. Plus it's so creamy and it tastes delicious. They have an unsweetened version, which is the blue label. That's what I usually get. I'll use it in my savory and my sweet dishes, but I will also sometimes get the vanilla flavored one because it's delicious. It's unsweetened, but it has just a hint of vanilla. I like to use nut milks when I'm trying to thin out something like a gravy or a sauce or smoothies, and I don't want to add additional heavy cream because I don't want more carbs or more fat going into it. I think I lied when I said that berries were my favorite fruit to have because I forgot there's one other fruit that's allowed on the keto diet, and that's avocado. Now, avocados are great because 3/4 of the calories of an avocado come from fat, so it's the perfect food for you. You can just shave off a couple of slices, top it on a taco salad. I like to sprinkle some salt on it, and I'll just take that to lunch oftentimes. I'll just bring an avocado and a knife and some salt to work when I am too busy to pack my lunch. And it's perfect. I mean, don't tell anybody I bring a knife to work because that could get me in trouble because it's a sharp knife. But it makes the perfect meal because it's super high in fat, it's loaded in fiber, has lots of vitamins in it too. It actually has more potassium than bananas. So as a pharmacist, that's my day job, I actually will recommend when people have leg cramps, I recommend they go eat some avocados. I don't tell them to go eat a banana because there's not as much potassium in bananas, plus they're loaded with sugar. So I'll tell them to go eat an avocado and see if that helps. And if not, then we'll talk about some other options for them. But you could also add avocados to smoothies. You could also make guacamole. I have an easy keto guacamole recipe on my website. You can also make those little avocado boats where they stuff them with chicken salad, or you can just crack an egg and put that on the avocado, put it in the oven and bake it, and it makes a little egg boat avocado thingy. I don't know what those are called, but they're really good. And avocado works as a substitute for mayo too. So if you're trying to make a lettuce wrap or just a low carb wrap, you can just spread some avocado down and it serves as like a mayonnaise to help moisten your wrap. I like making avocado fries. They're delicious, served alongside a bunless burger. I'll leave my favorite recipe linked down below for you. And you can also use avocado in your keto baking. So it works as a fat replacer. So it's replacing any of the oil and butter that might go into a recipe. So for every 1 cup of oil or butter, you're gonna use 1 cup of mashed avocado. I like to store my avocados in the fridge because I think it keeps them from going bad too quickly. And if some are looking sad, you can actually freeze them too. Just scoop out the green insides, toss in a Ziploc bag, and freeze it. I'm sure if you're on the keto diet, you probably already have this in your refrigerator unless you're lactose intolerant or trying to avoid dairy, but that's cheese. And I always like to have cream cheese and regular cheese stored in my refrigerator. And the cheese that I mostly like to have in my refrigerator is mozzarella cheese because I like to use it when I'm making fathead dough, if I'm gonna make up a pizza or chaffles. A lot of my chaffle recipes require mozzarella cheese. I like to have it on hand if I'm gonna make some keto lasagna too. But the cream cheese I like to add in if I'm gonna I want a little bit of creamy factor into a recipe, like if I'm trying to make like a soup nice and creamy or some sort of a stir fry, add some creaminess to that. Instead of using heavy cream, sometimes I'll just add a little couple cubes of cream cheese. And it also can be used as a thickener in the sauces too. Just similar to the heavy cream, you can just use cream cheese instead. Cream cheese is also great if you're trying to make up some quick keto snacks, like taking celery, spreading cream cheese on it. You can sprinkle some everything but the bagel seasoning on top, or make a quick salami roll up with some cream cheese inside, maybe little pickle slices in there. It's delicious as well. And the last keto food that I always like to have in my refrigerator is grass-fed butter. And I get the grass-fed kind, I don't get the conventional butter because I want my family to have that extra little bit of nutrients. Grass-fed butter is filled with conjugated linoleic acid, or CLAs, and this is an essential fatty acid. It helps with inflammation, so it's naturally anti-inflammatory. It also helps with muscle growth. And grass-fed butter is filled with vitamin K2, which is also essential for bone health. Plus, grass-fed butter tastes amazing, so I love to use it in everything. So anytime I'm sauteing vegetables, even some meat, if you're finishing off a steak, throw some butter on there. I use it in my keto baking too. I mean, I don't have to tell you what to use butter in because you probably already know. It's butter, it's the keto diet, it's amazing. Just make sure you don't run out. These were the 10 items that I like to keep in my refrigerator at all times. There are many more items that I could add to this list. If you guys have some ideas, make sure you comment them down below so maybe we could get to thinking about, hey, maybe I should always have that in there. That's a really good idea. Some of my other ones are chicken broth. I always have a barbecue sauce on hand too. What else do I do? Pickles, garlic. I usually keep garlic in there. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you like it, please give me a thumbs up because that tells me if I should make more videos like this. Have a good one. Bye.
So this morning I released a video, had the most views I've ever had. It's 25,000 views an hour. And take a wild guess what the topic is. Coronavirus. Yeah, it's a very hot topic right now. You know, about, I would say 15 years ago, I was doing talks around the governmental agencies in Washington, D.C. and also ExxonMobil. And they kicked me out. They actually said, you can't talk anymore. I called them up and said, why? They said, well, because you're recommending 45 eggs a day, and that's very bad for the heart. I said, no, I didn't say 45, I said 4 to 5. So they said, oh, okay, you can come back. So sometimes you have to clarify things. So disclosures, no financial ties to pharmaceutical, diagnostic, or medical devices, or food industry. Owner of DrBerg.com, Dr. Berg Supplements, authored the Healthy Keto Plan. I organize a summit called the Healthy Keto Summit every year, and my bias is low carb.
Cool.
So today I want to talk about some unique problems that happen in the keto world. I have a large following on social media. I have a Facebook closed private group of 300,000 people, and it's called my Keto Lab. I'm able to test different things to see what works, see what problems that people are running into, and gain a tremendous amount of understanding about what people are running into and what the solutions are. So I want to share today some common problems and solutions, one of the biggest ones being plateau. It's keto stall. So I want to talk about that first. So a couple things. One is that you have people who say, well, it's not working. I only lost 2 pounds. The first week I lost 6, and now I just lost 2 pounds. I'm like, well, you have to understand that is normal. So it takes a little bit of education at first to set people up. But there's different levels of awareness that you have to understand. You have awareness of the problem, awareness of the cause of the problem, awareness of the solution, and also of the correct solution. So like I would take, like men, for example, they might have this huge belly, but they're not very aware that that is a fatty liver. They're just like, oh yeah, it's fine, I can deal with it. So I wouldn't necessarily go right into teaching them about what to eat, because that's too high level. So I really address people where they're at and then build them up. And one of the things I found is that you have to teach them the basics of certain things. Especially like one guy came in, he goes, yeah, your program's not working. I tried it for 2 weeks and it didn't work. Well, it did work, but then it stopped working. Well, what did you do? Well, I stopped the diet. I said, did you think it was going to keep working if you stopped? So you really have to educate people from the very beginning. And so there's a really important, very vital principle that I talk about. And that is about, it's not lose weight to get healthy, it's get healthy to lose the weight. And this is so basic because looking at diabetes as a disease doesn't work as this is like this cause situation. It's the effect, of course, of high insulin. If someone does not understand this concept, they're very susceptible to doing the wrong solution.
very unhealthy programs. Diet, appetite suppressants, low quality products. They try to actually diet to lose weight. How many of you agree that dieting actually destroys your metabolism? You take someone who's menopause, and you ask them, how many diets have you been on? It's probably been 10 or 12, and every time they do it, of course they're doing it wrong, it slows down the metabolism. So just because someone's losing weight doesn't mean they're getting healthy. It really depends on how they're losing weight. So there's some products that people think are healthy. You have, of course, the Slim Fast, hidden sugars. If you take a look at the ingredients, high levels of soy protein isolates, which are exposed to hexane, which in PubMed is a neurotoxin. And FDA has no ceiling of how much hexane is in there. Had a lot of clients come in that have done programs like Ideal Protein, that really high in soy protein isolates, and end up with liver and gallbladder issues. So, and they're hidden sugars as well. So it's a really important question that I always ask people to figure things out. And I think it's just, it's not emphasized. And that is, okay, when did this problem start? And what happened just before that? And you can get so much data. I had one lady came in with a heart attack symptoms. She's been to the hospital, spent $40,000 worth of testing, and nothing showed up. And then we find out, I says, well, when did it start? Well, 2 weeks ago. What day? Tuesday. What did you eat? She goes, oh, a big banana split. I said, okay. Laid it on my table, started doing some work on her. It was basically just a congested gallbladder, backed up in the liver, causing heart pain. All the heart symptoms went away. So it's really, really important to find out what occurred just before you starting having that problem. I ask that question a lot. Maltodextrin, glycemic index way higher than glucose and sugar. So obesity is a symptom. It's not, if you focus on obesity, you're not going to be as successful. It's coming from too much insulin. So I have people focus on other indicators of health. I try to get them off the weight loss at first because they may not lose weight initially, especially if they have a slow metabolism. So I always ask them, how is your energy? Is your hunger going away? That's a good indication that the insulin is coming back in a good range. Carb cravings. If you still have carb cravings, there's a problem with your blood sugars. Is your belly shrinking? There are women that are actually menopausal that have a lot of atrophy. And it looks just like fat, identical. Because what happens after menopause is sometimes you have a spike in cortisol. Cortisol tends to turn muscle protein into glucose, and then it raises insulin. So you have this loss of muscle, looks like cellulite, and they really adamantly want to lose weight, but this takes some time to heal this process. So in the process, they're building up their proteins. It takes months and months, maybe even a year or two, to build up this protein back there where they're per volume, the muscle is heavier than the fat. So everything is shrinking, they're not losing weight. You just have to teach them that this is normal. They have to know that, so they're not setting themselves up for a loss. So the most important thing that a person could do to increase their health is to use their own fat as fuel. So there's several advantages of doing this. Number one, now you start running on ketones, and there's a lot of advantages. It's a superior fuel. More energy output, appetite suppressant, more efficient, better lipid profiles. Tumors can't consume ketones, reduce oxidative stress, and more O2, less CO2. And then you have the benefits of reduction of insulin, which is the common denominator of so many health problems. I mean, inflammatory conditions, heart, of course, diabetes, the fatty liver, high cholesterol, aneurysms.
What an interesting lead.
Stroke, dementia. Other than that, it doesn't have any effects, but it's actually pretty connected to everything. So you get to do these two things. There's you know about the glycemic index, there's actually an insulin index too. How many of you are not familiar with the insulin index? Okay. Those are, that's a scale that it's all the non-carbohydrate triggers or the non-carbohydrate influences on insulin. And of course, fat is the lowest effect on insulin, but lean, low-fat protein, like whey protein, is very high on the scale of the insulin index. And this is why the keto works really good, because you have higher fat. If you have a whole egg, for example, versus the egg whites, you have a much less insulin spike. And this is important, just understanding what we're trying to do. We're trying to create as much health benefit by the reduction of insulin. And so you have the lowering of carb.
Dude, 7 million
We don't want to be
views.
afraid
That's
of
not
fat.
nothing.
And we need to understand that
nothing at
scale.
all.
But we also want to look at other ways of decreasing insulin.
Like as popular as idiots in cars, dude. More popular than Charlie over here. $5 mil, $6 mil. $2 mil, $5 mil, $13 mil. $5 mil. I'm not kidding you.
Huh? What? Doesn't that look like a metal? No, it looks like a battery that you screw the screw into. Yeah, I know.
Bro.
La verga. No, esa madre está bien pelada, pendejo. Quítate la verga hoy, hombre. Quítate el hoyo. Está fácil, ¿eh? Tú dijiste. Échale, échale. ¡Ay! ¿Qué pasó, güey? ¡Ay, hijo de tu reputa madre! ¿Con qué razón, hijo de la chingada, pendejo?
That's a little nigga.
Bro, what the fuck is this? Crazy. I mean, the amount of damage on that car. It's like he's got hits on the side. Even worse.
Look at the top of his head.
Nice edit, dude. Bro, don't. Oh my lord. What the fuck are you doing? Yo, what was that? He notices it. And then what? He tries to bend it? Bro, can't have more like voluntary and ever. What do you mean?
Going out with friends, gonna have a good time.
Oh, what the fuck is going on? Oh no, the door. Oh, no. Oh, it's gonna fall on him. Ooh. What the fuck is this? Oh, it made him lose his grip. This is full of stuff. It's like full of alcohol, I think. Or it's empty. I don't think it's empty. Oh, bruh. Cops are on then. Pretty dangerous. He's just bawling. I think he tried to steal it or whatever. He probably tried to steal it. Keys were inside. Just grabbed it and fucked off. Okay. That's disgusting, dude. It's all over the place. Dude, what the fuck is your problem? This shit is all over the place, man. It's actually fine. What the heck? So you put it like too low in the oven? Dude, who thinks this is a good idea? You couldn't pull it. This guy had to push it. So it was bended. Totally blaming the guy behind it. He didn't want to risk himself, but the guy could not necessarily pull it. You don't have the stance, you know. He's just here to supposed to control the balance. Like, he's not able to pull it from the stance. This guy had to follow and push and get it on. What a poor fucking job. I bet it's his idea too to put a fucking plate here. What a fucking Dumbo. Fuck's sake, he's like, motherfucking, come on. Fuck, man. Oh wow, ice? Grabbing a container. Completely missed. Bro, just stop. Such a piss poor job. Oh my lord. He's breaking in with this fucking machine.
He's a sick man! He's a sick man, mate! Oh my god, he's not off!
Yeah, he's breaking. He's breaking everything. He's mad. He's mad at these folks. He's just gonna break everything. Man, this is criminal, in my opinion. This is not a fine. This is criminal. This is fucking jail time. Wow. Some fake laughs, dude. Oh my lord. So was it closed or was it not closed? It was closed. It was closed, but then it just started opening. She fucking saw it very quickly. She got some all over the fucking head, dude. Ruined. Dude, what is this fucking... I mean, I'm thinking he's accustomed to doing this. This is all the types of products. They have liquids in containers. So who am I to say, how the fuck are you carrying a container like this? But that's all they do, so... As soon as he saw it, he turned, but then it was too late. His foot was in it. Oh, this is so stupid. Construction gigs, dude. Construction fucking jokes, dude. They're so good. People are always willing to do it. Bro, this is like way too much for this little fucking bullshit thing that's raising all of this lateral, dude. Oh my god. There's a max to everything, man. Oh my lord. This thing too, that's heavy. This fucking lift here, look. This is fucking heavy, dude. You can't lift this off the ground. It's like 1,000 pounds. 500 pounds, dude. It's fucking heavy. And fuck you. Exactly. No, just fuck you, man. The fuck you think I am? I'm a fucking truck, man. Sure.
Dat is toch niet goed? Heb je ook INM op shirt staan? Idioot.
You're like, oh, dude.
Picobello BV, goedemiddag. Hoe diep is het nou? Of even baakje staat hij? Bloemenbaakje, hoe diep is het?
Oh no. I think it's that thing here that's in the way. Oh la la. Oh no. Oh god. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my god, what a mess. Oh, it's huge. Oh my god, is it big? Holy Christ. That's a major accident. With the plate, the little wood and everything, dude. What's going on? Looks like it's fucking stopped by this. What the fuck? What the hell is going on? Something went wrong.
Ik denk niet zo heel erg. Let op, kassa. Zo.
Oh my goodness.
Goedemiddag.
Whoa! What was that? What the hell? Get a pipe. What the fuck? Oh my god. No, dude. Probably his car. No way. So we can't really see the incline because the fucking camera's ass, dude. But he's on an incline. So he's on an incline and he didn't put a stop.
Ooh, man.
Fuck.
Ooh, man.
Insulin, and one of the biggest ways is fasting, intermittent fasting. Fasting is not low carb, it's no carb. And what happens, there's a little hormone called the GIP hormone in the small intestine that gets activated every time you eat, no matter what you eat. So if you don't understand that, you may not put emphasis on fasting and realize that that's really important, especially in the helping people with really resistant weight problems. And that's very beneficial. So the combination of both of these are vitally important. Insulin is a dominating hormone. In the presence of too much insulin, a lot of the other hormones are suppressed, especially growth hormone, insulin-like growth factor. And then you get, when you consult people, you get this thing where you find out they're on sort of keto. How many of you ever had clients that are on sort of keto? Yeah. I'm not losing weight. Well, what are you doing? Well, I'm on sort of keto. Well, keto is like, you can't be on sort of keto. I mean, it just doesn't work. It's like a switch. There's going to be a point where you're not going to get into ketosis. There's a certain amount of carbohydrates that you need to go below. And if your metabolism is low, it has to be even lower. So I know this might be hard to believe, but some of your patients or clients do cheat occasionally. And they don't tell you that they cheat. They keep it a little secret. How many of you have ever had that happen? Once. Once before? So what happens is they keep it a little secret. They do it again. You're coaching them. And you go, they're not getting results. What's interesting about this is they tend to be a bit critical to kind of justify it. And so I have learned in practice, I have an advantage of being in practice for 29 years. I work with so many people that I see this common scenario that happens. If a client comes in that's not progressing and they're critical, like they'll say, well, you know, I really don't like the color of your walls, and your secretary is just so rude, and I'm not losing weight. And I go, thank you very much. I have a question. Is there anything that you're eating that you shouldn't be eating? I look them right in the eye and they'll do this. Like, no. They look down. You know, right there, they're not telling the truth. So I don't make them feel guilty. I say, well, what do you think about when they ask you that question? They go, well, I did have a little ice cream, but it was organic, you know. I said, okay, good. Anything else? Potato chips. But I didn't have that many. I go, okay, how many do you have? Well, I did have a bag, okay. And I just keep going. Anything else? And you will be shocked to find out these guys are consuming massive amounts of junk food on the side. Found out this one lady, she was doing literally, I think, a whole bag of Oreo cookies every single day. So it's very important, if you're coaching someone, to know that. Because if you don't know that, you're going to be trying something else, and they're going to eventually leave, and you're going to be chopped liver. So I spend a lot of time just keeping that communication line open so there's no secrets. I don't care if they cheat, just tell me. I want that communication line open. So for those people that have a very slow metabolism, And I know you have some clients that no matter what you do, they just can't, nothing works. Okay, let's put you on a 500 calorie diet. Still doesn't work. Have you exercised more? Oh, it doesn't work. Strict keto, it doesn't work. You ever have a client like that? Yeah. They're usually menopausal. They usually have the thyroid removed, the gallbladder removed. They're pre-diabetic, and they have a history of many different diets. And now they end up in your office, and you're like, okay, what do I got to do with this? So what I will do is I'll...
a history of diets? Interesting.
I'll do all the things I told you. Then I'll start to go down the list and start to really...
That's someone in denial, no?
Beef up, no pun intended, the intermittent fasting. So I will decrease the frequency of eating, and I'll have them fast longer. There's a really important rule that I tell my clients, and also even the videos right now, is that don't eat if you're not hungry. Do not eat if you're not hungry, because then you're going to be hungry when you eat, because it stimulates insulin, so then the blood sugar comes down. So it's so simple, and so these individuals, what happens is they're going a long period of time, and I told them they have 2 meals a day. I said, are you hungry? No. I just eat them because you told me. I said, okay, let's go to 1 meal a day. All right. And I'll do that. Are they progressing? Sometimes they're not really
I don't know if I want to buy
the changes that they really need. And they have maybe
any games, really. There's nothing fucking getting my attention. It's so odd.
I'll do this, kind of a stair-step method. The first thing is I'll take their breakfast, and I'll say, listen, if you're in the morning, if you're not hungry, just don't skip it and start pushing it forward to lunch. And so pretty much the breakfast is gone. And so they have lunch and dinner. And then what I'll do is I'll take the lunch and the dinner and I'll start squeezing them together. And to the point where it's like a 4-hour window. Most people do very, very well with this. And I do have quite a few people doing this.
Thinking about buying a laptop of some kind.
Success. Some people need to do
it would just be useful.
1 meal a day. The key is making sure they have enough nutrients in that.
Mostly useful when I'm not home, though.
To
so
prevent things like hair loss, which I will cover.
Feel like I can find something else. I don't know how to use it here.
Some people need to go even a little bit longer. Not everyone, but I have put people that fast to the point where they're eating once every other day. Now, as long as their energy is good, they're taking the nutrients, and you'll see that they'll finally start to change. And I have had a handful of people who were consuming 1 meal every other day, make sure they do the sea salts and electrolytes, and they finally, after all this time, start losing weight. So their metabolism is so efficient that this is what they need. And it's not that they're starving when they're not eating, they're basically eating their own fat when they're not eating. And that's the concept that you have to get across, is that you are eating when you're not eating, you're just eating your fat. So, sleeping, interesting. Had a lady who
that's more like it.
3.5 million pounds at the gym over the course of a year and lost 1 single pound. And she came in very depressed, and I found out she was not sleeping. She was actually on the right. She was eating pretty good, but she wasn't sleeping. So I actually worked with her with sleeping. I actually told her to stop watching the news right before bed. That was the big problem. Told her to start taking calcium magnesium. I did some work on her, and she started sleeping like a baby. And that was the only time that things started to kick in. She lost a lot of weight, great before and after. I mean, don't underrate sleep. Like, my wife and I went on a trip recently because we were like completely pale and white in January. So we went to the Bahamas, to this little remote little island where they have like no internet, no reception, and it got dark around 6:30. There was nothing to do, so we went to bed at 7 o'clock, and I said, well, let's just go to bed. We go to bed. We think we slept
this
13 or 14 hours. I've never felt that better in my life. It was amazing. So, I mean, I've been running on maybe 6 hours, if that. Just getting more sleep can create huge changes in your blood sugars in your body. So I need to do more of that. Okay, stress. Yes, that can affect you. I think out of all the stress,
just the keyboard can be close to $100 bucks.
A lot of the stress comes from other people. How many realize that people can stress people out?
It's like, okay, I'm fine when you like developed it, Microsoft, you know, but it's been the same fucking thing for over 6 years. Okay? So this thing shouldn't be more than $50 American. $50 American. That's like 65 CAD. Fuck is this price? Like, fuck you. The fuck is this? It doesn't even come with the pen. What is wrong with you? $229, dude. Would you like to suck on this? Suck on this. Okay? Suck on this fucking little finger. The fuck is this? That's an insane amount for a tactile feedback technology. Give me a break. Give me a break. Hello, Surface Go. Hello. 106 and $170. By the way, fuck this mouse. I tried it. Fuck it, dude. You have nothing to grip. Look how I'm gripping my my mouse, okay? I'm gripping it with these two fingers, you see? How am I supposed to do that with this? You can't. You have to grip it. I don't even know, dude. With your whole thing, it's stupid. It'll flex in the middle and pop and straighten up, and you can slide it in your pocket. Bro, the Go doesn't even come with this. If you want to cover, by the way, you need it. FYI, it's so good. Can't believe my tablet doesn't work anymore. It's so sad. Something happened to it, dude. Something broke inside. Dude, it's $170 for a keyboard. Yes. Fuck me, yes. So stupid. With prices like this, it's such a turnoff. Even $70 I would have been like, or half the price. It's twice the price it needs to be.
Certain personality types, you got the slow drivers that just really jack up my adrenals. They're just driving. And then you have the antagonistic people. But really the worst case is the
most stupid mouse ever.
Aggressive. The
Stop.
underminers. They're
Just
the person
fucking stop
they
it.
told you they stood up for you, but they actually ruin your reputation. They'll say comments like, well, you've done quite well for your educational level. Like, what? Had this attorney come in to see me. He said, I said, hey, how did you find out about me? He says, well, out of all the quacks, you seem to be the less weird. It was kind of a hint of a compliment, but it was really kind of just taking my wind out. So as a practitioner, you're always going to get a percentage of those people that come in that are just, you don't feel good when.
What am I supposed to buy?
I screen those out right now. I screen those guys out. And they constantly are nullifying your results. If they get results, it'll be someone else that worked on them, wasn't you. Or they'll say comments like, hey, that's a nice sweater. Was that on sale? Like, oh, you got a haircut. Was that at Cheap Cuts? I'm like, so it's just something about them you don't really like. But I do have a way of, I finally figured out a way of getting back at these people. Revenge. You want to know how I do it? You can do it. But how many of you have clients like this?
We're like, revenge. No, not revenge. Do you want to know? Yeah.
Yeah. This is what you do. It's It's a great thing. When they start doing that, all you do is you just look them right on the face, look them really close, and just say, "What? What's that? Has that been growing? Has that been growing? You should probably get that checked out. Yeah, get your liver checked out, because that's what they're doing to you. They're introverting you. You just flip it. They'll be in the bathroom for hours looking at that little speck there, and like, oh my gosh, is that the coronavirus?
What is this talk? What is this fucking talk right now?
But with this attorney that came in, what I did is I said, I knew I did not want to take him on. So I said, I'll tell you what, this is what I want to do. Go up to the front.
Build your bundle.
And,
show you
I have
how
a
it
bottle
costs.
Of, calcium. It's $4. I want you to buy that. Go ahead and try that. If it doesn't work, I can't help you. Never saw him again. So, nice way of getting rid of those guys. But stress is a really, really key thing to, oh my gosh. Exercise.
Or computer or whatever.
Over-exercising, overtraining, or not exercising at all.
Give me a fucking special deal.
Consistent exercise,
you know what time it is?
Creates some really nice effects with
fucking
a lot of things. Autophagy, the cleaning up of old damaged tissue.
Weekend after Thanksgiving.
Protects your immune system. Keeps your body
Choose
full
your
of oxygen.
Surface Pro.
But
well, I mean, are you kidding me, man? 128 gigabytes, that's it?
I had one lady who came in, she was
8 gigs of RAM?
I'm not kidding, 6
Dude,
hours a
fuck
day.
you.
No weight loss. 6 hours a day at the gym. So she was overtraining. So I had her, which took a long time to do this, but I got her to exercise like for an hour twice a week. And she started to lose the weight. And it was really a weird brain strain because she didn't realize.
Let's start here.
I mean, the benefit of exercise occurs when you're sleeping 48 hours later, not
like this
during the
color.
exercise. Exercise is a stress. The benefits are delayed.
French Canadian.
She didn't understand that. Okay, bloating. So I do recommend vegetables.
Add
for most people,
Microsoft
but if they start
365
bloating, I take them off of it
required.
because they
What
might
the
have
fuck
SIBO,
do you
small
mean?
intestinal bacterial overgrowth. They might not deal with them.
Required?
And so there's been a handful of people.
What are you
not the majority,
saying?
that would just can't do
Microsoft,
well
what's
on
wrong with
vegetables.
you?
So
I'm already at
I will adjust what I
$800.
do.
You require me
But
to
I
buy your
do. I'll tell
Microsoft
you why I
365?
recommend
Are you
more
fucking
vegetables instead.
insane?
But if they're bloating, that
What?
can cut
Who is
down
designing
on the weight
this
loss because
fucking
their fluid retained
product?
is holding the stress in the gut.
What is this?
That's happened.
Let me go.
So you want to, just kind of look at that as well.
Piece of shit.
Okay. Next thing is the transitional phase.
I'm
when you're
leaving.
getting into ketosis. There's this thing called keto fatigue. Has anyone ever experienced that? So I had a chance to just work with a lot of people and find out this is mostly potassium deficiency. And when you do keto, you're no longer running on carbs. So you're going to dump a lot of fluid because carbs retain fluid. And with that fluid becomes electrolytes, not just potassium, but sodium. Now, our bodies tend to retain sodium more than potassium. We don't have any mechanism to retain potassium hardly at all. So there's this false information being spread out there that potassium is dangerous on our body. If you have, well, of course, if you have stage kidney disease, yes. But if you have healthy kidneys, it's not dangerous. In fact, potassium is protective of the kidney. If you want data on
$300 more for
amazing research on that, you can ask me later.
increments of.
But the thing about potassium is out of
What
all
is
the
it?
nutrients, we need
For 16
potassium
gigs?
in large amounts, 4,700 milligrams a day.
And then fuck your hard
Take a look
drive.
at what you have to
I mean, I
eat
can
to
deal with
consume that.
this maybe.
You're going to find out the majority of people are just not consuming enough potassium. So potassium is involved with a lot of things: fluid exchange, energy. It buffers uric acid. It's
Core
really
i7.
an effective thing for blood pressure. Wow, it just brings blood pressure down. There's a lot of data.
Maybe
on this.
Core i5 would be
also
enough.
heart rhythm really helps with
Probably good
arrhythmias,
enough.
because it's involved in the pacemaker. Nerve and energy, muscle, making HCl. But the main purpose of potassium is involved in the sodium potassium
$300 with the fucking pen.
So you have these little pumps.
300. It's $200 for the pen.
You have 1 billion of them. Let me just go right to that first. Yeah,
it's $220
they have one
for the
purpose,
cover.
to keep the potassium inside the cell.
Dude, this is
and the sodium outside the cell.
sick.
To keep this electrical gradient, to keep these two minerals
This is
separate.
insane.
That forms through the help of the insulated wall of that cell. It helps to form, develop a battery. The body allocates 30% of all of its energy to these pumps. And what this electrical energy does is it activates the nerve and the muscle tissue. So if you're deficient and this pump doesn't have enough raw material,
keypad.
you're going to get
keypad, 30 bucks,
weakness
40 bucks.
and in the muscle and things like that. And so this is on Wikipedia, so you know it's true. They said it's the causes of hypokalemia, low potassium, is look at the cause. One of the causes is going on a ketogenic diet. I don't know
And
if I believe
charger
that,
at
but
50
I do
bucks,
know
dude.
that you'd lose fluid with this, and so that could be the reason why. Also, one of the big symptoms of hypokalemia, the first one is feeling tired.
$2,000.
So if you're into exercise and you're doing
For
endurance
$2,000
exercise,
bucks,
if you take a little more potassium, you're going to
you
find
get
it go a lot
an
longer
i5,
because
16
your-
gigs, and
your
250 gigs
cellular
SSD.
pumps
This sounds
have
stupid,
are
dude.
recharged. So
And a fucking top.
to prevent that, I recommend foods.
I mean, the question is always, well, what do you think that's worth? You know, what do you think an i5 16 gig 256 SSD, by the way, SSD, not NVMe or something like that. What do you think that's worth, right? And the case, or the top, I should say, the cover, keyboard. Maybe $1,005. I feel like that's more than enough. Fucking money, fixed $1,500. I mean, if it was 3,000 at this point, I'd be like, okay, I'm good. 2,000, it's not that bad. Not really a special price.
Foods that are high in potassium.
Well, Microsoft,
on the
fuck
ketogenic
that.
diet. I don't want to get too much into this, but the potassium and
Both, I don't think it's going to cut it.
phospholipid layer on the cell acts as a capacitor, which basically stores electrical charge. Your cells are batteries.
I've had a Bose before. One earpiece. But I should say I have it. It's broken. I don't know why it's breaking. I fucking bullshit electronic, and I don't know why it's breaking. I'm not like, it's not breaking physically. It's just inside electronically. Battery or whatever. But the mic quality is pretty ass. So I thought about using this for gaming and streaming and stuff. Have a mic and have it with you. And go around, have a mic with you. I think it's too much trash. I've listened to the sound. Or I have to pay like $300 for the non-sports one. I just don't need two of them. And a case. And all of this is worth $300, sure. Got a new Dragon Ball game. Hoping to get a beta key so we can show that. We got Newegg.
Today, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to talk about the things we talk about. When you listen to us or watch us, we talk about illustrators and adapters and gestures and all kinds of different things. And we get so many comments and so many emails of people saying, what is this? What is that? What does this mean?
Like, I should have something to buy. I'm not sure what to buy. Do we have a special on maybe like a Wii console or something like that? I feel like I could use a TV. I think my brother borrowed the TV. Nintendo. Switch. Oh yeah. Switch. Wow, $20 off. $400. The issue are the games. The games cost $80 each. So by the time you get 5 or 6 games, you're already $1,000 in. $1,000 in. And that's without additional accessories. No, it's just fucking insane. That's what I really don't like about Nintendo's current product.
How do I know what this is? So we're going to talk about those things today, almost like a glossary of terms we use. We're going to go over a lot of them, not all of them because it's impossible, but we're going to go over a bunch of them. Greg, why don't you tell them, why don't you talk about what we're going to go through?
Yeah, so a couple of things. We started this because we got quite a few requests, direct messages, you name it, saying, hey, could you create some kind of a glossary so I don't have to look at every time you say something? Because we get excited like the rest of you and we talk about things that we use. So this is going to be our opportunity, at least volume 1, for us to talk about the basics, talk about some things that we all see as universal, and they're very few.
That's a crazy price, dude.
Body language. So that's it.
That's some intense price, but it has a fucking screen. That's the issue. It has a fucking screen.
That's what we're going to do.
So what do you think about that, Mark?
I think it's a great idea. So why don't we start off with Ekman's 6, maybe 7, depending on where you want to play there, emotions. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put up some pictures here from my book, Winning Body Language. There they are. Let's go to there. There we go. A,
out of
B,
stock.
C, E,
$200.
Those
options are
6
$150.
Emotions. Why don't you just have a look through those and go, what do you think they're portraying? What do you think somebody's feeling there? And let me throw to Chase. Chase, what are those 6 elements there? And maybe we'll then talk about what the 7th is, and then I'll put up the answers.
Yep. So those are happiness, anger, fear, surprise, disgust, and sadness.
Yeah, lovely.
And we've added on the 6th, which is contempt. And funnily enough, this wasn't an Ekman
Nintendo
thing. This was a Charles Darwin thing.
Nintendo. Switch at
Charles
Amazon.
Darwin forms this wild theory back in the day that all humans have the same facial expressions. And this guy named Paul Ekman shows up and says, no, I disagree with Charles Darwin completely, so much so that I'm going to travel around the world and do this massive research project to prove that facial expressions are cultural or regional at best. And he wound up discovering that Darwin was correct, that we're kind of born with this standard software, these facial expressions. I think that's fascinating.
What is the difference?
It's not just
600 and
the
some,
micro expressions
and
that people tend to focus on, but facial expressions. The cool research, the one cool tip about this, they would show people like a person that's angry.
The fuck does that mean? OLED model? Is this the screen? Don't tell me I'm paying an extra $300 just for the screen. OLED technology that I've had in 2014 in my fucking phone. And now we're like, yeah, we're coming out with the OLED model. What the fuck is this made of? Fuck.
A person that's happy and a person that's sad. And these are English-speaking people. In many cases, they were tribes with minimal human contact. And they would ask the person, which one of these three people just found out that their child has perished or their child has passed away? And universally, they point to the sad one. Which one is seeing an old friend after a long time apart? And they would point. Which one is preparing for battle? Or which one sees an enemy that they don't like? So that was one of the basic ways that they started proving that this facial expression stuff was universal. Greg?
Yeah, I think the only thing I would add is if you go look at the book that Darwin wrote, I was just looking for a copy of it here, you will find that he used plates from Duchenne. Well, you'll hear us talking about Duchenne's smile. Duchenne used all these electrodes and probed parts of your body to show those. And if you look at the old man pictures where he's doing crazy stuff where he has electrodes on his head, all those plates are in that book as well. Guys, by the way, I have a copy of that that's been sitting on the table downstairs for you guys that I need to mail you. It's just been sitting there for months. But yeah, it's a great opportunity to know that we're all standing on somebody else's shoulders. Ekman is the latest, and all the things we're using, take all of those Ekman, all of those Darwin, all those Duchenne pieces and pull those together and then add some more. Scott, you want to add something to that?
Yeah. Yeah. So what happened was when Ekman was in college, there was this is my understanding of it. There was a grant that nobody had used. It was like 800 grand or something. And they said, look, man, we have this grant laying around. If you want it, you can use it. And he said, what I got to do? And they said, anything you want to do. He said, well, I'll tell you what I want to do. He said, I want to travel around. I want to, and then he would do what we've just been talking about. Talk to everyone in the, from, I forget how many countries he went to, all the way down to Papua New Guinea. And he dealt with people who hadn't seen a lot of people outside their little group, and they all had the same expressions when they were asked those questions that Chase was talking about a second ago. So that's the part I thought was interesting. He didn't do it on a fluke, but if that hadn't been sitting there, that grant, we might not have the information we have today about facial expressions. He may not have gotten as deep into it. He may have studied it and done all that, but he may not have gotten the information we have today. So there's that.
Let me go back to this picture here, and we can have a look at the answers there. There are the pictures again. Now, if you are to have got any of them wrong, it's most likely you mistook fear for surprise or surprise for fear. Fear is always a little more subtle than you expect. I think I've talked about that in other episodes, but it's really because you don't want to show the enemy or the predator too much fear. You want it enough so your friends can recognize it, but not necessarily so whatever might.
So I haven't played as much. I mean, I've tried it a little bit. My understanding of it is that it's heavy. Big screen, it's large. Controllers are pretty light, but the whole thing is, I think, is a little much for like after some time or half an hour or an hour. So if in the end you're like, oof, it's too much, that means that at some point you've got to give up and plug it on the TV and just play with it on the TV, or put a stand and then you can just hold on the things and just play with it like that. But I feel like if you're doing that, and it's in front of you, not on your lap, it's on a table. If it's on a table, you're sitting. If you're sitting watching a table, you might as well be sitting on a couch watching TV, having those things in your hand. It's just much more comfortable, for a console. And that's what you want, I think, in terms of a console. You want your couch, your TV, your big screen, your controller, relax, got a drink, you just relax on the couch. So in the end, what the fuck am I paying for? If I'm paying for this because it's portable and it's OLED and wow, but I end up anyways plugging it on the TV, not using the screen. So what do you mean? Like, save me $200, give me a console that I can just plug as I would, And then the other part of that is, well, you can never bring a console with you. This, you can bring it. But my question is, when did you ever fucking slide this into your bag or like brought this anywhere? Where are you gonna bring this? Like, it depends like how old you are, I think. When you're a kid, you only got that to do. You want to bring it to your friend's house because maybe they have one too or whatever. But like, when are you gonna use it? You know, teens, maybe teens are gonna bring it somewhere. You know, they like to do things all day long. They'll have a console to play with. They're not at home. You know, normal stuff. Adults have like their own place. You know, their own TV, and you can just plug something in and relax on a couch, chill. So it doesn't strike me as the right thing for me. Product wise, you know, make a switch that costs $200 less that I can plug on the TV, dedicated, and I'll probably be just as happy. There's no way I'm bringing this anywhere. Family party. Bring it at a family party and play some movie. Like, all of this costs cash. You know?
Might be, causing the fear can recognize it. There's the pictures again, and just over this, this side here, there is the ledger there, so you can see if you got those answers correct. And there, just there, is the
That makes a lot of sense. You get friends at your house, you're playing with
everything
on your handheld,
and all of them at the same time.
Of course not.
All the indeterminate smile.
You plug that shit.
Smile. Nothing really happening in the eyes so much, but enough.
Friends want to play too.
Up that you kind of go, what's she going to do? Is she going to smile? Is she going to?
I like the little.
Is she scared? Is she happy? Like, which one is?
That's pretty dope.
It's
I think
almost always going somewhere. So that's Ekman and the 6, 7, whatever universal emotions.
Well, the seventh, which is not in that picture, contempt, is a great one to know. I actually sat in a business meeting where someone has contempt for another guy, and the guy's still rattling on, not noticing. So it's an.
You know, a cool thing about contempt is the only truthful facial expression that is asymmetrical. So if you're looking at all these facial expressions, some people tell you asymmetrical facial expressions are more likely to be false. Contempt is the exception to that rule, where we kind of see the sneer, kind of upward turn, or a single-sided smile. Just a fun fact.
Exactly. You know what we just saw everybody doing were called we're talking gestures. So let's talk about gestures for a minute. We saw what were called illustrators. When Greg is doing this, and then Chase is doing this, then
it isn't around. Too bad.
And then Mark was doing this, and the way Mark is like the gesture king. So, but those are called illustrators, and illustrators are the things that you use when you use your hands or your head or your eyebrows while you're speaking.
I like to spend my money.
Are the things that emphasize specific words or phrases, like I did just then. Specific words or phrases, or specific words or phrases, specific words or phrases, those types of things. So and illustrators is my favorite one, but there are a bunch of those as well. Greg, why don't you talk about your favorite gesture?
Well, I think for me, it's adapters, because adapters are just a way of releasing nervous energy. It can be playing with your nails, twirling your hair if you have it, scratching your scalp, doing whatever, drumming your fingers. People do everything, and humans are really creative at that. If you think about putting a coyote in a cage and you watch it pace, that's a way of releasing nervous energy. You'll hear other people call those pacifying gestures or pacifying moves. Any of those things that make us more comfortable and burn nervous energy is what I call an adapter. Puts you in control of an environment that you have no control over. And the interesting piece
is it's hard to avoid buying one.
Once we do it a while and it
isn't too bad.
We'll do it more and more.
I like to spend my money.
More. The most famous is the batter standing in the box rubbing his thighs with both hands, and people will say he has sweaty palms, but he has pine tar on his hands.
Main attraction is Mario.
If you look at their pants legs, you can't miss it. That batter on deck rubbing their hands is a great illustrator.
Nintendo only games.
And a way for you to see people release nervous energy. Chase, how about you? What do you think?
We're going to put our game on Nintendo console, $80 each. And we're not going to sell anything. It's not going to be on Microsoft. It's not going to be on Sony. It's not going to be on the PC. Bro. Main attraction is Mario, Nintendo only games, and the old retro virtual games console, dude. Come on, dude. Stop, man. Stop this fucking review now. Move on with your life. I'm looking forward to play the N64 on this later in October. It's getting so bad. I'm hoping that one day I'll be able to use a functioning emulator on a PC and crank up the graphic to where they should be. Fucking love it. Anyone that has knowledge on how to build these emulators, I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Jake, 13 years old. I didn't submit any photos because there are tons online already. Nothing new to see here. Thank you, Jake.
I think illustrators is my favorite. And illustrators are so cool to look at.
We have his name, Michael.
When they don't really match the tone of what somebody is saying, and you see illustrators that aren't really matching what somebody's saying.
You made me decide if I wanted to buy a Wii or not.
Maybe not. We're not saying somebody's lying.
Fuck this OLED bullshit.
Things where we're seeing that.
I'm so mad.
I have a second.
I am so mad.
To illustrators called body narration.
OLED.
So this is just an illustrator. I'm moving with my hands. I'm
I think my Samsung Note 2 had an OLED in 2012.
About a book, and I'm doing this. Now I'm holding the book.
9 years ago.
Visualize a book there. When I was talking about Paul Ekman's 3 photos, I showed them and laid them out.
Fucking Microsoft.
So that's different in my book that somebody is.
I want to play Mario Maker. God damn it! I'm not investing $700 to play Mario Maker.
Not just communicating with their hands. So I think that I call that body narration.
Fuck off.
And we see it when somebody's pointing up and like illustrating something. They're talking about how tall.
I'm not spending $300 to play Mario Maker. Like there's only so much I want to spend to play Mario Maker.
Interesting.
Frankly.
Thing there. Mark, what's your favorite?
Like, if I had unlimited amounts of money, you know, but $300, $400, that's enough to think about using it somewhere else, man. You know, we got other things we can look at. Got this good computer we can work with. I can just buy a couch instead. Got my console, fucking controller here. So it's wired, wireless. So Logitech sold out on the G703, right? No one, anybody? Currently sold out. I have a 305. I have a 305. I've had it for what, a month, 2 months? Already used a 3A battery. Saving $40. I think I have Aero and Lightspeed.
Thanks for passing it to me. Thanks for passing it to me, Chase. So that is an incongruent regulator or moderator, okay? Because so we can talk here about incongruence, which is when it doesn't fit. Either it doesn't fit in meaning or it doesn't quite fit in time. And both of those can suggest that there's some stress going on. In this particular case, Chase hands it to me and I say, thanks for handing it to me. And I do this wipe gesture. Okay,
chair would be all right too.
Illustrative of wiping clean, okay, and maybe even brushing away, you know, pushing away, but it's incongruent with what I'm saying, and it's also a regulator.
This is Oculus. Oculus would be great too.
Because I'm trying to say that has gone the wrong way. Maybe somebody else should be doing that. So look, when we layer this up, I might say to Greg or to Scott or to Chase, hey, was that regulator incongruent for you? And that might be our shorthand to be able, rather than me going, did you look at this? You know, isn't it like this or this or this? It's a shorthand, like any lexicon, like any group of words. It's a shorthand around this. Scott, what have you got to add to any of that?
Well, we were looking at Chase, and we were looking and watching Greg especially. We saw what were called manipulators, and those are the things where I don't think Chase had any on his. I was looking for him. That's why it's popping in my brain. But Greg, when he was moved around, he would do stuff, and as he was showing you adapters, he was also showing you the manipulator is the hand that's doing the adapting. That's what those are termed as. The thing that's moving things around or on your mouth when you're doing this. That can be an adapter, but at the same time, the manipulator in that is the I guess the upper teeth and the jaw at that point. So anytime you see somebody doing this, the thing that's actually doing the action, that is the manipulator, even though it is a passive or a pacifying behavior, as Joe Navarro has coined, as we see when we see those things happening. And we touch our face because that helps us. That sends a message to our brain when we touch our face and our mouth to start relaxing and start to get your head together about what's going on, or just kind of calm down a little bit. So that's one thing we see. A lot of these things you'll be able to add to your deception hunting skills, but you have to know when to look for them. For example, when you see, like Chase was saying, when you see
I have too. I like it.
It doesn't go when the words hit on. When it doesn't hit on the words, I can't even do it. When it doesn't hit on the words,
comes with a pen. I think
you see that quite often with O.J. Simpson when he's explaining a couple of things that he's in question about. For example, killing that girl and that guy. Illustrators don't hit right on the money, and you can hear him hit a table when he's talking. They don't hit on the money or on the spot for every word. So for me, when I hear those, and we know when we hear that happening or see that happening, that means there's an issue there. They may not be lying, but there's an issue there that they're thinking about something else. So don't necessarily.
I'm touching myself a lot, but I need a shower.
It just means there's an issue there for that person. Because the stress may be building up. Greg, you want to add anything else?
Yeah, so just a couple of things. We left out an important one, and I'm not offended, but and that's a barrier. And what we mean by a barrier is simply anything I put between the two of us. It can be nothing more than this, and this is the high school version of it. That you
I really need a new chair, but
it can be something very complex.
I'm so worried about getting one
that
that
the most complex is if
not
I hold
sitting
a
well
Bible
in.
or any kind of a doctrine in front of me and hold
even
it
for
there,
20%,
authority
like
and a barrier,
not really
so
worth
it's
the
powerful
gamble.
when you use it that way. All these things together, I think what we probably need to loop back and explain, the barrier doesn't mean anything, but it can mean everything is the way I would put it. If a person always sits and holds a book when they're talking to you, it's just a comfort thing, and it can become an adapter. It can become that comforting move. But if they suddenly pick up something and put it between the two of you over a contentious topic,
good
it means
deal.
something. I think what we're wrapping back to is all of these are going to tie back to baseline. I think what would be important is for us to relist the things in very succinct order, and let's talk about what they are. I'll start with barrier. When you put something between you and someone else and give yourself a block. Chase, you want to add the next one?
Yeah, so one more thing about barriers, if I could just add this in.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Barriers is also clothing. So a person tightening up their tie, buttoning their jacket, zipping something up, or placing something like a coffee cup between you and them. So their drink is over here on the table, they take a sip of it, and then it's placed in between you and them. Those are adding barriers, but it's also important during a conversation, when does a person remove them? When do the barriers get removed? When do they loosen the tie, unbutton the jacket, move the wine glass out of the way? So those are interesting because they indicate there's a point of
click on chair,
man. That person starting to open up in a conversation or a negotiation. When we're doing jury selection or trial consultation, you can see a jury go from this to this. And if 3 or 4 jurors are doing that at almost the same time, that's a very big deal for us. So the removal
Why is this
of the
$300?
barrier is
Can you
just
lock
as
it down?
important as the placement, I think.
Agreed.
So I can
you tilt it.
Skip my turn if you want, but
No. I think what we should do is
we're just talking.
Just keep doing it.
Yeah.
Push it, Mark. Yeah.
I'll do Illustrators.
I was trying to give you a regulator there, Chase, to throw it to me. I was trying to give you
Okay.
Hey, you know what? One quick note, since we're kind of batting this around. People always ask us, "Are you sending signals to each other?" Of course we are, because we read body language, and when we do something, a guy gets it. We don't have to presuppose those things. We're looking and saying, "What's up?" and knowing the other person's talking to us.
Fuck is this?
And we don't need to send signals to each other. We can just
the
say
fuck
what
is
we
this?
want and then edit that out.
That's a nice save, both of you.
Apparently, Mark's not. Yeah.
Let me see who we missed. Did we talk to Mark yet?
Okay, so I'm just reminding you that I was talking about regulators and moderators.
You put your chair
and
on
there
it?
I was desperately going, me, give it to me, and that's a classic one there. I'm going to add one more. I did.
Oh, that's totally it. That's totally it. For that price, there's nothing else, dude. It's got to be the main thing that powers your chair when you're in a racing simulator. I mean, it's got to be able to move you around like a car. It's got to be fucking powerful. $4,000, bro.
To this, which is little talked about because it's not really written down in very many places, and that's what I would call psychological gesture. Sometimes I might call it metaphorical gesture. That's when I might say,
I can't shop a chair like this unless I have unlimited money. I just can't do that. I have to try it. There's no way. I just have to try it. This really blows.
well, I think everybody, that was a great.
How am I supposed to like relax my head on this?
Round, and what I do
Anyway,
is,
I need a
is
shower. I'm
create
fucking off.
a metaphor or a gesture of I'm raising a glass to everybody. Now, not everybody might get that metaphor, so some people will look at it and go, "Why,
bro?
why
Put a
does
guy
that
in it."
happen?" But in my mind, I know I'm raising a glass. Often not talked about. It was a guy called Michael Chekhov who came up with that idea way back in the day in Russia, and he came up with the idea of counter psychological gesture as well, which is I might be talking about something negative.
I'll buy something
you
else.
wouldn't raise a glass to, and do that gesture at the same time.
I don't know what to buy, dude.
So I might.
I'm not buying this
"Well,
here.
I'm
I need to
very
try
upset about this.
I can't do that.
And suddenly I've now got the counter gesture.
What am I gonna do?
To what I'm saying? It's incongruent, and there's
I don't need
layers
anything.
and layers of meaning.
Go figure. I
in
don't
there.
need